Super Devouring System Chapter 1964 to Chapter 2049. Sure, Xingyu is not here, and there are so many low-level people around. It seems like they have been separated. That's good too. Give me some time to grow. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he also felt a few powerful auras. These people with the unicorn bloodline are probably very strong. That means I won't be able to challenge those who are stronger than me. Yi Xian continued to think to himself. In any case, he had to capture someone and search their soul to understand the purgatory hell. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the teleportation palace, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. When he walked out, he saw people fighting in the sky. There were corpses falling from the sky at all times. What is this place? I just landed. Why is it being attacked already? Whatever, I'll kill them first. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the sword celestial clone and the old tree. After fusing with the unicorn ancient tribe merit token, he could sense the presence of his enemies. Anyway, he was in the same camp as those with the unicorn bloodline. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic divine armor and charged out. Death Hunt Order. I have assassination. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone flashed behind a person and slashed out with both swords, directly killing him. Then, Yi Xian quickly put the corpse into the devouring space and went to a safe place to search his soul. As he was searching his soul in the devouring space, it was very fast. It turned out that this place was called the Wolf Kingdom, and the city lord was a 9th grade saint. However, the Wolf Kingdom was just an insignificant city in the purgatory battlefield. At this moment, the people attacking the Wolf Kingdom were from the Scorching Sun sect. There were many experts, including 2 9th grade saints. If it was before, the Wolf Kingdom would have suffered heavy losses and even been destroyed by the Scorching Sun sect. However, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the outcome would change. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Your merit points will reach the level of a domain chief. A system notification sounded. It was not an easy feat to reach the level of a lieutenant. Rank 1 Saint Monarch and below would only have 1 contribution point. But to become a lieutenant, one would have to have 1,000,000 contribution points. Fortunately, merit points would increase as one's cultivation level increased. The higher the cultivation level of the enemy killed, the more merit points would be awarded. If he wanted to reach 1,000,000 contribution points, he just had to kill 10 rank 9 saints. When I was a 1st grade Saint Spirit, I was able to fight against the 5th grade Saint Lord Scorching Unicorn. Now that I'm a 7th rank Holy Spirit, my battle prowess should be at the level of a Holy Emperor. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. That being said, the Scorching Unicorn from that day was obviously not as strong as the people around him. After all, he knew from the memory of the Scorching Sun sect disciple that the purgatory was a very cruel place. Therefore, those who could survive were not ordinary people. Let alone 10 rank 9 saints, even if there was only 1 rank 9 saint monarch, Yi Xian might not have 100% confidence. The members of the unicorn ancient race are not only united but also warlike. Their opponent is the 100 Battle Valley. They are humans with a special bloodline called the Berserker bloodline. They have the ability to go berserk and their battle prowess is not inferior to the unicorn race. Therefore, I better take it slow. Thinking about this, Yi Xian attacked again. The Wolf Royal City's city lord was only a rank 9 saint monarch. This time, the Scorching Sun sect sent out 2 rank 9 saints to attack the Wolf Royal City. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to a saint spirit like Yi Xian. It wasn't just them, even the others wouldn't. Because even a saint monarch was like an ant in this place, let alone a trash like Yi Xian who wasn't even a saint ruler. But it was this trash like Yi Xian that caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. Everyone, be careful. A saint spirit is wantonly killing our disciples. He is at least a high-level saint or even a holy emperor. An expert from the Scorching Sun sect yelled out. Unfortunately, just as he finished his sentence, Yi Xian had already flashed behind him. Slash. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to turn the situation around. The Scorching Sun sect originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. As the unicorn ancient race's side were mostly Zuyuyoists, Yixian couldn't use the myriad beasts diagram to suppress them. But this didn't matter. After all, no one present had the strength to stop Yixian. The two rank 9 saints had already rushed to the city lord's mansion. Soon, the experts from the Scorching Sun sect on this side were killed by Yixian and quickly retreated. What? An expert appeared at the east gate? He is at least a rank 9 saint monarch, and most likely a holy emperor? The two rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect received the news. However, they had already killed their way to the city lord's mansion. How could they give up just because of this news? Kill. Immediately, the two of them charged into the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was the descendant of the unicorn and the wolf-type sacred beast. His battle strength wasn't weak either, but the two rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect had already comprehended the berserk transformation. Once the berserk transformation was activated, the two's strength skyrocketed. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was no match for them and was killed in the end. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom is dead. Let's go to the South City. The two rank 9 saints looked at each other and rushed to the south. Previously, Yixian had repelled the Scorching Sun sect's experts from the East City and then rushed to the South City to start a massacre. At this moment, he turned his head and looked to the north. He felt two different auras. "Kid, tell us your name." One of the Scorching Sun sect's experts couldn't help but ask. "Damn you." Yixian didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Death hunt order. I have assassination. In an instant, Yixian and the sword celestial clone appeared behind each other and slashed out. Pfft, 2 slashes of the immortal slaying breath sliced a rank 9 saint lord from the Scorching Sun sect into 3 pieces. Instant kill. Although a rank 9 saint lord in the purgatory battlefield was comparable to a saint emperor expert outside, Yixian's strength was much greater than that of a saint emperor expert. However, Yixian's strength had already surpassed ordinary saint emperors by quite a bit. In his eyes, there wasn't much of a difference between a 9th rank saint lord and a 1st rank saint emperor. Seeing this, the other person was so scared that he wet his pants and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, Yixian and the sword celestial clone had already appeared behind him. With a slash of the unparalleled sword, he was also sliced into pieces. The 2 elders of the Scorching Sun sect are dead. Run. The 2 elders are rank 9 saints. How is it possible that they were killed by a saint spirit? The other party must be a saint emperor expert and is just pretending to be a saint spirit. Run. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Immediately, the people from the 100 Battles Valley all retreated. Countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows began to chase after the people of 100 Battle Valley. At the same time, the people of Wolf Kingdom secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The city lord of Wolf Kingdom was dead, and they thought that they would be buried with him. They did not expect an expert to suddenly appear and save the city. That holy emperor disguised himself as a holy spirit and caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. I wonder who he is. His back is so handsome, and he can control so many identical puppets. Is there such a bloodline in the Unicorn Ancient clan? I'm not sure, but he does have the unicorn bloodline. Anyway, he's one of us. The people of Wolf Kingdom were very grateful to Yixian. At the same time, Yixian had already killed the Scorching Sun sect's experts and retreated. TSK, TSK, TSK. 2 9th level saints worth 200,000 merit points. Together with the others, I've obtained 300,000 merit points this time. I'm already a 9-star captain. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at Wolf Kingdom. He did not need anything now, only merit points. The best way to obtain a large amount of merit points was to kill enemies. Wolf Kingdom is located at the border between the Unicorn Ancient Clan and 100 Battle Valley. As long as I cross the border and kill my way to 100 Battle Valley, I won't have to worry about not having enough merit points. Yixian thought to himself as he rushed to the west, which was the direction the Scorching Sun sect's experts had retreated to. At the same time, it was also the territory of 100 Battle Valley. However, Xianxia was also sent to the Purgatory battlefield, so he had to be careful. He wanted to complete the random mission before he met Xianxia. That way, he would be rewarded and increase his strength. Soon, Yi Xian entered the territory of 100 Battle Valley, and the direction he was heading to was the Scorching Sun sect. The Scorching Sun sect is a small force at the border of 100 Battle Valley, and they have holy emperors. Just as Yi Xian thought to himself, he saw a pillar of flame piercing through the clouds. That must be the Scorching Sun sect. Almost everyone in 100 Battle Valley had the bloodline of Berserker, but not many could use Berserk. The Scorching Sun sect used high temperatures to stimulate the blood in their bodies so that their disciples could master the Berserk state. The 2 9th-grade saints from before had already used up their Berserk state, which was why they were killed by Yi Xian. A large amount of merit points, here I come. As Yi Xian spoke, he jumped down from the flying sword Wei Zhentian and summoned countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to attack the Scorching Sun sect. That Xianxia had also been sent to the Purgatory battlefield. No one knew when he would appear, so Yi Xian had to make the best use of his time to increase his strength. If he could annihilate the Scorching Sun sect, then he would have earned enough merit points. A sacred spirit is approaching. A disciple guarding outside the Scorching Sun sect sent a message to his superiors. What? The upper echelons of the Scorching Sun sect were shocked when they learned of this. They had just received news that the attack on the Wolf Kingdom had failed because of a Saint King disguised as a Saint Spirit. When the Scorching Sun sect leader heard about this, he immediately gathered all the experts and went to meet him. Soon, he met up with Yi Xian. However, the current Yi Xian was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Even with my cultivation level, I can't see through him, the Scorching Sun sect leader swallowed his saliva as he thought to himself. He was already a first-grade Saint King, but he still couldn't see through the sword celestial doppelganger's cultivation level. He should be a second-grade Saint King. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The Scorching Sun sect leader roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. With the Berserker bloodline, unless the difference in strength was too great, they wouldn't choose to run away. The experts of the Scorching Sun sect were all mobilized, so they might be able to defeat their opponent. However, the Yi Xian in front of them was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Death Hunt Order. I have Assassination. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The sword celestial doppelganger immediately marked a person and charged into the crowd. Behind him, the immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows also swept out. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge battle broke out outside the Scorching Sun sect. Although the sword celestial doppelganger was weak, he was invincible. No matter how strong the attacks were, he wouldn't be injured. Even his clothes wouldn't be damaged. As for Yi Xian himself, he had already entered the Scorching Sun sect from the back. Kill. Sect leader, this is bad. Another person has charged into our sect. While the group was fighting the sword celestial doppelganger, the Scorching Sun sect leader suddenly received a message. What? He was shocked. It turned out that the other party didn't come alone. He had helpers. No, the sage-like person in front of him with extremely strong defense should only be a puppet. His original body had charged back. Immediately, the Scorching Sun sect leader led a group of people and charged back to the Scorching Sun sect. Only 3 9th-grade Saint Lords and a dozen 8th-grade Saint Lords were left to deal with the sword celestial doppelganger. However, just as the Scorching Sun sect leader was about to leave, the sword celestial doppelganger suddenly summoned the old tree. Unicorn Sky Incinerating Flames. While everyone was flabbergasted, Elder Shu had already used his ultimate move to kill a 9th stage Saint Monarch, along with a few 8th stage Saint Monarchs. After that, Elder Shu turned his mouth and spat at the other two. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. However, the sword celestial doppelganger had already flashed behind them and swiftly slashed out a few times. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Once the Scorching Sun sect leader left, the remaining people were no longer a threat. They were quickly dealt with by the sword celestial doppelganger and the old tree. At the same time, inside the Scorching Flame sect, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. When he saw the Scarlet Kill word approaching, he immediately put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and fled. This time, the plan of luring the enemy away was very successful. he had obtained more than 400,000 merit points. As long as he killed the Scorching Sun sect leader, he would definitely be able to complete the random mission. However, the Scorching Sun sect leader was a first-grade holy emperor. If he went berserk, his combat power would be very strong. Without the sword celestial doppelganger, it was still very dangerous for Xian to fight him alone. After all, he could not use the Eye of the Void, doppelganger swap, or time reversal. Bastard, where is he? The Scorching Sun sect leader could not help but roar. Soon, the sword celestial doppelganger led a large group of people over. Xian then removed the flowing light invisibility cloak and put on the mystic divine armor. Together with the sword celestial doppelganger, he flashed behind a 9th grade Saint Lord. Immortal slaying breath slash. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and instantly killed a 9th grade Saint Lord. At this moment, there was only one 9th grade Saint Lord left in the Scorching Sun sect. Furthermore, Xian's merit points had soared to 800,000. With another 200,000, he would be able to complete the random mission. Courting death. Those with the Berserker bloodline would be weakened every time they used the Berserker bloodline. Hence, he had to kill Xian before that happened. Unfortunately, even though he couldn't use the doppelganger swap or the Eye of the Void, he could still use the death hunting order and instant movement. How could it be easy to catch Xian, who was as slippery as a loach? Death hunting order. Eye of assassination. At this moment, Xian cooperated with the sword celestial avatar and killed another person. His merit points had reached 900,000. Even though the Scorching Sun sect didn't have any more level 9 saints, he could still complete the mission if he killed a few more level 8 saints. After a while. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Wei Zhentian's treasure foam fusion system. Ding. Host has one chance to fuse the treasure foam fusion system. 2 system notifications rang out. Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. This was a new system. He immediately checked the Wei Zhentian's treasure foam fusion system. However, the results were out of his expectations. It turned out that not all treasures could be fused. It required 2 or more specific treasures. Most importantly, only treasures that were fixed in place could be fused. Ding. The Mystic God Armor and the Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak are fusing. Ding. Fusion. Hearing this, Xian checked again and realized that the result of the fusion was called the Flowing Light Armor. Even though the fusion was chosen by the system, the Flowing Light Armor combined the characteristics of the Mystic God Armor and the Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it also had a strong defense and could be invisible. Its effect was much better than the Mystic God Armor and the Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak. Haha, this is good stuff. Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately put on the Flowing Light Armor. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Old man, turn it into my merit points. After yelling in his heart, Xian used the Eye of Assassination again. Together with the Sword Celestial Avatar, they appeared behind the Scorching Sun sect leader. Bang! The Scorching Sun sect leader only felt the Sword Celestial Avatar's aura and immediately turned around to counterattack. However, at the moment he let the Sword Immortal clone attack, another attack came from another direction. Bang! The Immortal Slayer hit the Scorching Sun sect leader. How is that possible? The Scorching Sun sect leader. He sensed the Sword Celestial Avatar. He sensed the Sword Celestial Avatar. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Formation. Could kill Yes leader? Could it? That was could. Very quickly, the Scorching Sun sect master was killed by them. The merit token in his body was refined by Xian, increasing his merit points by 300,000. Could absorb could. Could absorbed was. Could. Was could. But all in all, Xian had encountered a huge opportunity this time. The Mystic God Battle Armor and the Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak merged with the Flowing Light Battle Armor. This greatly increased Xian's survivability. In addition, this Flowing Light Battle Armor was very deceptive when used in battle. Unless the opponent's perception was very strong, it would be very difficult to discover. Of course, this fusion was a reward for unlocking a new system. If Yixian wanted to fuse again, he would need 1 Devour point. Previously, he had fixed a total of 5 Dharma treasures: the soul-absorbing bell, the necromancer kettle, the portrait of 10,000 beasts, the mystic divine battle armor, and the flowing light invisibility cloak. The flowing light battle armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak had already fused, so there were only 3 magic treasures left. Amongst these 3 magic treasures, the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram could be fused, but since they weren't of use right now, Yixian didn't choose to consume the last Devour point. The mission is complete. Next, I'll return to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. I'll exchange these merit points and find something for Ribgu that can nurture a dragon fetus. It would be best if I could find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. That way, my strength will increase. Yixian thought to himself. He took the flying sword and flew back to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. However, when the Wolf King City was attacked and the Wolf King City's lord died in battle, the Wolf King City was already empty. As a result, Yixian was currently heading towards a city that was even larger than the Wolf King City. A few days later. Ding. Host has broken through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-breaking Ape God have broken through to 3rd grade Divine King. When Yixian was brought to the Purgatory, he had broken through to 7th grade Divine Spirit. After a few days of traveling, he finally broke through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. However, not to mention Divine Spirits, even Holy Rulers and Holy Lords were at the bottom of the list. Even if someone from the enemy camp brushed past Yixian, they would not attack Yixian. However, when Yixian arrived at his destination, he did not know that everyone knew about him. So many people are following me. Could it be that the news of me helping the Wolf Kingdom escape a few days ago has spread? Yixian was a little surprised and did not pay attention to it. Next, he was going to exchange all his merit points for good stuff before deciding what to do next. However, when he was halfway there, he was suddenly stopped by a group of city guards. This group of city guards was made up of at least 8th grade Great Saints. The leader was even a 9th grade Great Saint. He took out a sheepskin scroll and read it. His eyes lit up. It is indeed the target. Capture him. The leader nodded and said. What? Yixian was puzzled when he heard that. It was his first time here. Why did the city guards want to capture him? However, he was not to be trifled with. Since they wanted to harm him, he would not show mercy. If I want to find out why they want to capture me, I have to capture one person. Yixian's eyes flickered as he quickly flashed behind the leader. Then, he stabbed out with his sword and directly killed the leader. As for the rest, they were no match for him and were killed one after another. Then, Yixian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search their souls. What is going on? Why did the Unicorn Ancient Tribe issue a warrant for my arrest? Yixian did not know what was going on. The leader of the city guards was only following orders. If he wanted to find out what was going on, he would have to kill his way to the city lord mansion. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe hates internal strife the most. Now that I have resisted, even if I am not wanted, they will not tolerate me. Since that is the case, I will rebel. Yixian widened his eyes and charged toward the city lord mansion. News of the death of that group of city guards quickly spread. Hence, a large number of city guards were searching for Yixian. Yixian did not need to use the flowing light armor to avoid their pursuit. Instead, he killed everyone he saw. After killing 3 groups of city guards, Yixian finally arrived in front of the city lord mansion. He is the person wanted by the higher-ups. Capture him. The guards outside the city lord mansion immediately recognized Yixian. Seeing this, Yixian had no choice but to start a massacre again. Today is the day your city lord mansion will be destroyed. Yixian's eyes flashed as he went all out. Immortal slaying puppet. Immortal slashing arrow. Immortal slaying sword formation. Yixian and the sword immortal clone used their trump cards and attacked indiscriminately. A loud rumble sounded outside the city lord mansion. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the sage emperors inside. City lord, someone sent a message saying that they saw Yixian on the wanted poster. The city lord immediately rushed out when he heard this. The reward for this wanted mission was very high. It was passed down from his higher-ups. If he could capture Yi Xian alive, the reward would be enough for him to break through several times. However, Yi Xian was not so easy to capture. When Yi Xian sensed the auras of the Sage Emperors, he put on the flowing light armor and hid, leaving only the sword immortal clone. Soon, the Sage Emperors appeared. Leave no one alive. Kill. Killing intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Since he had already started, he might as well go all out. Since he had already made his move, he might as well make it big. Death warrant. Sword immortal descends. Eye of assassination. Single sword immortal ascension. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone used the single sword immortal ascension at the same time and attacked the city lord. The four Sage Emperors, including the city lord, quickly blocked the attack of the sword immortal clone. Unfortunately, they did not notice Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor. Puchi. With a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian's peerless swords pierced through the city lord's heart. What? The other three first-rank Saint Emperors were stunned. By the time they reacted, they could only see that the city lord's back was bright red and his vitality was quickly fading away. A second-rank Holy Emperor had fallen. If even he had died, then these three first-rank Holy Emperors would naturally not be able to stop Yi Xian. They were easily killed. The ridiculous thing is that even though they are all unicorn Zuyuyoists, they don't even have time to transform into their true forms before the battle is over. Black Horn, take the entire city for me. Yi Xian quickly released Black Horn and said. Since the unicorn ancient clan wanted to capture him, he naturally had to play a bigger game. At this moment, Yi Xian doesn't perform a soul search immediately. Instead, he starts to throw people with unicorn blood or Zuyuyoists into his devouring space one by one. Some people appeared in the devouring space without knowing what was going on. Soon, the city disappeared from the purgatory battlefield. Not many people managed to escape safely. Then, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to perform a soul search. Even the city lord doesn't know. Like the other cities, he only received an arrest warrant. However, this arrest warrant was issued directly from the Unicorn Ancient Clan. The reward is very generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He wasn't a member of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. It was just a coincidence that he was caught by that old man. Then, who wanted to capture him? At this point in time, there was only one person who had a grudge against him, and that was Xianxia. It must be that guy. He must have hooked up with the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian immediately understood. Apart from Xianxia, who else wanted to capture him? This guy didn't come himself. He must have started to cultivate in seclusion after hooking up with the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he thought about it. The Unicorn Ancient Clan was a colossus and would definitely give Xianxia a large amount of treasures. After all, the unicorn bloodline in Xianxia's body was much stronger than his. In any case, this was going to be difficult. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed a powerful aura. He turned his head and saw a fiery light coming from the horizon. So powerful. He's at least a third-rank Holy Emperor. Maybe even stronger. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly summoned Wei Zhentian, put on the flowing light battle armor, and hid himself. He disappeared? The fiery light quickly arrived above the ruins. It was a young man in red armor. He sensed for a moment but couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. He must have set up some kind of concealment array. Watch me force you out. The young man in red armor's eyes flashed and he transformed. As he transformed into the flaming unicorn body, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. The ground started to burn and turned into a sea of fire in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had put on the lightstream armor, didn't leave. This was because the young man in red armor was too fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Such high temperature. Even if I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, I feel like I'm going to faint. Yi Xian frowned. Don't forget, he was still wearing the lightstream armor. Sweat flowed out continuously and then quickly evaporated. The high temperature made Yi Xian feel dizzy and feverish. Sword Celestial Clone, lure him away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. The moment the sword celestial clone appeared, he immediately used the Eye of Assassination and flashed behind the young man in red armor. He finally appeared. The young man in red armor's eyes lit up. He turned around and grabbed the unparalleled sword. Then, he used his other hand to pinch the sword celestial clone. Teleport. The sword celestial clone flashed away and appeared in the horizon. Trying to escape? The young man in red armor quickly gave chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian also quietly left the Sea of Fire. After searching through his memories, Xian could deduce that the young man in red armor should be a unicorn soldier from the Unicorn Ancient tribe. The Unicorn army was made up of the elites of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. Only the experts of the 100 Battle Group from the 100 Battle Valley could compare to them. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone had attracted the attention of the other party, so Xian was able to escape. I didn't expect that even the Unicorn army would be mobilized. They really didn't give me a way out. In this case, I can only enter the 100 Battle Valley to survive. Xian thought to himself with a gloomy expression. This time, it was fortunate that he only encountered an elite of the Unicorn army. If Xianxia had sent out a high-level Sage Emperor, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being captured even with the Lightstream armor. However, just as the sword celestial clone lured the young man in red armor away. That's right, the higher-up said that the kid has an undying clone. Could it be this? The young man in red armor suddenly thought of this. While he was chasing the sword celestial clone, he had already tried to capture it, but had failed repeatedly. Damn it! The red-armored youth stopped in his tracks and quickly turned around to leave. Xian saw this through the eyes of the sword immortal avatar. He knew that the youth had come to his senses, so he quickly put away the peerless sword. However, the youth was very fast and caught up with him in a short while. However, Xian was wearing the flowing light armor, so the youth could not capture his whereabouts and could only wander around nearby. It's good that he can't find me. Once I reach the 100 Battle Valley, the threat will be much smaller. Xian thought to himself. A unicorn army expert entering the 100 Battle Valley would naturally attract the attention of the 100 Battle Valley experts. When the time came, he would be able to survive. However, things were not that easy. After the red-armored youth's fruitless search, he notified 2 other nearby unicorn army experts. The 3 of them searched for Xian together. It would be fine if it was only one person, but if the 3 of them searched together, Xian would be in a lot of danger. Something strange over there? At this time, the red-armored youth suddenly found something strange near the border and went to check it out. With a single glance, he found a clue. Sword Immortal descends. Sword Immortal Ascension. Xian did not hesitate and immediately used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the red-armored youth. Gotcha, the longsword stabbed the red-armored youth's armor but did not break it. This was the Unicorn Army's armor. How could Xian break it so easily? Seeing that the assassination failed, Xian quickly switched to the Peerless Sword and summoned the Sword Immortal avatar while his true body quickly retreated. Good boy, after searching for a few days, I finally found you. The red-armored youth's eyes widened. For the past few days, he had followed a trace of sacred power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find Xian. Now, he had finally shown himself. However, before he made a move, a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows appeared to conceal Xian's aura. How dare you show off your petty tricks in front of me? The red-armored youth shouted angrily and immediately transformed into his true form. Damn it, my luck is really bad. I'll be able to break through soon. Xian's face was gloomy. As long as he could break through, his battle prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he might even be able to fight this red-armored youth. However, the red-armored youth had now transformed into his true form, which was exactly what he wanted. After thinking quickly for a moment, Xian decided to fuse the forms of the artifacts. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to fuse the soul-absorbing bell with the myriad beasts diagram? Yes. Xian replied in his mind. He just so happened to have some devour points left, so he fused the 2 Dharma treasure forms together. Ding! Fusion of powers. When the system notification sounded, Xian immediately checked it. The fusion of the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram was called the Beast God Clock. The Beast God Clock had all the abilities of the soul-sucking bell, and it increased the suppression power of the myriad beasts diagram by 10% to 80%. In addition, it can also increase the chances of controlling Zuyuyoists, holy beasts, and the like who have transformed into their true forms. Not only that, but it can also increase the fighting strength of Yi Xian's own creatures. It really has a lot of effects. Beast God Clock, appear. Yi Xian immediately transformed Megatron into his newest magic treasure. A quaint myriad beasts clock appeared in the air, suppressing the red-armored youth's flaming unicorn to 80% of its fighting strength in an instant. All of a sudden, a faint sound of a clock rang out, falling into the ears of the flaming unicorn. A soul attack? The red-armored youth was shocked. His strength had been reduced for some reason, otherwise, this kind of attack would not have been able to hurt him. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was distracted, Yi Xian quickly joined forces with the Sword Immortal clone and launched the Immortal Slaughtering Breath Slash. Swish! Swish! 2 Immortal Slaughtering Breath Slashes pierced through the air and landed on the flaming unicorn, immediately splitting it into 3 parts. Insta-kill. Don't forget, Yi Xian's Immortal Unicorn bloodline and Divine Beast Trainer bloodline, as well as his title, increased his damage to beasts by several times. However, this was also out of Yi Xian's expectations, because he felt that the red-armored youth would not be so easy to deal with. At once, Yi Xian quickly put away the corpse. However, the commotion attracted the attention of the other 2 elites from the Qilin army. Not good, the 2 of them are coming. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Although he had the Beast God Clock, if the 2 of them did not transform into their true forms, he would not be able to fight them. Coincidentally, a good magic treasure appeared in today's magic treasure selection with Megatron. This magic treasure was called the Mask of Truth and Illusion. It had appeared before, but at that time, it was useless against Yi Xian, so he ignored it. This Mask of Truth and Illusion could allow Yi Xian to transform into the red-armored youth, and even increase his cultivation level to the same level as the red-armored youth, as well as his aura. However, it was only a high level of disguise. If Yi Xian were to attack, he would be exposed immediately. Moreover, the Mask of Truth and Illusion needed the corpse of the person whose appearance was disguised. As long as 60% of the corpse was absorbed, the disguise could begin. The higher the amount, the more similar it would be. Yi Xian quickly asked Megatron to search the youth's soul, then used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to absorb the red-armored youth's corpse. Then, Yi Xian transformed into the red-armored youth. Whether it was his face, figure, cultivation level, or aura, they were all identical. After all, the corpse was not damaged, only cut into 3 parts, so the absorption rate was close to 100%. Huaqing, what's the situation here? After a while, the other red-armored youth rushed over and asked Yi Xian. It's nothing. It's just a holy beast that doesn't have eyes. Let's continue searching. Yi Xian shook his head and said. Alright, let us know immediately if you find anything. The other person said as he turned around and muttered, this is strange. We've been chasing after that person's saint power. Why can't we find anything? Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting him this time, and the magic treasure, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, appeared. However, Yi Xian no longer had any absorption points, so he could not fix the Mask of Truth and Illusion. By tomorrow, the forms of Megatron's magic treasures would be refreshed, except for a few that were fixed. The Mask of Truth and Illusion would be the same. Of course, after tomorrow, as long as Megatron did not transform into anything else, the Mask of Truth and Illusion would remain. This Mask of Truth and Illusion is only a high-level disguise. If I attack, I'll be exposed immediately, so it's best if I don't come into contact with these 2 people. Yi Xian thought to himself, then moved quickly. This time, he wanted to enter the Valley of 100 Battles and separate from these 2 people. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Kill Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui. Reward, Mask of the True and False Mask. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. 5201314926. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui were the other 2 people who were hunting him down. As long as I kill the other two, the mask of the true and false mask can be fixed. This is great. Xian quickly thought for a moment and made a decision. However, this random quest would be completed tomorrow. Xian had already used Sword Deity's Descent and Single Sword Ascension today. However, in a few hours, they would be refreshed and he would have a breakthrough. At that time, it would be the death of these two people. Time passed quietly. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently in 9th grade Sacred Spirit. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 4th grade Sacred King. The system notification sounded again. Now, Xian had the strength to kill the two people. Even if they did not transform into their original forms, he would still kill them. If they transformed into their original forms, it would be like setting fire to them. Xianxia, come quickly. I found him. Xian immediately sent a message to the other person. After the other person received the message, he quickly rushed to him. After a while, Xianxia rushed over and saw Xian holding the Sword Deity's clone. Haha, not bad. This time, we have done a great job. There is hope for a promotion. Xianxia laughed loudly. When Xian sent him a message, he did not tell Lu Fu. The reason was that he did not have the ability to capture the target alone. Therefore, Xianxia did not suspect anything and came alone. However, just as Xianxia was laughing and letting down his guard. I have assassination. Xian and the Sword Deity's clone suddenly attacked together and flashed behind each other. Sword Deity's Descent. Single Sword Ascension. Gotcha. Last time, Xian used Single Sword Ascension but could not break through the red battle armor. This time, his level increased and he successfully broke through the armor and pierced through Xianxia's heart. As for the Sword Deity's unparalleled sword, it pierced through Xianxia's head. Die. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. When the system notification sounded out, Xian quickly put away Xianxia's corpse. Now, there was only one left. Next, Xian used the same method to send a sound transmission to Lu Ju. Not long after, Lu Fu also arrived, and then Xian directly made his move. But this time, Deity's Single Sword Deity's sword. Amidst two crisp sounds, Lu Fu, who had just arrived, was directly sent flying by the two swords of Xian and the sword immortal puppet. Huaqing, what are you doing? Lu Ju was shocked, but in the next moment, he saw Huaqing's face begin to change. God. Him. Tisk, it's too late. Xian's eyes flashed. He put on the flowing light armor and charged at Lu Fu. You're courting death. Lu Fu reacted and turned into his original form. However, at this moment, Xian's figure appeared once again. This was because the flowing light battle armor had changed once again, turning into a gigantic beast god Bell. Lu Fu's original form was an ice unicorn. However, after being affected by the beast god Bell, his combat power dropped by 80%. Therefore, he was easily killed by Xian. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. By the time the system notification rang out, the mask of truth and illusion had already been fixed. From now on, Xian could use it at any time. It's finally over. Xian sighed and put away Lu Fu's body. With the real mask, he did not have to worry about being wanted. However, if Xianxia came personally, he would be found no matter how well he hid. Therefore, he could not stay in the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's territory for long. Under such circumstances, the Battle Valley would be safer. Xian stepped on Wei Zhentian's flying sword and stepped into the Battle Valley's territory. However, just as he stepped into the Battle Valley's territory, several communication tokens in the Devouring space lit up. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex under Atlas Peak? Xian raised his eyebrows. Atlas Peak was one of the forces under the Battle Valley. A Unicorn Army team had gone to destroy it. During the battle, the Unicorn Army team accidentally released the seal and released a Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, the Unicorn Army team was fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, they were not strong enough and asked for backup. This communication token can only be seen by those in the vicinity. That means that the towering sky peak is nearby. Xian thought to himself. He quickly checked the map and found that it was not far from here. It would take at least half a day. However, this was based on the flying sword speed. If he used the flowing light armor, it would be much slower. Don't forget that he was in the Battle Valley. If he did not wear the flowing light armor, it would be a tragedy if he encountered a high-level Holy Emperor. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is a high-grade heavenly dragon bloodline. Xian narrowed his eyes. He had obtained so many treasures before and had nurtured Ribgu's dragon fetus to its limit. He only needed to find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. However, there were not many suitable dragon corpses. After all, Xian did not want those with low-grade bloodlines. If he wanted to find one, he would find a high-grade one. When the time came, Ribgu would mutate and become very powerful after being revived. I want this Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse. Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped on his flying sword and began his journey. Fortunately, this area was not high-grade. Xian only met a third-rank Holy Emperor along the way. He had already killed 3 elites from the Unicorn Army, let alone these ordinary third-rank Holy Emperors. Half a day later, he finally arrived at the towering sky peak. Another brother is here. Before Xian could get close, someone came up to him. It was a 4th-rank Holy Emperor from the Unicorn Army elite. Xian did not recognize this person even though he had searched through the memories of the 3 people. After all, there were so many people in the Unicorn Army. He did not necessarily know all of them. Brother, I am Wing Ming, a commander in the Unicorn Army. I was the one who sent the message, said the 4th-rank Holy Emperor. Huaqing greets the Lord Commander. Xian hurriedly cupped his fist. Before arriving, Xian had already used Wei Zhentian to disguise himself. Therefore, Xian was now Huaqing. Now, we have 2 4th-rank Holy Emperors, including me, and 7 3rd-rank Holy Emperors. Including you, that makes 8. As for that Tyrannosaurus Rex, although it has been sealed for so long, it is still a 5th-rank Holy Emperor. If we can take it down this time, we will definitely reward you, said Wing Ming. Alright, you go and rest first. As long as a few more people come, we'll take action. Wing Ming said. 5201314926 inch yes. Xian responded and walked to the side. He did not want to have too much contact with the others. After all, he was afraid that if he met someone he knew, he would be exposed. Then, he waited. In the next half a day, 2 more 3rd-rank Holy Emperors and a 4th-rank Holy Emperor came. As a result, there were 3 4th-rank Holy Emperors and 10 3rd-rank Holy Emperors. The Unicorn Army only accepted elites. This group of people was enough to fight against several 5th-rank Holy Emperors. However, this Tyrannosaurus was not like other holy beasts. It had a high-grade bloodline, so it was better to be safe. Wang Ming looked around and said, everyone, almost everyone is here. Let's get ready to take action in case the 100 battle team comes. Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered. Then, they rubbed their fists and got ready. That Tyrannosaurus is actually not completely out of the seal, so try not to attack the formation to prevent it from escaping. Wang Ming reminded them. They were not fools, so they all expressed that they understood. Then, they rushed toward the towering sky peak. The Tyrannosaurus was under the towering sky peak. Only half of its body was exposed, and it was roaring continuously. While waiting for the others, Xian also sneaked a glance. It was a black Tyrannosaurus covered in tough dragon scales. The Tyrannosaurus was known for its physique, but its defense was even stronger. That was why Wang Ming called so many people over. If possible, he hoped that more people would come. However, after they destroyed the towering sky peak, the 100 Battle Valley would definitely know about it, so they had to deal with this Tyrannosaurus before the experts of the 100 Battle Valley arrived. This Tyrannosaurus's defense is extremely strong. Act according to the plan. Wang Ming shouted and transformed into his original form. The other 2 4th-rank Holy Emperors did the same. The 3 of them were Flame Unicorn. As for the other 9 3rd-rank Saint Emperors, there were Flame Unicorn, Ice Unicorn, Thunder Unicorn, and other bloodlines. Wang Ming's plan was to have the ice unicorn and the fire unicorn work together to melt the Tyrannosaurus's scales and damage it. As for the others, they did not need to transform into their true forms because there was no need to do so. Furthermore, some of them only had the unicorn bloodline. After the battle began, Xian deliberately took a detour to a secluded area to attack. Although he had the immortal unicorn bloodline in his body, he was not the real deal. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Tyrannosaurus. No one cared about Xian. Although the beast god clock is useful, but if I take it out now, it won't only suppress this Tyrannosaurus, but also others. Xian thought to himself. Therefore, he decided to save this trump card for later use. As long as the Tyrannosaurus died, the beast god clock would immediately appear and suppress others. As for Xian, he would collect the Tyrannosaurus's corpse and escape. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus's lower body was still sealed. Therefore, it could only roar and spit dragon breath at others from time to time. Previously, Wang Ming had led his men to fight against the Tyrannosaurus. However, they did not have enough people and could not break through its defense. Now, they had more people and stronger attacks. Killing the Tyrannosaurus was only a matter of time. Of course, this was under the condition that the enemy had not arrived. Xian prayed in his heart, hoping that no one would come. After all, he was in other people's territory. Huff, huff, huff. Boom. The sound was deafening. In fact, many people heard the sound, but they knew that the towering sky peak was destroyed. Therefore, they did not dare to come over. The unicorn army's experts attacked together, continuously burning the Tyrannosaurus's tough dragon scales. Soon, there was an effect. Under the combination of ice and fire, the Tyrannosaurus's scales became very brittle and were shattered. Once the dragon scales were shattered, the Tyrannosaurus's body would be injured. I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the imperial beast envoy bloodline in me. Also, I have that title. My attacks are not weak against beasts. My attacks are no weaker than those three. Xian attacked while sizing up the others. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. When the time came, it would be easier to deal with them. The longsword in his hand was a one-hit kill. Perhaps when he attacked the Tyrannosaurus, he would suddenly trigger the one-hit kill effect. If that was the case, it would save a lot of time. However, there was a large gap between him and the Tyrannosaurus. If he did not use the single sword Immortal Ascension, the chances of triggering it were pitifully low. However, the single sword Immortal Ascension could only be triggered once. Now that he was attacking continuously, he might actually be able to trigger it. Roar. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus's mouth suddenly turned and moved toward Xian. F***ck. Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Then, a black dragon's breath erupted. Even Xian, who was wearing the Lightstream armor, did not dare to take that attack head-on. Even if that attack had landed on Wang Ming's body, it might have killed him. That aura could only be described as terrifying. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus began to weaken. Black blood kept flowing out of its body, and it let out a miserable cry. Brothers, work harder. As long as we kill it, a lot of merit points will be waiting for us. Wang Ming shouted loudly. If this Tyrannosaurus's body was brought back, they could exchange it for a lot of merit points. Of course, it would be better if they could capture it alive. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only bring back the corpse. After a while, the Tyrannosaurus was on the verge of death. A few more rounds of attacks and it would die. However, at this moment. Ding! Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Xian was stunned when he heard the notification. What a stroke of luck! He did not do anything, but he actually triggered a one-hit kill. What a steal, because he was the only one who heard the system notification, and the others did not. The group did not know that the Tyrannosaurus was already dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian quickly used flash to get closer, and then put the Tyrannosaurus's body away. Although this group of people was called over by Wang Ming, they were actually serving Xian. They let Xian benefit for nothing. What? Where's the Tyrannosaurus? Who took the Tyrannosaurus's body away? What's going on? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression one after another. Since Wang Ming did not take it himself, he naturally looked at the other two fourth-rank holy emperors. Bastard, how dare you take the dragon corpse under my nose? Do you want to keep it for yourself? Wang Ming shouted angrily. When the man in black armor heard this, he could not help but turn to look at the third person. After all, he did not take it himself. If Wang Ming did not take it either, then there was only one other person. Why are you looking at me? I'm not taking it either. The third blazing unicorn also shook his head. If that's the case, why don't we exchange rings? Wang Ming suggested. If they wanted to check the rings, they would have to transform into their human forms. It would be more convenient that way. However, Yi Xian would not allow this to happen. Beast God Bell, suppress. The flowing light armor on Yi Xian transformed into a huge bell and fell down. In an instant, all the unicorn experts who transformed into their true forms had their strength reduced by 80%. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Xian summoned his sword immortal clone. I have assassination. The two of them flashed behind the two blazing unicorns and slashed with their swords. Rip! Rip! Two crisp sounds rang out. The two fourth-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn were directly cut in half. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Ming was left. What? Wang Ming watched as the two halves of their bodies disappeared. Before he could sort out his thoughts, he felt a chill on his back. A slaying immortal breath slash had cut his body in half as well. Not only that, there was another third-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 unicorns who had transformed into their true forms had died, including 3 fourth-rank Holy Emperors. That left 2 unicorns and 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines. However, the last 2 unicorn did not expect to recover their strength by transforming into their human forms. As such, Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked again and killed the 2 of them. The corpses all disappeared. There's a traitor. The remaining 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines reacted. Follow the plan, go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately attacked. Because he had come here on a flying sword, his cultivation level was the same as when he had killed Hu Qing. Facing 3 third-rank Holy Emperors, they could only work together. Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor, held back one while the sword immortal avatar held back another. As for the remaining one, it was held back by Old Tree, Black Horn, and Heaven Breaker. Because Luolua's realm was lower than Black Cove's, her combat power was insufficient, so Yi Xian did not release her. As for the plan Yi Xian mentioned, it was to temporarily stall one of them. If there was an opportunity, they would use Assassin's Eyes to focus their attacks on one of them. As long as they could reduce the enemy's numbers, it would be much simpler. Rumble. Immediately, a great battle broke out in the sky. I remember now, it's the person on the wanted poster. At this time, one of them remembered. After his reminder, the other 2 did the same. However, so what if he knew? I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and immediately gave Old Tree an order. Unicorn Sky-Burning Flame. Old Tree opened his mouth and spat out his strongest attack at that person. Boom. This person was pincered by Heaven Breaker and Black Horn and could not dodge, so he could only hold on. Fortunately, Old Tree's attack was much weaker than Yi Xian's one-sword flying immortal. It only cracked Unicorn's armor. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Assassin's Eyes. Assassin's Eyes. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar appeared at the same time. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Crack. This attack was much stronger than Old Tree's unicorn Sky-Burning Flame. It directly broke the person's unicorn armor and severely injured him. Oh no. The other 2's expressions changed drastically. Yi Xian and the other's strength was beyond their imagination. If this person died, then they would probably be defeated one by Yi Xian. They had to protect this person. Black Demon Claw. The black-horned dragon claw grabbed the person with the cheap mouth in its hand. His expression changed drastically as he smelled the scent of death. Heavily injured, he was afraid that he would not be able to break free from Black Horn's claw immediately. Then, what awaited him was the second round of immortal slaying breath slash from Xian and the sword immortal avatar. No, I can't die. This person opened his eyes wide. He did not want to die like this, but the other two did not seem to be able to help. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two ear-piercing sounds rang out. A swift and fierce sword light directly shattered the immortal slaughtering breath slash. As for the other sword ray, it flashed before everyone's eyes and split Blackhorn's body in half. After seeing this, Xian did not look to see who did it. He was stunned. Blackhorn's body had been split in half. Ding! Host's contracted beast Blackhorn is dead. A system notification rang in Xian's mind. Blackhorn was dead? How could it be? Xian was stunned on the spot. The system would not lie to him. If it said that Blackhorn was dead, then he was really dead. Although Blackhorn had signed a master-servant contract with him, he was not a treasure. If he died, there was no way to revive him. Damn, Xian turned his head angrily and saw a middle-aged man in red armor standing in the air. His aura was far more powerful than Wang Ming's. He was at least a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, or even a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. *CK your ancestors. Xian was a little blinded by anger. He immediately ordered everyone to attack this person. However, he could not move in the next moment. This person was not a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, nor a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. He was a 7th-rank Holy Emperor. This is the person that our superiors wanted us to capture? The middle-aged man in red armor squinted his eyes. It seemed that he was in luck this time. At this moment, Xian's face was gloomy because he felt that things were not going well. He could not use the time reversal skill now. If he was caught in front of Xianxia, he would be dead meat. However, did he have any other way to escape? TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you guys fighting among yourselves? At this moment, a sudden laughter rang in the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the air. This person's aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man in red armor. An elite from 100 Battles Valley. After seeing him, Xian felt that there was a chance for him to turn things around this time. 100 Battles Valley and Unicorn Ancient Tribe were enemies. Now that the elites from both sides met, a battle was inevitable. Then, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape, however, at this moment. Whoosh, the middle-aged man in red armor suddenly shot out a ray of cold light into Xian's body. Then, Xian's saint power was sealed. You guys, take him back. Go. The middle-aged man in red armor immediately said. He felt that the person in front of him was not a simple person. Yes, my lord. The other three nodded and quickly left with Xian. As for the old tree and the others, Xian put them away. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 100 Battles Valley expert glanced at the backs of Xian and the others and revealed a thoughtful look. Whoosh, the red-armored middle-aged man took the opportunity to attack first. There was no need for words when people from opposing camps met. Immediately, an intense battle unfolded. At this time, Xian, who was under the control of the three people, was forcibly taken away. He heard the sounds of battle behind him and gritted his teeth. Unicorn Ancient Tribe, I will destroy your entire clan. Xian swore in his heart. Fortunately, Blackhorn's body was also put away by him through the air. However, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. His saint power was sealed by the red-armored middle-aged man, so it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wore the Lightstream armor. Old Tree, Padian, and the Sword Celestial Avatar can still be deployed. As long as I make another breakthrough, the Sword Celestial Avatar alone will be able to deal with these three. I need some time. Xian thought in his heart. Now, he only hoped that he would not encounter any more experts from the 100 Battles Valley on the way. If these three people were no match for them, he would be dead. However, after the three people had led him for more than half a day, something happened. That's right. Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of something. He had put away the Tyrannosaurus body. He had not tried to revive Ribgu. However, what surprised him was that the Tyrannosaurus body only had a 10% compatibility with Ribgu's dragon fetus. That was so low. That's right. The Tyrannosaurus is a sky dragon, and Ribgu is a giant dragon. They are not of the same species. Xian shook his head helplessly. However, in the next moment, he thought of something else. He had put away Blackhorn's body. Then, could Ribgu use Blackhorn's body to revive? Let's give it a try. Xian immediately put Blackhorn's body and the dragon fetus together. Ding. Compatibility is 99.9%. Do you want to fuse them? The system prompted. The compatibility level had to reach 60% before it could be revived. The higher the compatibility level, the higher the success rate. Unexpectedly, Blackhorn's physique, which allowed him to devour black dragons, was very suitable. The resurrection ceremony was very slow, but fortunately, there was the devouring space. Under this many times faster flow, the dragon fetus finally merged with Blackhorn's body. After the fusion, the two halves of Blackhorn's body merged into one, as if he had never been injured. Ding. Resurrection successful. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Ding. Devouring black dragon leveled up. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Ribs was finally resurrected. The evolved rib bones was called the Devouring Black Scale Dragon, which was even more powerful than the Devouring Black Dragon. However, Ribs had yet to sign a contract with Xian. Ribs, do you still remember me? Xian immediately projected himself into the devouring space and asked. Roar. Ribs raised his head and roared. How could it not recognize Xian? Very well, now that I'm being held hostage by 3 people, can you help me kill them? Xian asked again. Roar. Ribs roared again, apparently agreeing to it. When Blackhorn died, he was a 9th level Holy King. Now that Ribs had used his body to resurrect, although he had leveled up, he was still a 9th level Holy King. However, at that time, Blackhorn could join forces with Old Tree to deal with a unicorn soldier who was a 3rd level Holy Emperor. Now that Ribs had leveled up after his resurrection, it should not be a problem to kill 3 people, right? Alright, I'll let you out now. Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately let Ribs out. As soon as Ribs appeared, the 3 unicorn soldiers sensed it, but when they reacted, they saw Ribs open his mouth. Devour. In the next moment, the 3 were directly swallowed into Ribs' stomach. Because Blackhorn and Xian had signed a master-servant contract, Ribs would still appear in the planting space after swallowing people. Great, this is great. Xian was overjoyed. After leveling up, Ribs was indeed awesome, swallowing 3 people in seconds. Now that the 3 were swallowed, he was also reborn, but he still could not use his holy power. At that moment, Xian checked the characteristics of Ribs after his resurrection. Now, Ribs had been refined into Xian's treasure. Its original form was a devouring dragon scale, but without the previous skills, it could not merge with Xian, but fortunately, it could be resurrected. Ribs, you carried Blackhorn's will and resurrected, so from now on, you are Blackhorn, follow me to take revenge. Xian said slowly to Ribs. Roar. Ribs also knew the ins and outs, so he agreed to change his name to Blackhorn. From now on, he was Blackhorn. Alright, let's take revenge. Xian said coldly as he looked at the scarlet word kill in the sky. Before he was taken away, he had already issued a death hunt order to the middle-aged man in red armor. That man killed Blackhorn, so how could he not take revenge? Because Blackhorn was a 9th level Holy King before, he was still a 9th level Holy King. This would not change until Xian reached 6th level Holy King. After Blackhorn, who was a 9th level Holy King, was strengthened by Xian's bloodline, still afraid of the middle-aged man in red armor. Moreover, Xian's realm was sealed by that man, so he could not use his holy power, so he had to capture that man to remove the seal. At that moment, the 9th level Holy King Ribs, who was also Blackhorn, led Xian to the target of the death hunt order. After his advancement, Blackhorn was very fast, and anyone who met him on the way was directly swallowed into the devouring space. Xian, who was taken away by force for half a day, only spent half an hour to get close to the target of the death hunt order. Suffer my wrath. Xian opened his eyes wide, and immediately ordered Blackhorn to attack. In an instant, Black Horn turned into a black stream of light and attacked the target. What? At that moment, the middle-aged man in red armor had just sensed Black Horn's presence, and by the time he reacted, Black Horn had already rushed in front of him. Boom! Black Horn swept out its claws, and the middle-aged man in red armor defended with all his might, but he was sent flying. He felt that Black Horn was a little familiar, and so was its aura. However, he would never have thought that this giant black dragon was the one he had killed earlier. Although it is only a 9th-level Holy King, it is very powerful. Where did it come from? The middle-aged man in red armor secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly transformed into his original form. He had won the battle just now, but he was seriously injured because of it, so he found a place to recover. But he did not expect that someone could find him. Beast God Bell, suppress him. Wei Zhentian transformed into a huge golden bell and fell down. The red-armored middle-aged man's strength was instantly reduced by 80%. Then, Black Horn opened his mouth and devoured the red-armored middle-aged man. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be Black Horn's match. Now that he was seriously injured and his strength was reduced by 80%, it was naturally impossible for him to resist Black Horn's powerful devouring. In the blink of an eye, the red-armored middle-aged man who had transformed into a unicorn was devoured and brought into the devouring space. In the devouring space, Xian would be the one to decide whether he lived or died. Now that he was seriously injured, he might not even be able to transform into a human and could only maintain his original form. Wei Zhentian, I'll give you 3 seconds to control him. Xian ordered again. 3 seconds in the outside world was equivalent to half a month in the devouring space. During this half a month, Wei Zhentian had been using the Beast God Bell non-stop. How could he not control the red-armored middle-aged man? The Beast God Bell could control people. If the red-armored middle-aged man was a beast or a zooist, it would be strengthened. Soon, the red-armored middle-aged man was controlled by Xian. Then, Xian released the red-armored middle-aged man and removed the seal on his body. You killed Black Horn. Your crime is punishable by death. But you're still useful to us, so we won't kill you for now. Xian said slowly. The red-armored middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Although he was injured, he had more or less recovered after staying in the devouring space for a while. As long as he joined forces with Black Horn, he could kill an ordinary 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Half of the revenge had been avenged, but the other half was still unfinished. If he was not wanted by the Unicorn Ancient Clan, how could Xian be hunted down? How could Black Horn die? Xianxia must die. The Unicorn Ancient Clan that helped Xianxia must be destroyed. Black Horn, I order you to enter the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. No matter who you see, devour them. Xian said to Black Horn. Roar. Black Horn roared. After that, Xian hid inside Black Horn's body, and the latter led the way. Other than Black Cove's ability to devour people, he could also hide people in his internal space. With him leading Xian's chances of survival were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, Xian had returned to the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Xian, who was hiding in Black Horn's body, watched as Black Horn wandered around, swallowing cities into its devouring space. 4th-rank Holy Emperors, 5th-rank Holy Emperors, they were devoured one after another. Even 6th-rank Holy Emperors could not escape the fate of being devoured. Within a few days, all the cities near the borders of the Unicorn Ancient Clan were reduced to ruins. No one managed to escape. For small cities, Black Coves only needed to swallow them once. For large cities, they only needed to swallow them a few times. His actions finally attracted the attention of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. At this time, Xian had already broken through to the 1st-rank Holy King realm. However, Black Horn was now a 9th-rank Holy King. Unless Xian broke through to the 6th-rank Holy King realm, Black Horn would not be able to break through this shackle. In the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Clan leader, this is bad. A black dragon is wreaking havoc in our territory. He has already destroyed countless cities and killed a few generals. An expert of the ancient Qilin clan hurriedly reported to a red-haired elder. How could there be such a thing? The Unicorn Ancient Clan leader narrowed his eyes and said, Let Tian Tong deal with him. Yes. Tian Tong was the #1 genius in the Unicorn Army. Although he was only a 7th rank Holy Emperor, he was more powerful than an average 8th rank Holy Emperor. It should not be a problem to send him to deal with a black dragon who was causing trouble. Young Master is now a 5th rank Holy Emperor, but his strength is comparable to mine. If he is allowed to break through again, he might be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient Clan to escape from this damned place. The Unicorn Ancient Clan leader thought to himself. In fact, he had just met the young master that Tian Tong was talking about. However, the young master's aptitude had surpassed everyone in the Unicorn Ancient Clan. In such a short period of time, he had broken through from a low-level great saint to a holy emperor. After a period of time, he would definitely be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient Clan to escape. If Yi Xian saw this young master, he would definitely recognize that this young master was the dual bloodline possessor, Xianxia. Soon, the Unicorn Ancient Clan's #1 genius, Tian Tong, was on the move. In a few days, he found that reckless black dragon. Spirit impacting strike. Tian Tong took out his longbow treasure and shot an arrow from afar. Swish, the green arrow pierced through the air and instantly shot into the black dragon's head. However, what was surprising was that this arrow of his actually only shattered the other party's dragon scales. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, the other party's injuries were healed. How is this possible? My arrow is enough to kill an 8th rank Holy Emperor, but it can't even kill a 9th rank Holy King Black Dragon. Tian Tong was shocked. He was starting to doubt his own strength. The black dragon that he had his eyes on was naturally Black Horn. At this moment, Black Horn turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. That arrow came from that direction, but I don't see anyone? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused. However, from the attack power of the arrow, the other party was at least an 8th rank Holy Emperor. Black Horn immediately flew in the direction of the arrow, but he still didn't find anyone. Swish, right at this moment, another arrow flew over. PFFF, the arrow shattered Black Horn's devouring dragon scales, but it didn't cause much damage to him. After leveling up, the devouring black scale dragon scales also had the devouring effect. When the arrow hit the scales, a large amount of attack power was devoured. If not for that, Black Horn's head would have been pierced through. Who was the one who shot the arrow? Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, Padian, go and see. Yi Xian snorted and summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. Then, he summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and spread them around. As long as he found the person who shot the arrow, the Sword Celestial Clone could use the death hunting order to mark him. When that time came, Black Horn would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. The one who shot the arrow was the #1 genius of the Unicorn Army, Tian Tong. He had the Heavenly Eye Unicorn bloodline, which gave him super strong vision. However, with the Sword Celestial Clone attacking, he couldn't hide and was quickly found. Finally found you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly got the Sword Celestial Clone to mark him with the death hunting order. Then, he charged over. Slaughter mode. The Sword Celestial Clone went all out and charged to the back of the black dragon. Clang, unfortunately, although the Sword Celestial Clone was already a 5th rank Holy King, he still couldn't break through the black dragon's unicorn armor. This unicorn armor would change according to the realm of the unicorn experts. Tian Tong was a 7th rank Holy Emperor. How could the Sword Celestial Clone break through his defense? Du Fei, Yin Jian, you guys go too. Yi Xian sent out 2 more people. Du Fei was the red-armored middle-aged man who killed Black Horn, while Yin Jian was a 7th grade Holy Emperor who walked right into the trap when Black Horn was trying to cause trouble. With 2 7th grade Holy Emperors and Black Horn, they should have the ability to take down the guy who shot the arrow. Humph, 2 traitors, I'll kill you first. Tian Tong snorted and shot an arrow at Du Fei. However, the Sword Immortal Clone was the first to appear in front of him and use his body to block the arrow. Get out of my way. Tian Tong threw out a slap, preparing to send the Sword Immortal Clone flying. However, the Sword Immortal Clone flashed behind him again. The Sword Immortal Clone in an invincible state was like an unkillable cockroach. It would be very troublesome to be entangled with him. With the Sword Immortal Clone entangling him, Du Fei, Yin Jian, and Black Horn hurried over. Tian Tong's attack power was very strong. He almost never failed when he was sent out on a mission. However, he was good at long-range attacks. If someone got close to him, he would be a little powerless. You want to get close to me with just you? At this time, Tian Tong's glabella suddenly opened and a white beam of light shot out. Coincidentally, the Sword Immortal clone flashed in front of him again and blocked the white beam of light with his body. Then, it slammed into Black Horn. Is this guy Ultraman? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was ferocious, it was fortunate that Black Horn had the Sword Immortal avatar in hand. He used the Sword Immortal avatar as a shield, completely blocking this move. Bastard, what kind of puppet is that? It can actually block my Heaven Eye strike. Tian Tong could not help but be shocked. This move consumed a lot of energy and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Therefore, he immediately stopped and raised his hand to attack. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air. This time, Tian Tong aimed at Du Fei. If the Sword Immortal clone blocked it, he would use the Heaven Eye strike to attack Black Horn again. He did not believe that the other party could split into two. Too naive. Black Horn, teach him a lesson. Yi Xian snorted. The next moment, Black Horn opened his big mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath. Devouring dragon roar, boom, the black and white light beams collided, but in the next moment, the white light beam was immediately engulfed by the black light beam. What a joke! All of Black Horn's attacks now contained the power of Devouring. When the Devouring dragon's roar hit the God's Eye strike, it was instantly devoured. What? Tian Tong's eyes widened as he watched the pillar of light in front of him rapidly expand before swallowing him whole. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. With just one move, the #1 prodigy of the Unicorn Army was killed. Black Coast's current strength was unparalleled. However, the Devouring Dragon's roar could only be used once a day. Moreover, it was not easy to control. For example, the Heaven Child's body and Unicorn's armor had all been devoured, leaving nothing behind, including his Ring of Cosmos. This guy is the #1 genius of the Unicorn Army. He has the Heaven Eye Unicorn bloodline in his body. But he's not a Zooist, so it's useless to keep him alive. It's better to kill him. That was what Yi Xian thought after the Heaven Child's death. Since he's not a Zooist, he can't transform into his true form. Since he can't transform into his true form, Yi Xian can't use the Beast God Clock to control him. Although the Beast God Clock can control ordinary people, Yi Xian can't break through the opponent's defense without suppressing 80% of his strength. So he can only kill him. However, since the #1 genius of the Unicorn Army has been dispatched, the Unicorn Ancient Clan has probably started to pay attention to him. This time, they sent a 7th stage Holy Emperor. Next time, they may send an 8th stage Holy Emperor or even the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Facing such an existence, Yi Xian doesn't have the strength to fight him for the time being. After all, Black Horn can't increase his realm now. He still needs a month to grow. So Yi Xian decided to retreat to the 100 Battles Valley for the time being. At the same time, in the Unicorn Ancient Clan, Tian Tong's Jade Tablet of Life is broken. There was a huge uproar in the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Tian Tong has been through countless missions and completed them every time. However, he died this time, which surprised them. Tian Tong was the super genius in the Unicorn Ancient Clan who had the highest chance of breaking through the shackles of a Holy Emperor and becoming a Holy Venerable. Unfortunately, he died just like that. Inform the 3 generals. They must kill the target. Just like that, the 3 strongest 8th stage Holy Emperors of the Unicorn Ancient Clan were dispatched. At the same time, Yi Xian has already turned around and retreated to the 100 Battles Valley. Once Tian Tong dies, the Unicorn Ancient Clan will definitely know. If Xianxia comes with experts, he will be dead meat. It's better to leave first. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of the 100 Battles Valley again and continued to go deeper. For him, the deeper he goes into the 100 Battles Valley, the safer he is. To the experts of the 100 Battles Valley, Black Horn, a 9th stage Holy King, was not worth mentioning. If the people of the Unicorn Ancient Clan came after him, the experts of the 100 Battles Valley would naturally be distracted by them and fight. At that time, if both of them were to suffer heavy losses, then Yi Xian would be the one to take advantage of them. After a few days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the center of the 100 Battles Valley. The people wandering around here were mostly mid-level holy emperors. Next, Yi Xian just had to wait. As long as his cultivation level increased, the Unicorn Ancient clan would be nothing. At the moment, he was already a 3rd stage holy king. However, this strength was useless because Black Horn was still a 9th stage holy king. Therefore, he had to continue his seclusion. However, at this moment, "Kid, I finally found you." Suddenly, a familiar voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw 4 figures flying over from the horizon. 3 of them had stronger auras than Tian Tong, and the last one was someone he was very familiar with, Xianxia. F***ck, Xianxia finally can't help but send out his avatar and bring experts here? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed that this time, he was in trouble. Fortunately, during the journey, a very good treasure had appeared in Wei Zhentian's treasure selection. This time, he might be able to use it. This treasure was called the demonic dragon's heart. It was specially made for dragons. As long as it was placed in Blackhorn's body, it could greatly increase Blackhorn's defense, attack, and recovery. Simply put, it would increase Blackhorn's combat power in all aspects. "Xianxia, it's really you behind this." Yi Xian's voice came from Blackhorn's body. "So what if it's me?" "It's not that easy to kill me," replied Yi Xian. "Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to stop the 3 great generals of the Unicorn Ancient tribe." Xianxia shouted coldly. "Attack! I want him alive." In the next moment, the 3 8th grade holy kings behind Xianxia attacked. The 3 of them were the 3 most powerful great generals of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. Their original forms were the Ice Emperor Unicorn, the Flame Emperor Unicorn, and the Thunder Emperor Unicorn. However, Xianxia had warned them not to transform into their original forms as their strength might decrease. As such, the 3 of them maintained their human forms and charged toward Black Horn. "You're too naive. So what if you're an 8th grade holy king?" Yi Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, Black Horn had also attacked. With the demonic dragon's heart, his combat strength had increased significantly. He was able to withstand the attacks of the 3 experts. Roar! Black Horn roared to the sky, indicating that it was not painful at all. Yi Xian did not expect that the demonic dragon's heart could increase Black Horn's strength by so much. Unfortunately, he did not have the devouring point at this moment, so he could not fix the magic treasure. As for Yi Xian, he had also sent his celestial sword clone. "Xianxia, die!" The celestial sword clone roared and charged toward Xianxia's clone. Bang! Xianxia threw a punch and sent the celestial sword clone flying. "You're overestimating yourself. I'm now a 5th grade holy king. I'm many times stronger than before. Even if it's just a clone, do you think you can kill me?" Xianxia's voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Xianxia has the support of the Unicorn Ancient tribe and obtained countless heavenly treasures. That means that the undying clones that I destroyed have reformed. The strength of this clone is probably not any weaker than the 3 great generals. If he fuses with all his clones, his strength will probably reach the level of a 9th grade holy king. When Yi Xian thought of this, he felt a little terrified. Comparing the 2 of them, Xianxia's breakthrough speed was much faster than his. This person had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose the qualifications to fight him in the future. "Celestial Sword Clone, go help Black Horn." Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Since the Sword Clone could not defeat Xianxia, it would help Black Horn. After all, the Sword Celestial Sword Holy King had a chance of triggering kill. At that moment, Black Horn and the 3 enemy generals were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. As long as the Sword Immortal Avatar triggered a one-hit kill, he could instantly kill one of them. Rumble blee 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 blee. To say it. When Xianxia saw that the 3 great generals of the ancient Qilin clan were unable to do anything to Black Horn, he cursed in his heart and summoned 3 Qilins. Fortunately, Black Horn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Of course, defense was the most important thing in this situation. Black Horn, who had the devouring dragon scale, was not afraid of anyone's attacks. Half of the attacks that landed on his body were devoured and blocked by his tough dragon skin. Bastard, his growth is so fast. If I can get that system, I will become the strongest person in the world. Xianxia's eyes were full of greed. He had always thought that the system was a super treasure that could help people break through quickly. Xian had the system, which was why his growth was so fast. However, in order to get the system, he had to kill Xian first. In order to kill Xian, he had to break through Black Horn's defense first, but don't forget that he was in the territory of the 100 Battle Valley. How could the 100 Battle Valley not do anything when the 3 strongest holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were on the move? At this time, a large number of experts were flying in from the sky. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed. He attacked with all his might, but he still could not break through Black Horn's defense. It's the people of the 100 Battle Valley. They have sent at least 10 mad generals. Xianxia immediately came out. The mad generals of the 100 Battle Valley were the same as the holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. They were both 8th grade holy emperors. 10 8th grade holy emperors. It seemed that they had attracted the attention of the 100 Battle Valley. If they were surrounded, even the 3 strongest holy generals would have to pay a heavy price. Young master, we can't fight anymore. The Ice Emperor immediately sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Bastards, I will deal with you after some time. Xianxia scolded. After some time, he would break through. When that time came, who would be his match in the Purgatory battlefield? Xianxia immediately led the 3 holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe away, leaving behind the 3 Unicorn Ancient Tribe members to delay them. You want to leave? How can you leave without paying a price? Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, a black pillar of light shot out from Black Horn's mouth. Danger! After sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Xianxia and the others immediately dodged. However, the Ice Emperor was too slow and was hit by the pillar of light. In an instant, the Ice Emperor was engulfed by the black pillar of light and turned into dust. There was nothing left of him. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Xian could not help but laugh out loud. What Unicorn Ancient Tribe? What Xianxia? What great generals? So many people came to kill him, but he killed one of them. They were all bullsh**. Xianxia and the other 2 holy generals were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If they had not dodged, they would have been killed. That move was too terrifying. At this moment, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley were divided into 2 groups. One group went to chase after Xianxia and the other group surrounded Black Horn. Who are you? An old man walked out and asked Black Horn. I am from the 100 Battle Valley. Why don't we make a deal? Xian's voice slowly drifted out. What kind of deal? The elder asked in shock. You should want to destroy the Unicorn Ancient Tribe, and so do I. Therefore, I would like to join forces with you. What do you think? Xian said. Join forces? The elder narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before he said, I don't even know who you are. How can we join forces? I do have the blood of the unicorn in me, but I am not a member of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. As for who I am, you don't need to know. Xian turned to look at Xianxia's back and said, that young man is called Xianxia. We are mortal enemies. Since he has joined the Unicorn Ancient Tribe, I will naturally stand against him. I have never seen that person before. The elder nodded. Xian's words fell into everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. A month ago, he was just a low-level saint. How is that possible? The experts of 100 Battle Valley could not believe it. He has a way to break through quickly. That's why we are enemies. If he continues to break through, your 100 Battle Valley will be destroyed. So I suggest that we work together. When the time comes, I only want him dead. As for his corpse, you can take it away, said Xian. Although his words were sincere, the people of 100 Battle Valley were skeptical. After all, they had been fighting with the Unicorn Ancient Tribe for countless years without a clear victor. Now that they heard that the situation would change in a short period of time, they were in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Don't blame me when you are annihilated. After Yixian finished speaking, Black Horn turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by the people from the 100 Battles Valley. You have seen my strength just now. You don't think that these people can stop me, right? Yixian sneered. Just now, he had withstood the attacks of several 8th grade holy emperors. However, he was unscathed and even killed one of them. Although the 100 Battle Valley had surrounded him now, whether or not they could break through his defenses was still unknown. No, to Yixian, these people would definitely not be able to break through Black Horn's devouring dragon scale unless the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move personally. Black Horn had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body and had extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move, it was still uncertain if he could kill Black Horn. Moreover, Black Horn could be resurrected now. When the time came, they would suffer a double loss. I have conveyed your suggestion to the Valley Master. He invites you to meet in the valley, said the leading elder. All right. Yixian nodded and immediately sent the Sword Immortal clone to follow. Although he was not afraid of a 9th grade holy emperor, what if the opponent had a trump card? He could not use time reversal now, so he had to be careful. The people from 100 Battle Valley did not know his background. They thought that the Sword Immortal avatar was Yixian, so they brought him back. As for Black Horn, he stayed nearby. In another half a month, I will be able to break through to the 6th rank Holy King realm. Black Horn will also break through to the Saint Lord realm. At that time I will be able to dominate the entire purgatory battlefield. Yixian thought to himself. However, Xianxia's cultivation speed was faster than his. If he broke through before him, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if the 100 Battle Valley worked with him, they would not be able to stop Xianxia. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone followed the experts and arrived at the 100 Battle Valley to meet the Valley Master. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile on his face. He was a 9th rank Saint Emperor, the same as the clan leader of the Unicorn Ancients. When he saw Yixian, he sized him up carefully and asked, "You are?" "My name is Yixian." Yixian finally said his name. He might be cooperating with the 100 Battle Valley next, so he had to show more sincerity. "May I know where Brother Yi is from?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. "I don't belong to any sect. I am a loner. Because I have the bloodline of the unicorn, I was caught in the outside world and thrown into the purgatory battlefield," replied Yixian. "So that's how it is." Everyone understood. At first, they thought that Yixian was a trump card cultivated by the Unicorn Ancients. They did not expect that he was not. There is no time to lose. Let's not beat around the bush. Yixian did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "I believe that the Valley Master already knows the ins and outs of the matter. What do you think of my cooperation?" The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley turned to look at the others and said, "My 100 Battle Valley and the Unicorn Ancients have been fighting for countless years. I find it hard to believe that there will be a victor in this period of time. I'll be frank. As long as you cooperate with me, I have a 90% chance of destroying the Unicorn Ancients." Yixian said confidently. "Sir, why are you so confident?" "Is it because of that black dragon?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley, puzzled. "No, I am not relying on that dragon. I am relying on a treasure." However, this was no child's play, so the Valley Master added, "Let's see if we can get some more sacred beasts." Soon, all the sacred beasts in 100 Battles Valley gathered. Their cultivation levels varied, but they were suppressed by the beast god clock as soon as they approached. This time everyone in 100 Battles Valley believed him. "Alright, I agree to this cooperation." The Valley Master finally nodded after discussing with the others. "Great." Yixian grinned. "There's no time to lose. I hope the Valley Master can organize his men in a day or two and attack 100 Battles Valley with me. Don't you have any other requests for this?" The Valley Master asked curiously. "There's only one request. Xianxia must die. It doesn't matter if he's killed by you, me, or others, he must die." Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian did not have to kill the bloodline bearer personally. Of course, if he did, he would be rewarded. If the bloodline bearer was killed by others, he would not be rewarded. However, at this critical juncture, Yi Xian was prepared to give up on the reward. Alright, in that case, I'll begin immediately, brothers. The Valley Master nodded and began to gather the experts in 100 Battles Valley. Countless years ago, their faction was brought to the Purgatory battlefield. After countless years, they multiplied into various factions. These people were actually their descendants. Once the Valley Master gave the order, they would immediately gather and engage in a battle to the death with the Unicorn Ancient tribe. In less than a day, they were all gathered. Everyone, attack the Unicorn Ancient tribe with full force. The Valley Master immediately gave the order. This was a rare sight. The people of 100 Battles Valley moved out in full force and crossed the border like an army. They began to attack the cities of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. As for Yi Xian and the others, they had already gathered and were charging toward the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. Not good, Tribe Master. A large number of enemies have crossed the border, not good. All the higher-ups of 100 Battles Valley have moved out. It seems like they're going to have a decisive battle with us. Marshal, please give the order. The commander-in-chief of the Unicorn Army was, in fact, the chief of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. When he heard the news, his face darkened and he immediately reported the matter to Xianxia. Hold on, I'll be able to break through soon. I'll send my doppelganger to help during this time. Xianxia transmitted his voice to the leader of the Unicorn Ancients. As long as he broke through, the people from 100 Battle Valley would not be able to cause any more trouble. Now, it was time to see which side was faster. In order to increase their chances of winning, Yi Xian ordered Black Cove to swallow all the cities along the way into the Devouring space. This way, he would be able to force the other party to revert to their original form and use the Beast God Clock to control them. To put it simply, in addition to the Berserker bloodline experts, the Valley of 100 Battles also had a large number of Unicorn experts. Valley Master, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Please speed up. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Alright, everyone, pick up the pace. The Valley Master of 100 Battles nodded. The 9th rank Holy Emperor expert led the charge and arrived at the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient tribe in a few days. At this time, the Unicorn Ancient tribe was ready to fight back. Berserker, what are you doing? The leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe shouted from afar. I've had enough of this bullshit purgatory. Today, we'll determine the winner. The winner will leave this place. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted angrily. Just the likes of you also want to exterminate my Qilin clan? Don't forget that this is my territory. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe said. So what? The Valley Master of 100 Battles narrowed his eyes and shouted, Brothers, kill. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe could not help but gulp when he saw the other party attacking. He quickly said, activate the 108 Sacred Qilins formation. The 108 Sacred Qilins formation was made up of 108 Unicorn bloodline holders. It was extremely powerful. Even if the leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe personally stepped in, his life would be in danger. However, the higher-ups of the Valley Master of 100 Battles were gathered together and could withstand the attack. Kill. Kill the 108 people who set up the formation. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted. As long as the 108 people were killed, the formation would be broken. No, they did not have to kill all of them. As long as they killed some of them, the formation would not be able to maintain itself. Don't even think about it. Everyone, attack. After the leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe shouted, he led the experts of the Unicorn Ancient tribe to attack. The 108 Sacred Qilins formation had no effect on them who possessed the Unicorn bloodline. Because this battle was of utmost importance, everyone went all out from the beginning. Those experts of the Unicorn Ancient tribe all transformed into their true forms. Seeing this, the Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. He did not feel any pressure at all. Brother Yi, it's up to you. The Valley Master of 100 Battles immediately sent a message to Yi Xian, who was surrounded in the middle. This time, only Yi Xian's sword immortal clone came. But this was enough. Beast God Bell, suppress them. A huge golden bell fell. In an instant, the strength of the Zuyuyoist's true forms decreased by 80%. This was not the point. Buzz. A long sound of the bell spread. The unicorn ancient tribe members in the surroundings immediately faced the sky and roared in pain. Some 6th and 7th stage holy emperors were directly controlled. Almost all of the members of the 108 sacred Qilins formation were 6th and 7th stage holy emperors. As soon as the beast god bell appeared, at least half of them were controlled. If these people were controlled by Yixian, the 108 sacred Qilins formation would be broken by itself. The formation is broken. Kill. The Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. All of the people of 100 Battles Valley went berserk. Kill. The unicorn ancient tribe's fighting strength decreased while the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley increased their fighting strength. Therefore, the unicorn ancient tribe suffered heavy casualties after only one wave of attack. Buzz. The beast god bell continued to sound. More and more people of the unicorn ancient tribe were controlled by Yixian and turned to attack others. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal clone also released a large number of people who had been controlled before. This battle was very chaotic. Even the chief of the unicorn ancient tribe was killed by the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley in the first wave of attack. The unicorn ancient tribe was leaderless. However, after the death of the chief of the unicorn ancient tribe, an even more powerful aura swept over from the horizon. Xianxia had finally appeared. Damn it. This group of trash was unexpectedly broken in an instant. Xianxia cursed angrily. He finally appeared. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately sent a message to the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley. The final boss had appeared, so they all focused their attention on Xianxia. If Xianxia did not die, this battle would not be considered their victory. If Xianxia escaped death, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, listen up. Kill him with all your might. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley shouted. Everyone's spirits were lifted. With the Berserker bloodline, they loved to fight, not to mention so many of them against one person. How dare an ant like you want to kill me? Xianxia's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was in the state of 6 fusion. He had merged all his clones except for his original body. His combat strength surpassed that of the Unicorn Ancient Clan's patriarch. Unicorn, descend. Without saying a word, Xianxia summoned 3 unicorn clones. However, he forgot that the beast god clock was still there, so the 3 unicorn clones were instantly suppressed and then beaten to death by the crowd. Seeing that the unicorn ancient clan was almost wiped out, the Sword Immortal clone's eyes flickered. The next moment, he summoned Black Horn. The heart of the demonic dragon fused. Black Horn also joined the battle. As for Yixian's original body, he was still in the territory of 100 Battle Valley, far away. Anyway, whether it was the unicorn clone or Black Horn, they were both immortal and indestructible. The more effort they put in, the higher their chances of winning. Valley Master, only Xianxia's clone is here. His original body should be nearby. Yixian immediately shouted. I've already sent someone to look for him. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, the infernal god unicorn, was also searching everywhere. Even the unicorn ancient clan experts controlled by Yixian had spread out to search. As this was the territory of the unicorn ancient clan, there were many unicorn ancient clan sacred emperors around, so it was difficult for the old tree to find Xianxia's original body. Since that was the case, it would deal with Xianxia's clone first. Die, all of you. Xianxia's 6 clones also used all kinds of trump cards. Although his strength was strong, under the encirclement of so many experts, he seemed to be a little powerless. Furthermore, there was a Sword Immortal avatar that would appear behind him from time to time. Apart from the unicorn bloodline, this guy also has the immortal phoenix bloodline. He's practically a perpetual motion machine. The people of 100 Battles Valley don't seem to have enough attacking power. I don't think they can kill him. Yixian saw the entire battle through Black Cove's eyes. Even Black Horn would not be able to deal with Xianxia's 6 merged bodies unless he used the Devouring Dragon Roar. However, with Black Horn's current realm, using the Devouring Dragon's Roar would not only fail to hit Xianxia, it would also hurt the people of Hundred Battle Valley. Therefore, Xian decided to let Black Cove do the search. Although there were so many people around, as long as he could devour them all, it would be enough. Black Horn began to devour the enemies of the Unicorn Ancient tribe in a frenzy. At the same time, Xian kept an eye on Xianxia's clones. This Xianxia came from behind, but his original body might not be there. I should look around. Xian thought to himself as he moved quickly. Xianxia combined his 6 clones to fight the experts of Hundred Battles Valley. His original body's combat power would be much weaker. As long as he could find Xianxia's original body, Xian was confident that he could kill him. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Bastard, I didn't look for you, but you sent yourself to me. I'd like to see who can stop me. At this time, Xianxia's clones suddenly roared and flew in a direction. Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this because that direction was where his original body was. Xianxia wanted to capture the leader first. In Xianxia's opinion, as long as he killed Xian, he would be able to obtain the super treasure that was the system. Who would be able to defeat him then? However, Xian's original body had long hidden in the depths of Hundred Battles Valley. It would not be that easy for Xianxia to rush over. However, at this time, young master, I sensed it. The old tree suddenly sent a message. Okay, I'll be right there. Xian's eyes lit up and immediately asked Black Horn to follow him. At this time, Xianxia suddenly turned around and charged toward Black Horn. It seemed that he had found the right person. I found his original body. Hold him back for me, I'll deal with his original body. The Sword Celestial clone shouted. In the next moment, the experts of Hundred Battles Valley went crazy and tried their best to hold back Xianxia's clones. Get out of my way. Xianxia roared angrily. Since his original body had been found, he would have to merge with his body. As long as he could merge 7 times, it would not be a problem for him to kill these people. Therefore, Xian had to find Xianxia's original body before he did. Young master, he's hiding underground. There's a defensive formation next to him. The old tree reminded him. Okay, blast it open. Xian nodded. He guessed that the defensive formation had the ability to conceal Xianxia's aura. That was why the old tree could sense it now. Xianxia, who was hiding underground, knew that he had been found. He immediately left the formation and then rushed toward his clone. Damn it, I've been found at this critical juncture. Xianxia cursed in his heart. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through. By then, no one would be his match. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the Unicorn Ancient tribe's fault for being too weak to stop him. However, the Unicorn Ancient tribe's people could not be blamed. After all, when Xian used the Beast God Clock, they were all turned into trash. Bastards, get out of my way. Xianxia was burning with anxiety at this moment. That formation was personally set up by the leader of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. He said that it would not leak any aura, but in the end, it was still detected by the old tree. In fact, he had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, the old tree suddenly shouted. He opened his mouth and spat a burst of flames at the ground. Unicorn sky-burning flames, the ground broke open and the aura of Xianxia's original body leaked out. Sword Celestial Clone, kill. After receiving the order, the Sword Celestial Clone instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Xianxia. Get out of my way. Xianxia was furious. He threw a punch and sent the Sword Celestial Clone flying. However, the old tree's ultimate move, Unicorn Sky-Burning Flames, was not over yet. He continued to spit at Sumo. Although Xianxia was very strong, his original body had not merged with his clone. Therefore, his combat strength was much weaker than his clone. He was probably slightly stronger than the Ice Emperor General. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. The Sword Celestial Clone quickly summoned a large number of puppets. In addition, he also summoned the Unicorn Ancient tribe's people who were controlled by Xian. Xianxia, go to hell. At this time, the Sword Celestial Avatar suddenly roared. Black Horn opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying attack. The Devouring Dragon's Roar. No. Xingyu's eyes widened as if he could not believe that he would end up like this. Unfortunately, it was a foregone conclusion. Boom! The devouring dragon's roar engulfed Xingyu's original body in an instant. Xingyu's unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline were a little different from Xian's. After his original body died, the immortal avatar would be buried with him. In an instant, the six-merged Xingyu disappeared from the world. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has killed the owner of the bloodline. The system rewards the immortal unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline to evolve once. After hearing the two system notifications, Yi Xian felt that the system was too stingy. It was not easy for him to kill Xingyu and only evolve his bloodline twice. Wasn't that too stingy? However, in general, the matter was settled. With Xingyu's death, the mission was completed. Yi Xian could finally use the time reversal skill. At this time, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley had finished off all the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. In order to win, we have to kill the other party's leader and destroy the other party's military flag. Then, someone will descend. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley thought to himself. He searched for a while and finally found the military flag of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Crack! With a crisp sound, the military flag was cut down. The 100 Battle Valley had won a great victory. Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we can win this time. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley said to Yi Xian. We were just doing what we wanted. Yi Xian replied with a smile. At this time, he, who could use the eyes of the void, took his original body and hid it in Blackhorn's body. What made him curious was who had created this purgatory battlefield. Who was controlling this purgatory battlefield? Just as he was surprised, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the protective array formation in the air had also been broken. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A sacred venerate? The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley trembled after sensing it. The newcomer was a sacred venerate expert who was stronger than a sacred emperor. This middle-aged Saint Venerable slowly descended from the sky like a deity. He then looked around and his gaze landed on the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. According to the agreement, your 100 Battle Valley can leave the purgatory battlefield after destroying the ancient Qilin clan, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Thank you, my lord. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley said hurriedly. However, at this moment, the middle-aged Saint Venerable suddenly said something that made the Valley Master of the 100 Battles Valley curious. He paused for a moment before continuing, the people who made the agreement with you weren't from my Devil Spirit ancient country, but the Vicissitude Flame ancient country. Your 100 Battle Valley annihilated the ancient Qilin clan and caused my master to lose a territory to them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Didn't they say they could leave as long as they won? Why did they go back on their words? Indeed, the person who made the agreement with the Valley Master was not the middle-aged sacred venerate, but the envoy from the Ashen Flame ancient country. The middle-aged sacred venerate belonged to the sacred venerate ancient country, and he was the one who wanted the unicorn to win. Yi Xian finally understood the situation of the purgatory battlefield. It turned out that this was a battlefield established by the sacred venerate ancient country and the Ashen Flame ancient country. The unicorn represented the sacred venerate ancient country, while the 100 Battle Valley represented the Ashen Flame ancient country. Whichever side won would get the other's territory. Now that the 100 Battle Valley had won, the sacred venerate ancient country's envoy would not be polite. Lord, you can't do this. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley suddenly said. Humph, I'm already being benevolent by not killing you all, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that after surviving one calamity, they would face another calamity. Their luck was really bad. Yi Xian also felt very helpless. Although Xingyu was already dead, he could still use the time reversal skill. However, the time reversal skill could not return to yesterday. To be precise, it could only return to a certain moment after Xingyu's death. In that case, the time reversal skill was useless in this situation. Even if they could they escape the eyes of a sacred venerate? Moreover, Yi Xian felt that this sacred venerate was not ordinary. He represented the sacred venerate ancient country, so he might not be a low-level sacred venerate, but a mid-level sacred venerate. Just as everyone was in despair, another figure flew over from the horizon. Sacred venerate ancient country's envoy, we meet again. A long-haired youth flew over and grinned. Seeing this, the middle-aged sacred venerate's expression changed. It seemed that his plan to bring these people away was ruined. Ashen Flame Envoy, I trust you have been well since we last met, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. My Ashen Flame ancient country won this battle. These people should be brought away by me, right? Said the long-haired youth. That's right. I thought that you were not coming, so I wanted to bring them away, nodded the middle-aged sacred venerate. The long-haired youth faintly smiled and said, May I ask, what do you want to do by bringing them away? They caused my master to lose the Red Dragon territory. I want to send them to the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate and let them suffer, said the middle-aged sacred venerate without any trace of euphemism. Although they did not know where the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate were, the people of 100 Battle Valley knew that it was not a good place. However, the long-haired youth was very familiar with the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate. After all, it was a terrifying place in the sacred venerate ancient country. Haha, so that's how it is, laughed the long-haired youth. He used his saint power to envelop everyone and said, Since this battle is over, I will not stay. I hope that your country can withdraw the Red Dragon territory's army and let us take over. My sacred venerate ancient country can still afford to lose. Farewell, said the middle-aged sacred venerate, then turned around and left alone. As for the survivors of the unicorn ancient country, he did not bother to care about them. A bunch of trash had caused the sacred venerate ancient country to lose a territory. It was already good enough that he did not kill them. After the middle-aged sacred venerate left, the long-haired youth turned around and looked at the crowd and said, My name is Gu Tianlei. I am from the Ashen Flame ancient country. Since you have helped my Ashen Flame ancient country to win the Red Dragon territory, my master will definitely reward you greatly. Thank you, my lord, said the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately. Alright, let's go. Gu Tianlei nodded and immediately left with everyone. This time, it was a daunting experience. Fortunately, the Ashen Flame Envoy had come. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. Lord Envoy, where are the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate? The 9 gates of hell are the prisons of the Devil Spirit ancient country. It is a terrifying place. No matter who enters that place, they will never be able to come out. Gu Tianlei replied. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill running down their spines. They felt that they were really lucky this time. However, right at this moment. Young man, your aptitude is not bad. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Gu Tianlei's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he heard this because Gu Tianlei was talking to him through voice transmission. What kind of deal? Yi Xian asked curiously. Actually, before the battle ended, I have been paying attention to you. Your aptitude is very high, maybe you can help me complete a mission. Gu Tianlei paused for a moment before continuing, just now, I mentioned that there is someone from my Ashen Flame Empire in the 9 gates of hell. I hope you can enter the 9 gates of hell and bring him out. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Devil Spirit ancient country for him? Yi Xian asked curiously. His identity is a little special. He accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell when he was seriously injured. If the Devil Spirit ancient country's people know about it, his life will be in danger. Therefore, this is the only way. If you can complete the mission, my Ashen Flame ancient country will definitely reward you greatly. Gu Tianlei said. Yi Xian was silent because he felt that this matter was very unusual. That person should be a big shot from the Ashen Flame ancient country who accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell and needed someone to rescue him. Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Enter the 9 gates of hell and rescue the Ashen Flame ancient country's Prince Rome. A system notification rang in his ears. He actually triggered a random mission. Not bad. There is no reward. That means it has something to do with my efficiency. The faster I rescue the person, the higher the reward. Yi Xian thought in his heart and made a decision. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Gu Tianlei. Alright, I agree. Straightforward. Gu Tianlei raised his eyebrows and said, "Since that's the case, I will hand you over to the Devil Spirit Envoy and say that you contradicted me." All right. Then, Gu Tianlei set up a formation and surrounded the Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley and the others. Then, he brought Yixian back alone. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to the Demon Spirit Envoy. During this period of time, Gu Tianlei had already given Yixian a large amount of rewards, enough for him to break through to the Holy Sovereign level. The middle-aged Saint Sovereign had already sensed Gu Tianlei's arrival. He turned around and saw that Gu Tianlei was carrying Yixian like a chicken. "Devil Spirit Emissary, I have a request," Gu Tianlei said. The middle-aged saint nodded and said, "That's a piece of cake." He didn't doubt it at all. After all, Gu Tianlei and Yixian were acting very well. Moreover, there was nothing to doubt about him. Of course, if he knew that Prince Rong of the Ashen Flame Empire had fallen into the 9 gates of hell, he wouldn't think so. Then, Gu Tianlei threw Yixian to the middle-aged Saint Venerable. Gu Tianlei said with a cold face, "Boy, if you have made up your mind, you can send me a message at any time. Don't even think about it." Yixian snorted. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After you enter the 9 gates of hell, you will definitely kneel and beg me." Gu Tianlei then cupped his fists at the middle-aged Saint Venerable and said, "Farewell." Then, he left. Then, the middle-aged Saint Venerable rushed to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country with Yixian in his hand. 2 days later, the middle-aged Saint Venerable arrived with him. He then threw Yixian to a person. That person then threw Yixian into a one-way teleportation formation. In the end, Yixian was sent into the terrifying 9 gates of hell. Other than the reward, Gu Tianlei also gave me a jade token that can sense Prince Rong's location. Yixian looked around and directly picked up the jade tablet to take a look, but there was no reaction. This meant that Prince Rong wasn't in the first gate of hell. There are a total of 9 gates of hell. I'm currently in the first gate of hell. What's so special about this place? Yixian looked around. Other than the darkness around him, there was nothing special about this place. He then released the old tree, Heaven Breaker, and Black Horn and hid himself inside Black Horn's body. Wei Zhentian had refreshed the demonic dragon's heart recently, so Black Horn was still at his peak. As long as he didn't encounter a Saint Venerable, he should be fine. However, he learned from Gu Tianlei that there was a Saint Venerable in the first gate of hell. However, this wouldn't be a threat to Yixian now. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. Once he encountered a problem, he could reverse time. However, at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, the first gate of hell shook violently, and a soul-stirring scream rang out. F***CK. Yixian didn't know what was going on. He felt like his head was about to explode. After a long while, the scream stopped. What the hell was that? Why was the scream so miserable? Moreover, it wouldn't hurt his soul. It would only give him a headache. What the hell was that? I don't know where the scream came from. Yixian was a little helpless. He was at a loss. No matter what, he should find the person first. Soon, the old tree encountered a person. Then, Yixian quickly broke through the void and went over. This person was only an 8th-rank Saint Emperor. He was easily swallowed by Black Horn and had his soul searched by Wei Zhentian. Now, Yixian had some understanding of the 9 gates of hell. He was currently at the first gate of hell's 9 gates. There was nothing special here, but there would be a heart-wrenching scream every day. It was soul-stirring. No one knew where this scream came from. In any case, it would happen once every day. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt one's soul. It would only give one a headache. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it continued for a long time, it would become a kind of torture. It was even said that some people couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Listening to this kind of scream for a month is a very scary thing, let alone a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Yixian couldn't help but shudder. He understood why people would commit suicide. Whatever, let's find the entrance to the second stage of the 9 gates first. Yixian thought in his heart as he flew in a certain direction. There was a city there. The 9 gates of the hell were filled with prisoners from the devil spirit ancient nation. They could never leave the 9 gates of the hell, so they had to live there. However, when they thought of that sound, their hair would stand on end and their bodies would tremble. Therefore, many people left the first stage of the hell and went to the second stage. After a while, Xian arrived at the city. He asked around and found out the location of the second stage of the hell. To go from the first stage to the second stage of the hell, one has to go through a long cableway. However, this long cableway is not easy to pass even for a Saint Venerable expert, Xian thought to himself. There was nothing special about the long cableway, but once someone stepped on it, they would hear a heart-wrenching sound and then fall into the abyss. No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss, but they knew from the jade plate of life that those who fell into the abyss died without exception. Now that I can use the time reversal skill, I don't have to be afraid of this long cableway. Thinking of this, Xian directly moved. About half a day later, he arrived at the long cableway. This long cableway was not long. If Blackhorn flew at full speed, he could reach it in about half a minute. If it was a Saint Venerable expert, it would be faster. However, there was a formation on this long cableway that prevented flying, so one could only travel by foot. Let's go and have a look, Xian immediately said. Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Blackhorn immediately stepped on the long cableway. At first, nothing happened, but when they were 1/10 of the way, screams rang out. Xian did not hear it, but Old Tree and the other 2 heard it. The heart-wrenching screams made them stop. The piercing pain in their heads made them unable to move even half a step. In the end, Old Tree and the other 2 fell off the long cableway and disappeared into the dark abyss. The screams continued, and soon, Xian heard 3 system notifications. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn died. Ding! Heaven-breaking Ape God died. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon died. Old Tree and the other 2 were all dead. However, before they died, Xian saw a figure through their eyes. So it's the rare Saint Beast, Agonizing Banshee. Xian immediately understood. The Agonizing Banshee was a special kind of divine beast. Although its attack power was not high, its cries could directly attack one's soul. If the Agonizing Banshee used its full strength, even an expert of the same level would have their soul shattered. This Agonizing Banshee should have been tamed by the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation and thrown in here. It was at least at the level of a Saint Venerable. Its cry no longer had the effect of attacking the soul. It would only give the people in the first level of the Ghost Gate a headache, but that was enough. However, this was nothing to Xian. At that moment, Xian allowed the Sword Immortal clone to pass through the long rope. When he was 1/10 of the way, the screams rang out again. However, it was useless against the invincible Sword Immortal clone. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone passed through the long rope and arrived at the second level. Xian then used the clone swap skill to switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. He then put away the peerless swords. There were 9 stages in the gates of hell, and each stage was more difficult than the previous one. If one were to compare, the first stage would have the most people because there was no danger at all. They would only hear the screams once a day. As for the second stage of the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate, it was called the Flaming Stage. The temperature was so high that once one stepped into it, the saint energy in one's body would continuously dissipate. If one was not strong enough, he would become a cripple after entering the second stage of the Ghost Gate until he died. Once the saint power was depleted, those who were not strong enough or had no tricks up their sleeves would be roasted to death. However, this was not a threat to Xian. Xian, who possessed the immortal Ichilan bloodline and the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, had an extremely strong fire resistance. In addition to the immortal divine phoenix bloodline's super recovery ability, this environment didn't have much of an effect on him. However, Xian's cultivation level was too low. He could only hide in Blackhorn's body. Prince Rong is also not in the second stage of the Ghost Gate. Xian tried to take out the sensor token but did not get any response. Therefore, Prince Rong should be in the 3rd level or later. Prince Rong was the prince of the ancient kingdom of vicissitude's flame. He was also the brother of the ancient kingdom's emperor. He was severely injured in a great battle and was accidentally sent into the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Now that he had more or less recovered some of his strength, he probably wouldn't wander around the first and second levels of the Ghost Gate. After all, he wanted to go out himself. In that case, Yi Xian had to find the entrance to the third level of the Ghost Gate. During his journey, he broke through to the fourth level of the Holy King realm. Old Tree and Padian were also 8th level Holy Kings. They were one level below Black Horn. Black Horn would be able to break through in another 10 days. When that time came, he would be even more powerful. This way, Yi Xian would be safer in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. At this moment, Yi Xian, you've entered the 9th level of the Ghost Gate? Gu Tianlei suddenly sent a message. Yes, I've reached the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian replied. Good. Please be careful. After replying with a few words, Yi Xian continued on his way. This time, he met someone on the way. Based on the person's aura, he was a holy venerable. Although this person's aura is strong, he looks depressed. He must have stayed in the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate for a long time. This means that his battle strength is not that strong. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to attack. Black Horn, Sword Immortal Clone, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The other party had also noticed Yi Xian. However, he was very surprised by Yi Xian's cultivation level. Are you going to attack me? Good boy, you're courting death. The Holy Venerable was furious. He directly slapped Black Horn, instantly turning him into minced meat. What a powerful attack. Those who can reach the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate should be Holy Venerable. Otherwise, they're just here to die. With my current strength, I don't think I can survive the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to use time reversal to return to when he had just entered the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Then, he decided to go into seclusion for a while. At the entrance to the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, at the end of the long cableway. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. Now, with Black Horn and the demonic dragon's heart, he could probably fight against a Saint Venerable. After all, he had the help of the Sword Celestial Clone and the Old Tree, as well as the environment. As for the demonic dragon's heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate to take back the Eye of Perception. After obtaining 2 devouring points, he used 1 point to stabilize the demonic dragon's heart. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian continued on his way. Half a day later, he met someone. Although it was not the person who slapped Black Horn into minced meat, he was about a first-rank Saint Venerable based on his aura. Black Horn, Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, go. Yi Xian ordered. In an instant, Black Horn and the other 2 charged over and began to fight. Whether it was Black Horn or the Old Tree, they both had immortal bodies. The Sword Celestial Clone was even more so. He would not die even if he died. Under the joint attack of the 3, the first-rank Saint Venerable was quickly defeated. He was then swallowed into Black Horn's devouring space. Soul search. Then, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to search the person's soul. He found out some things about the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. As for the location of the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate, he did not know. Continue. Because of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian could move without restrictions. If it were anyone else, they would have to stop after a while to recover their saint power. Otherwise, they would be exhausted. Young master, there are people fighting here. After a while, the Old Tree sent news. Yi Xian saw 2 figures fighting through his eyes. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and went over. He liked it the most when 2 people were fighting because he could be the fisherman every time. He would only attack when both sides were injured. After watching for a while, he discovered the reason for the battle between the 2 of them. This was the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Gate. Due to the high temperature, the Saint Qi in the air was very violent. Some people would absorb the Saint Qi in the air when their Saint Qi was depleted and they did not have the supportive pills. Therefore, these people were affected by the violent Saint power and became very violent. Their minds were affected and they began to beat up everyone they saw. Yi Xian had the immortal Unicorn bloodline and the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so he did not need to worry about this. At this time, the person with the violent Saint power had already severely injured his opponent. Very soon, he was killed. Alright, make your move. Yi Xian saw the opportunity and immediately ordered his Sword Immortal avatar to take action. Eye of Assassination. The Sword Immortal clone was the first to flash behind the Berserk Holy Venerate and slashed out with his sword. Bang! But unexpectedly, a surge of violent saint power gushed out from the opponent's body, and forcefully sent the Sword Immortal clone flying. However, the Sword Immortal avatar did not give up. He used the Eye of Assassination again. Although the Death Pursuit order had a limit on the number of times it could be used, the Eye of Assassination did not. The most troublesome thing about the Sword Immortal avatar was that after using the Death Pursuit order to mark the opponent, he could use the Eye of Assassination indefinitely. It was very annoying. In addition, the old tree had also transformed into his original form and began to attack. Although his strength was weak, he had an increase in strength in an environment like the flame stage. Of course, the strongest was Black Horn. After fusing with the demonic dragon's heart and sharing the immortal phoenix bloodline, even a second-rank Holy Venerate would not be able to do anything to him. Very soon, this first-rank Holy Venerate whose mind was affected by the violent saint power was killed. Then, Yi Xian searched his and the other corpse's soul again. This time, he finally found out the location of the third ghost gate. The third ghost gate level requires one to pass through a path of flames. There is abundant Saint Qi there, but it is extremely violent. Ordinary people will be affected by it if they walk through it. It is recommended that a third-rank Holy Venerate pass through it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he could pass through this path of flames and enter the third ghost gate level. The 9 levels of the ghost gate were actually considered a region. There were many cities and teleportation formations inside. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the path of flames through the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, there were 2 people who were preparing to enter the path of flames. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they had already entered. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian stopped. He did not immediately let the old tree and the others enter. Instead, he wanted to wait and see. There was no end to this path of flames. However, Yi Xian saw that the 2 people who had just entered the path of flames suddenly began to attack each other after walking for a while. Rumble. The sound of battle could be heard from the path of flames. Very soon, one of them was killed. As for the other, he did not even collect his corpse and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. This path of flames is indeed not simple. However, it still does not affect me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he let the old tree and the others move out. Old Tree, the Sword Celestial Avatar, and Black Horn entered the path of flames together and began to move forward quickly. However, after walking for a while, there was a change. Old Tree and Black Horn began to attack each other. In the end, the old tree was killed by Black Horn. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is dead. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is resurrected. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian summoned the old tree. Young master, I could not resist the violent holy qi. I lost my mind. Old tree said with some shame. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sword Celestial Avatar, take Black Horn back. At this time, Black Horn was beating up the Sword Celestial Avatar in the path of flames. Black Horn was also affected. It was strange that he was not under Yi Xian's control. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar took Black Horn into the Devouring space. This path of flames could only be taken by the Sword Celestial Avatar in an invincible state. The invincible Sword Celestial Avatar began to go deeper and then took the corpse. This was not the first time that such an attack had happened. There might be other corpses in this path of flames. Sure enough, after the Sword Celestial Avatar walked for a while, he came across another corpse. Then, the Sword Celestial Avatar took it. After losing their minds, they did not care about these benefits. They only knew how to fight. Along the way, the Sword Celestial Avatar came across many corpses. Obviously, no one had passed through the path of flames before, so Yi Xian took advantage of them. However, the Sword Celestial Avatar soon came across a person. This time, it was not a corpse, but a living person. This person was the one who had killed his companion. This was not the point. The point was that the other party was a second-grade sacred venerable. If they were outside, Yi Xian might be able to fight with him. At most, he would exhaust the other party to death. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was an unkillable cockroach. When facing the opponent, he immediately used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the opponent. Then, the opponent quickly turned around and punched the sword celestial clone, sending him flying. This person is a second-grade sacred venerate. Even Black Horn can't fight him, let alone the sword celestial clone. So, why don't we let him fight the Road of Flames? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a good idea. If there was no one else on the Road of Flames, the sword celestial clone could leave on foot. However, there were people blocking the way, so he could only use this method. He was sent flying. Boom. 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. That second-grade sacred venerate punched the sword celestial clone again and again, sending him flying countless times. Even a third-grade sacred venerate would be severely injured after taking so many punches. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was invincible, so he was spared. Soon, the sword celestial clone encountered a second living person. Then, the two people attacked each other and killed each other. The sword celestial clone took the corpse and sent it flying again. About half a day later, the sword celestial clone was finally sent flying out of the Road of Flames. Moreover, the person who sent him flying continued to attack because he had lost his mind. Void positioning. Yi Xian quickly let the sword celestial clone locate the person, then let Black Horn break through the void and go over. The third level of the Ghost Gate was called the Ice Level. As the name suggested, it was a land of ice and snow, a stark contrast to the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Level. After entering the third level of the Ghost Gate, the person who had lost his mind due to the violent holy qi in his body had been suppressed, and he had recovered. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also put away the unparalleled sword, and the sword celestial clone disappeared. I passed? The second-grade sacred venerate was a little surprised, but he didn't see his companion who entered the Road of Flames with him. After thinking about it, he knew the reason, so he sighed helplessly and left alone. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the sword celestial clone, he probably would have continued to wander on the Road of Flames and couldn't kill his way out. However, the following frigid ice stage would be even more brutal than the blazing flame stage. This land of ice and snow would freeze their saint energy. If they could not use their saint energy, they would be frozen to death. Even rank 2 sacred venerables were in danger of dying there. Only rank 3 sacred venerables could move around there. I've heard that this frigid ice pass is very peaceful. After all, everyone wants to preserve their lives. They won't wander outside, and definitely won't fight. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he broke through the void and went from the flame pass to the ice pass. As soon as he landed, he felt the chill around him. He was inside Black Horn's body. If it wasn't for Black Horn's protection, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian immediately checked the token, but there was still no reaction. It seemed that Prince Roan was no longer in the third stage of the Gates of Hell. Continue. Yi Xian started to let Black Horn fly over the land of ice and snow. He had to understand the ice pass first. Like before, he spread out his search and found a person in the ice pass. Then, he let Black Horn devour him. From the third stage of the Gates of Hell to the fourth stage of the Gates of Hell, one had to pass through a mountain range of ice and snow. If one's strength was not enough, they would not be able to pass through and would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian felt that it would not be a problem to let the sword celestial clone enter. However, the fourth stage of the Gates of Hell required one to be at least a rank 3 sacred venerables. Therefore, Yi Xian stayed at the third stage of the Gates of Hell for a few more days. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 7 sacred king. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 Sacred Lord. Since they had broken through, they could move on to the next stage. This time, Yi Xian still let the sword celestial clone move. Soon, they passed through the mountain range of ice and snow and arrived at the fourth stage of the Gates of Hell. Just like before, he took out the sensor token the moment he landed. However, this time, it was out of his expectations. there was a reaction from the sensor token. Prince Rong is in the northwest direction? Yi Xian's eyes widened. After searching for so long, he finally found Prince Rong. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the northwest direction. The fourth stage of the Gates of Hell was called the Wild Wind Stage. There would be fierce winds blowing at all times. If one was not careful, one's head would be separated from his body. In comparison, the first stage was much easier, even if it was the frigid ice stage and the blazing flame stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xian had only run a few steps when a fierce wind appeared. Blackhorn's body was too big, so it was not easy to dodge. He accidentally lost a large piece of his flesh. It's so strong. If it hit his head, he would be dead. Yi Xian shuddered. This wind blade was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a rank 4 sacred venerables might not be able to withstand it. However, this did not stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. After a while, he came to an area with relatively fewer wind blades. At this moment, the sensor token was emitting a white light. Yi Xian checked the direction and continued on his way. As long as he found Prince Rong, he would have completed half of his mission. The other half was to bring Prince Rong out of the 9th stage of the Gates of Hell. The light became more and more dazzling. Yi Xian looked in that direction and finally saw an ice sculpture. Oh no, Yi Xian's expression changed. Did something unexpected happen? He quickly rushed over and checked. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Tianlei had shown him Prince Rong's appearance before, but this ice sculpture was not Prince Rong. Then, why did the sensor token sense him? Yi Xian quickly put the ice sculpture into the devouring space because it was already dead. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a strange place. This was the 4th stage of the Gates of Hell, not the 3rd stage of the frigid ice stage. Why was there an ice sculpture here? Moreover, this ice sculpture should have been here for some time. Why was it not shattered by the wind blades? Yi Xian took out the ice sculpture again and tried it out. He discovered that the ice sculpture was actually able to block the wind blades. Which expert used an ice attribute martial art to freeze this person? Yi Xian was a little curious. Now, there was another problem. The person who froze this person was probably of a high cultivation level. He could even block the wind blades. So, how was Yi Xian going to break the layer of ice on the outside? Yi Xian put the ice sculpture into the devouring space again. In this place, he was the king. However, what surprised him was that even he could not break the layer of ice. In that case, he could only try the second method. Old Tree, try it first. Yi Xian let Old Tree do it. The latter was the infernal god Unicorn, who had extremely powerful flames. I don't believe it. Unicorn's sky-burning flame. Old Tree widened its eyes and opened its mouth, using its most powerful attack. Boom! Old Tree's most powerful attack covered the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. How terrifying. Black Horn, try the devouring dragon's roar. Yi Xian said again. Roar! Black Horn roared at the sky and spat out a black dragon's breath at the ice sculpture. Unfortunately, the ice sculpture's defense was too strong. Even the devouring dragon's roar was useless against it. Only a 5th grade sacred venerate could do that, right? Or a 6th grade sacred venerate? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He had used the perception token to find this ice sculpture, but he could not break this ice sculpture. In that case, he would not be able to find out why the person inside the ice sculpture had Prince Rong's perception token. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card. Celestial Sword Clone, break it. Yi Xian said again. The Celestial Sword Clone started to attack. The Celestial Sword Clone had Yi Xian's skills, which made him an invincible version of Yi Xian. Naturally, he had the ability to kill in one hit. However, this layer of ice crystals was too hard. It was unknown what level of expert had left it behind, so the Sword Immortal avatar took a long time to fix it. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the engulfing space. One day outside was 1,000 years inside. Even so, the Celestial Sword Clone spent an entire hour in the outside world to trigger the one-hit kill effect and break the layer of ice. The Celestial Sword Clone had swung his sword countless times in the outside world. Now, he finally broke the layer of ice. Gotcha, at this moment, the ice layer had been shattered, and the corpse was exposed to the air. Yi Xian quickly went to check on it and asked Wei Zhentian to search its soul. However, the process of searching its soul took half a day in the outside world, which was about 500 years in the engulfing space. This person's cultivation level was very high. Heavens, he's a high-level sacred venerate. Yi Xian was shocked. However, Yi Xian already knew who the other party was. This person was one of the personal guards of the vicissitudes flame ancient country's Prince Rong. He had also entered the 9 stages of hell to search for Prince Rong. Previously, Yi Xian's detection token had sensed a small Dharma treasure in his body. This Dharma treasure was something that everyone in the personal guards had. In other words, Yi Xian did not sense Prince Rong this time. However, Yi Xian did benefit from the man's Cosmos Ring, which contained a lot of training resources. Gu Tianlei had also forgotten to tell Yi Xian that he had sent a team of bodyguards and other people into the 9 gates of hell. This way, they could continuously check the 9 gates of hell to see if Prince Rong was in a special place that had not been detected. Perhaps, he might even be in the 1st stage of hell. Yi Xian searched the soul of Prince Rong's personal guard. From the latter's memory, he could see that it was a white-robed man who had frozen him to this state with just one strike. Moreover, this white-robed man did not even care about his Cosmos Ring, nor was he afraid of the wind blades of the 4th stage of hell. He had directly left. This demonic spirit ancient country was really scary. They even took in an 8th grade sacred venerate and even a 9th grade sacred venerate. After the personal guard's body was absorbed into the devouring space, Yi Xian's detection token did not respond. It seemed that he had to continue the investigation. Soon, he found the path to the 5th stage of hell. It was a gale valley. The wind blades attacked at a very high frequency. Even a 4th grade sacred venerate would have a high chance of dying. Unfortunately, even if the wind blades were 10 times stronger, they could not do anything to the sword's celestial clone. However, the wind blades were disorderly. The sword's celestial clone was constantly repelled. It actually took him several days to pass through the Gale Valley. However, he finally passed. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. He had reached 8th grade Sacred King. Old Tree and Black Horn had also broken through to 3rd grade Sacred Lord. Their cultivation levels were still too low. The faster I complete the mission of rescuing Prince Rong, the better the reward. I have been in the 9th stage of hell for a month now. If I complete it, I wonder what kind of reward I will get. Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. However, the reward was still very far away from him. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th stage of hell. He had just arrived and did not know what the 5th stage was, so he could only experience it for himself. He looked around but did not find anything strange. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. This clap of thunder directly struck Black Horn's body and then transmitted to Yi Xian, who was in Black Horn's body. In an instant, Yi Xian felt his vision turn black. He was dead. What? Dead? Yi Xian's last clone was scared out of his wits. He quickly used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he entered the 5th stage of hell. Then, he specially went to the 4th stage of hell to investigate and found out. The 5th stage of hell was called the Thunder Stage. Those who entered the 5th stage of hell were not allowed to stay in an area for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, lightning would strike. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was instantly killed by the lightning. So that's how it is. So we have to keep moving? Yi Xian immediately understood. Then, he let the Sword Saint clone pass through the Gale Canyon and arrived at the 5th stage of hell again. This time, he immediately began to move, not stopping even for a single step. This stage was really strange. It was a stark contrast to the ice stage. The ice stage was too cold. Everyone was maintaining their sacred power, so they usually did not walk outside. However, in the Thunder stage, one had to keep moving, so people could be seen everywhere. Prince Rong is also not at the 5th stage of hell. That means he is at the 6th stage or even later. Yi Xian had a headache. No matter what, he had to find the way to the 6th stage first. However, because he was anxious to find Prince Rong as soon as possible, he passed the stage a little too quickly. Therefore, his realm was not high enough. It was difficult for him to move people in this stage because there were people running everywhere. If he fought here, he might be targeted. At the same time, this stage would greatly limit one's movement. While moving quickly, one would not have much time to cultivate. Usually, those who passed the 9th stage of hell would have a higher realm when they were caught, so they could easily deal with it. This time, Xian stayed in the Thunder stage for a few days before he found the way to the 6th stage. That place was called the Land of Lightning. There was no rule to the lightning. When it struck the ground, it would spread out. It was 10 times more terrifying than the Gale Canyon. Xian used the sword Saint Clone again and easily passed this stage. He arrived at the 6th stage of hell. Compared to the 6th gate, the Thunder Gate was child's play. The environment of the 6th gate would continuously corrode a martial artist's flesh and blood. If one wanted to survive here, they would need to have a strong constitution. If Xian was exposed to the air, he might not even last a second. Even with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's rapid recovery speed, it would be useless. After a second, he would be corroded into nothing. Fortunately, Black Horn, the heart of the demon dragon, and the immortal Phoenix bloodline could survive here. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Prince Rong in the 6th gate. Xian started to investigate again and found the entrance to the 7th gate. What surprised him was that with his current ability, he was corroded into nothingness in less than 10 seconds after entering the dark abyss. The speed of recovery and corrosion were not proportional at all. It was an instant kill. Helpless, Xian could only use the time reversal skill again to return to the past and let the sword celestial clone pass. The 8th gate of the Ghost Gate was called the Daybreak Gate. The surroundings were white and there were no other colors. It was very bright, and one would feel dizzy if one looked at it for too long. In this gate, most people had to close their eyes and move forward. Furthermore, their senses would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong one was, they would lose their way. However, this time, the sensory token in Xian's hand finally reacted. Let's go. Using this reaction, Xian found his way. The 7th gate of the Ghost Gate was a place that only 7th-rank sacred venerables could enter. However, Xian came here as a 9th-rank sacred king. He was very brave. Most people's senses would be reduced here and they would not be able to open their eyes. However, Xian had the help of the sword celestial clone, so his vision was wider. Coupled with the sensory token, he quickly found his target. In front of him, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not move at all. He did not even notice Xian approaching. I finally found him. Xian looked at the old man's face and his eyes lit up. Finally, he found him. The sword celestial clone continued forward and finally stepped into the old man's perception range. Sir, please wait. Prince Rong said without opening his eyes. Senior, I was entrusted by someone to come and find you. The sword immortal avatar said. When Prince Rong heard this, he could not help but open his eyes to take a look. He realized that the sword immortal avatar's face was very unfamiliar. Who sent you? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Gu Tianlei. Xian answered directly. It's him. Prince Rong immediately understood. Gu Tianlei was the #1 bodyguard of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor. Since he had gone missing, Gu Tianlei was ordered to investigate. He sent quite a few people in before, but only 2 of them found me, and they're both dead. You're quite lucky to be able to find me. Prince Rong shook his head. But what's the use of finding them? We don't know the exact locations of the 9 gates of hell, so we can only rely on ourselves. Then, Senior, do you know where the entrance to the 8 gates is? Xian asked. I do know, but I've been there once and almost died inside. It's already beyond my expectations that you're able to make it here. Don't tell me you want to go to the 8 gates of hell? Prince Rong nodded. He had already recovered to the 7th grade Sacred Venerate realm, but his strength was not enough to go to the 8 gates of hell, so it was better to stay in the 7th gate. Although he could only open his eyes for a short while here, it was not dangerous, so most people would choose to cultivate here. That's not necessarily true. If I can make it to the 7th gate, I naturally have the ability to go to the 8 gates. Senior, you just need to tell me the location. Xian said. Fine, since you want to take a look, then go ahead. There's no direction here, but I know where it is. Follow me. Prince Rong said as he stood up, then turned around and walked in the direction behind him. Xian hurriedly followed him. After some time, he arrived at the end of the 7th gate. It turned out that Prince Rong was able to find this place because he had a treasure that could be used to identify directions. You can't open your eyes in here. Once you do, you'll immediately pass out and your senses will be extremely low. You have to find the exit from this entrance to reach the 8 gates. Prince Rong said. I see. Xian nodded, then let the Sword Immortal clone enter to take a look. Is this a puppet? Prince Rong reminded the Sword Immortal clone when he saw it. Previously, there were people who wanted to use puppets to enter, but they all lost. Senior, don't worry. This puppet of mine is not ordinary. Xian only smiled. At this moment, the Sword Immortal clone had already entered. He had an invincible body, and his eyes had been open since the beginning. It was Prince Rong's first time seeing someone who could do this. Perhaps he could really pass the 8 gates, although there was no direction in the 8 gates, Xian could sense the Sword Immortal clone's location and then go in the opposite direction. Soon, he found the exit and left. There doesn't seem to be anything special about the 8th gate. Xian suddenly said. Prince Rong was stunned when he heard that. He asked in shock, You passed it? Yes, but there's nothing special about the 8th gate. Xian nodded. I didn't expect you to actually pass it. King Rong found it unbelievable, but he did not ask any further. He only said, I heard that the 8th stage of the Ghost Gate is an illusion stage. If one's strength is insufficient, they will fall into an illusion the moment they step in, never to wake up. I think so. I saw a few people standing in the same spot. They didn't move at all. Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. This group of people had already fallen into the illusion. Some were laughing wretchedly, some were crying sadly, and some were even doing some kind of piston exercise. They were drunk. The Sword Immortal clone quickly went over and took their interspatial rings, then began to wander around. In the 8th gate, not everyone had fallen into the illusion. There were still some people with stronger minds. However, these people were cultivating in seclusion because they were already at the 8th gate. The next gate was the 9th gate. That was the last gate. Perhaps there was a way out there. If not for the fact that they wanted to leave, they would have stayed at the 1st gate. Why would they continue to advance? The Sword Immortal clone searched the 8th gate for a while and finally found the entrance to the 9th gate. The entrance to the 9th gate was actually a strengthened illusion array, but it was useless against the Sword Immortal clone. After a while, the Sword Immortal clone arrived at the 9th gate. Xian didn't go over immediately. Instead, he let the Sword Immortal clone investigate. However, he didn't find anything special. Could it be that the 9th level was the same as the 8th? Was it an illusion level? That's why the Sword Immortal clone didn't find it. Just as Xian was thinking about whether he should go over personally, someone suddenly approached him. How strange. It's actually a first-rank Saint Lord? An unfamiliar voice entered the Sword Immortal clone's ears. Xian turned around and found that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was very powerful. He was probably a 9th-rank Saint Lord. May I ask if there's any danger in this level? The Sword Immortal clone asked. Danger? No. The young man shook his head. There's no danger in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Apart from killing each other, no one else has died in this level. That can't be. This is the last level of the Ghost Gate. How can there be no danger? The Sword Immortal clone said in disbelief. There's indeed no danger. However, those who come to the 9th level will be trapped here and can't go out. The young man paused for a moment before continuing. Unless the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation comes to recruit, those who are willing to serve the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation can leave. The second method is to kill the Hellgate's Cerberus at the end of the 9th level and escape. What's the Three-Headed Hound's level? The Sword Immortal clone asked curiously. It's at least at the Sage Emperor level. It's said that it's the master of the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. If you want to leave the 9th level, you have to kill it. However, no one has succeeded, so no one knows if it's true or not. The young man shook his head. I see. Thank you. The Sword Immortal clone nodded and thanked him. You should be just a puppet. You're actually able to control a puppet to pass the level. That's pretty impressive. The young man looked like he understood the Sword Immortal clone. He then cupped his fist and said, farewell. The Sword Immortal clone looked at his departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Then, Yi Xian reported the situation to Prince Rong. The three-headed hound of the Ghost Gate? I've heard of it. Prince Rong recalls for a while, then says, it's said that the warden of the ghost sect has raised this monster since it was a baby. It's very strong. Even Zuyuyoists of the same level might not be able to defeat it. As for the warden, he is the crown prince of the Devil Spirit ancient country. His strength is even stronger than the Hellgate Cerberus. However, very few people have seen him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then let's go to the 9th level of the Ghost Gate first. How do we get there? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Next, Yi Xian opened the Gate of Void. After they passed through it, they arrived at the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It was the first time that Prince Rong, a 7th grade sacred venerate, had made it to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Of course, a 1st grade saint like Yi Xian was even more of a miracle. However, the 9th stage of the Ghost Gate did not only have 8th stage Holy Venerables and 9th stage Holy Venerables. There were also many Holy Lords and Holy Emperors. These people were the descendants of those who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Therefore, Yi Xian's arrival was not unique. The 9th level of the Gates of Hell was not very big. Yi Xian looked around and found less than 100 high-level sacred venerates. Among them, there were more than 29th grade sacred venerates. That youth said that the Devil Spirit ancient country might send people to recruit them. As long as these people agreed, they would be used by the Devil Spirit ancient country. At that time, they would leave the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. As for those who disobeyed, they would have to continue to stay here unless they could kill the Hellgate Cerberus. After a while, Yi Xian saw the mountain-sized Hellgate Cerberus. Its terrifying aura made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Prince Rong looked at the Hellgate Cerberus and slowly said, since the Devil Spirit ancient country wants to recruit these people, they probably won't kill them. They should only be repelling them. At this time, a person suddenly rushed toward the Hellgate Cerberus. It was a middle-aged man in blue. Yi Xian had a slight impression of him. This person was the expert who froze Prince Rong's personal guards into ice sculptures. Now that he was walking toward the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be challenging it. The Ice Emperor is finally going to challenge the Hellgate Cerberus. Let's go and see. The Devil Spirit ancient country's expert, the Ice Emperor, is finally going to make a move. The Ice Emperor is the patriarch of the Devil Spirit ancient country's Lin clan. No one knows what mistake he made, but he was sent to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It is said that when he was a 9th grade sacred venerate, he once fought against a sacred emperor and remained undefeated. If he can defeat the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be able to regain his freedom. However, the Hellgate Cerberus is not something an ordinary sacred emperor can compare to. Can he beat it? While those experts were talking, the Ice Emperor had already arrived in front of the Hellgate Cerberus. The Hellgate Cerberus had already noticed him and opened its 3 pairs of huge eyes. Huh! The Ice Emperor did not waste any time and directly launched an attack at the Hellgate Cerberus. Unfortunately, this attack did not even break through the Hellgate Cerberus's defense. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor could not help but stop. Although it was only one attack, he understood the difference between him and the Hellgate Cerberus. Therefore, he could only sigh and find a place to continue cultivating. Sigh, even the Ice Emperor can't break through its defense, let alone us. It's better for us to cultivate. If we can break through to the Sacred Emperor realm, maybe we can. Everyone shook their heads one after another and then went back to cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he was looking at the huge Hellgate Cerberus. Although the Sword Immortal clone's attack was not strong, it had a one-hit kill effect. If it could be triggered, the Hellgate Cerberus would be instantly killed even if it was 10 times stronger. However, the last time Yi Xian used the Sword Immortal clone to break through the ice layer, it took him 500 years. Now, if the Sword Immortal clone was to attack the sacred Emperor Cerberus, not to mention 500 years, even 1 year would be too long for Yixian. It's not like there's no way. As long as I can stay here for a month, there should be no problem. Yixian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was currently only a first-rank Saint Lord and Blackhorn was a 5th-rank Saint Lord. He could only fight against a 4th or 5th-rank Saint Venerable. However, if Yixian stayed here for a month, he would be able to break through to the 7th-rank Saint Lord. At that time, Blackhorn would be able to fight against the sacred Emperor Cerberus. Don't forget that Yixian still had the Beast God Clock. When the time came, the Hellgate Cerberus would only be able to use 20% of its strength. Next, Yixian found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Prince Rong did the same. As long as Prince Rong was given some time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recover to 9th-rank Saint Venerable. However, he would need a large amount of treasures to recover to Saint Emperor. Therefore, Yixian couldn't rely on Prince Rong. He had to rely on himself. We'll see in a month. Yixian thought to himself. Wasn't it just a Saint Emperor Cerberus? What was there to be afraid of? After that, Yixian stayed in the 9th trial of the Ghost Gate for an entire month. After a month, he broke through from 1st-rank Saint Lord to 7th-rank Saint Lord. Old Tree, Blackhorn, Heavenbreaker, and Wei Zhentian all broke through to 2nd-rank Saint Emperor. Now, Blackhorn's strength was more or less enough to kill this Cerberus. I wonder if there's anyone behind this Cerberus. However, I have the time reversal skill. I'll kill it first. Yixian thought to himself as he summoned Blackhorn and entered his stomach. Eh? Someone is heading towards the Cerberus. Why is it only a Saint Emperor? This black dragon's aura is very different from the one I encountered before. What bloodline does it have? The experts who were trapped in the 9th level of the gates of hell were all astonished. Even Prince Rong didn't know what Yixian was going to do. If Blackhorn and Wei Zhentian work together, it's almost impossible to kill them. However, if Wei Zhentian turns into the Beast God Clock, it should be easier. Yixian was in Blackhorn's body. After thinking for a while, he directly attacked the Cerberus. This move was the strongest move, the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Furthermore, the Beast God Clock had also appeared. The Cerberus was instantly suppressed by 80% of its strength. The Cerberus sensed an extraordinary aura and immediately raised its head to look, only to discover a black pillar of flames shooting towards it. Roar! The Cerberus opened its 3 mouths and spat out 3 black pillars of fire. The 3 pillars of fire merged into one and collided with the Devouring Dragon's Roar. However, this attack was instantly destroyed by the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Boom! The Devouring Dragon roared as it pierced through the Cerberus's body. The devouring effect also devoured the Cerberus completely. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. The Holy Emperor level Cerberus had been insta-killed. The entire crowd was shocked. What's going on? Heavens! Even the Ice Emperor couldn't do anything to the Cerberus, but it was killed in an instant. That attack is so terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the Ice Emperor's attack. The crowd was completely shocked. Yixian, who was inside Blackhorn's body, couldn't help but smile. He ordered Blackhorn to forcefully swallow Prince Rong. Prince Rong, I'll escort you out of here. Yixian did not care about the others and directly rushed through the door behind Cerberus. When that group of people saw this scene, they immediately rushed over. Previously, they were blocked by Cerberus behind this door. Now that Cerberus was dead, they might be able to leave this damned place. After Yixian passed through the door, he found that it was a dark place. There was no light, but this did not affect Yixian at all. Go to the south. Yixian narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered Blackhorn to go to the south. Previously, he had placed a death hunt order on Gu Tianlei. Gu Tianlei was in the south now, so that should be the Xianxia ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Time Bloodline Evolution 1 time. Prince Rong was rescued, and Yixian's mission was completed. Perhaps because Yixian had been delayed for too long, the reward was not so attractive. However, this was not bad as it slowed down the speed of the devouring space. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years inside. This was too heaven-defying. After Yixian, a large number of prisoners came out of the 9 levels. It was likely that the devil spirit ancient country would be in chaos. I have rescued Prince Rong. Where are you? Yixian quickly sent a message to Gu Tianlei. What? You're out? Gu Tianlei was shocked. When he made a deal with Yixian, he thought that even if things went smoothly, it would take at least 10,000 years. He did not expect that Yixian only took a few months. This was too terrifying. Now that the Red Dragon territory has been taken over by my Xianxia ancient country, quickly go to the Red Dragon territory. I will send someone to receive you. Gu Tianlei regained his senses and replied. Red Dragon territory? No problem. Yixian narrowed his eyes. This was the exit of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Although he did not know where it was, he could ask anyone. However, things were not that simple. At the moment when the Cerberus died, somewhere in the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. The Cerberus is dead? Did someone kill him? The young man raised his eyebrows. The Cerberus he mentioned was the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate, which was also his pet. And he was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Now that the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate was dead, it meant that the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate had been breached. As the warden, he naturally felt ashamed. Damn, you actually killed the Cerberus. See if I don't kill you. The young man's eyes flickered as he passed through several levels and stood in front of the gate. At this time, the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate's body had been completely devoured. There was nothing left. I am guarding the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Only those who submit to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country's imperial family can leave. Now that others have left, they deserve to be punished. The young man did not say anything and went through the gate, starting to chase after the escapees. With his strength, even if he fought against all of them, he would not be able to kill them easily, let alone chase after one of them. However, after he killed a few of the escapees from the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, he felt an aura. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. This aura directly attracted his attention, so he immediately chased after it. After a while, he caught up with the other party. This aura was left behind by Black Horn. Yixian, who was hurrying on his way, raised his eyebrows as he suddenly felt something. He immediately asked Black Horn to turn around. He saw a young man quickly approaching him. You're the one who killed my pet. The young man snorted coldly. Pet? Hearing this name, Yixian immediately reacted. Could the pet that the young man mentioned be the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? If that was the case, this young man was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, who was also the crown prince of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country, He Jian. Did you kill Hellgate's Cerberus? The young man did not answer the question but asked again. So what if I did? Yixian replied coldly. Since you did, you deserve to die. The young man's eyes turned cold as he charged toward Black Horn. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. Yixian roared and summoned his sword celestial avatar. Together with Black Horn, they attacked He Jian together. Rumble. Both parties began to fight. Black Horn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword celestial avatar, it was a headache for He Jian. This person has an impossible strength. Where did he come from? He Jian frowned as he thought to himself. The demonic spirit ancient nation was just a small ancient nation. There were middle-grade and high-grade ancient nations above it. However, he felt that even a high-grade ancient nation would not be able to cultivate such a heaven-defying existence. Could it be a dojo? He Jian thought for a while and felt that it was impossible. How could there be a disciple of a dojo in the demonic spirit ancient nation? No matter what, he had to capture Yixian first. He Jian is indeed the #1 genius of the demonic spirit ancient nation. He's much stronger than the Cerberus. It'll be difficult for me to get to the Red Dragon Ridge if I'm entangled with him. Yixian thought to himself as he prepared to use the time reversal skill to return to the past. Last time, he had only stayed for a month, and then he couldn't wait to kill the Cerberus and escape from the 9 levels of the gates of hell. This time, he planned to stay for a few more days and leave after he made a breakthrough. This way, even if He Jian came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, if he did that, the reward of the random mission to rescue Prince Rong would be lowered by a level. Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Successfully escape and escort Prince Rong to the capital of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian did not want to use the time reversal skill. My luck is good. Mission after mission. After a moment of joy, Yi Xian decided not to tangle with him anymore and turned around to leave. You want to leave? Stay. The young man exerted all his strength in an attempt to stop Yi Xian. However, he didn't know Yi Xian's background. Sword Immortal Avatar, go. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal Avatar to leave, but his opponent thought nothing of it. He only attacked Black Horn. However, with the demonic dragon's heart and the Black Horn's physique, even if the young man was a second-rank Holy Emperor, he couldn't do anything to the Black Horn. He could only keep pestering it. After the Sword Immortal Avatar traveled for a while, Yi Xian suddenly used a switch to switch positions with the Sword Immortal Avatar. Following that, Yi Xian got his Sword Immortal Avatar to keep Black Horn into the devouring space before releasing him with his true body. The young man was astonished. However, he had not pursued the Sword Immortal Avatar because he could tell that it was a puppet. But now, Black Horn had disappeared and the Sword Immortal Avatar had appeared. He couldn't figure it out. Before he could react, Yi Xian put away the peerless swords and the Sword Immortal Avatar disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this, He Jian couldn't help but curse. He then chased after Yi Xian to the south. At the same time, somewhere in the demonic spirit ancient nation. You want to catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He then glanced at the map and estimated that he would be able to enter the Red Dragon territory in about half a day. The Red Dragon territory used to be the demonic spirit ancient nation's territory. However, in the Purgatory battlefield, the Unicorn ancient nation supported by the demonic spirit ancient nation lost, so the Red Dragon territory was given to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. When Yi Xian entered the 9 gates of hell, the Red Dragon territory had already been taken over, so it was now the Ashen Flame ancient nation's territory. As long as he entered the Red Dragon territory, there would be someone to receive him. However, things weren't that simple. I'm finally here. After half a day, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw the huge red dragon head in front of him. It seemed that he had completed his mission this time. He immediately released his sword's celestial clone, passed through the border checkpoint between the two nations, and then entered the Red Dragon territory by swapping positions. However, at this moment, what a powerful aura. Everyone, be careful. The general guarding the border suddenly bellowed. The soldiers squinted their eyes and saw that the newcomer was actually a sage emperor. At the border between the two nations, any sage emperor experts were not allowed to enter the other nation's territory unless they were invited by the other nation. The general guarding the border had not received any news, so what was the newcomer doing here? This sage emperor was He Jian, who was chasing after Yi Xian. He quickly flashed to the front of the Red Dragon territory's wall and said in surprise, "The Ashen Flame ancient nation's armor. What's going on? Who are you? Tell me your name." The general guarding the border shouted. "An ant-like existence like you is not worthy to know my name." He Jian did not say anything and directly attacked. As a second-grade sage emperor, he instantly killed the general who was only a 9th-grade sage venerable. He Jian had been in seclusion somewhere in the 9 gates of hell, so he did not know that the Red Dragon territory had been assigned to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. Now that he had killed the border general of the Ashen Flame ancient nation, he had already caused a huge commotion. He did not care about anything else and directly entered the Red Dragon territory to continue chasing after Yi Xian. F***ck, this guy wants to start a war between the two nations. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the sword celestial clone had already separated from him. Even if the other party came, it would be useless. Gu Tianlei, He Jian broke through the Red Dragon Pass. Yi Xian hastily sent a message to Gu Tianlei. This guy must not know about the Red Dragon territory. Delay him for a while, I will be there soon. Gu Tianlei replied. Although the other party could not do anything to Black Horn, Yi Xian was too lazy to fight with him. He Jian, Do you know that the Red Dragon territory is now the territory of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation? Yi Xian suddenly shouted. What? He Jian was slightly surprised when he heard that. Since when did the Red Dragon territory become the territory of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation? However, when he thought of the new border in the Red Dragon territory, he felt that something was amiss. He had already invaded the territory of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation and even killed the border general of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. No matter what, you have to stay. He Jian's eyes flickered as he attacked Yi Xian again. F***ck, don't force me to use time reversal to kill you. Yi Xian scolded angrily. This time, he did not want to use time reversal. However, if He Jian was looking for death, he did not mind using it once. However, if he did that, he would not be able to complete his random mission. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He Jian. The other party shouted angrily. When He Jian heard the voice, he immediately turned around. Gu Tianlei? He Jian couldn't help but shout. How could he not know Gu Tianlei, the favorite of the Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's emperor? He Jian, you have invaded my Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's territory. Gu Tianlei said. When did the Red Dragon territory become your Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's territory? He Jian couldn't help but ask. The battle in the Purgatory battlefield has ended. My Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country won. Gu Tianlei replied. Now, He Jian understood. I don't know about that. He Jian replied coldly. Since that's the case, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. No. He Jian glanced at Black Horn and said, he killed my woman, so I'm going to capture him. Slave? Gu Tianlei was astonished when he heard this. Yi Xian killed the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate. When Gu Tianlei heard the news, he thought it was due to the help of an expert. He didn't expect it to be like this. This person entered my country to celebrate the festival. Naturally, my Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country will deal with him. My Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country will get to the bottom of this matter. He Jian, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. He Jian wanted to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Gu Tianlei take out a communication token. Gu Tianlei's expression changed drastically. He Jian, although you don't know about this, you have killed one of my country's border generals. Since that's the case, I can only capture you. Gu Tianlei said. With just you? He Jian's eyes flickered. With just me, it's enough. Gu Tianlei didn't say anything and directly attacked. On the other side, Yi Xian immediately ordered Black Horn to attack. He Jian couldn't do anything to him before, and now with Gu Tianlei, his chances of winning were much higher. Rumble. In an instant, both sides began to fight. However, it had to be said that He Jian was very strong. After all, he was the crown prince of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. However, Gu Tianlei wasn't weak either, and with Black Horn, He Jian was suppressed. It seems like there's no other way. Let's go. He Jian decisively turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Gu Tianlei's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, He Jian immediately turned his head and found that there were still two auras rapidly approaching. Including Gu Tianlei, there were actually 3 second-rank holy emperors. Bastard, you're trying to start a war between the two nations. He Jian shouted angrily. He could deal with Gu Tianlei and Black Horn, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people from the other side to intercept him. This was going to be troublesome. Although you're the future emperor of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country, you can't trespass into my Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country's territory and kill my country's general. Naturally, I'll have to capture you and bring you back to the capital for His Majesty to deal with. Gu Tianlei's voice entered He Jian's ears. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in He Jian's mind. Could this be a scheme of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country? His goal was to lure him across the border? Bastard, you want to catch me? No way. He Jian cursed. Suddenly, his aura surged, scaring Gu Tianlei and the others into retreating. In the end, with a bang, He Jian's body actually exploded. He had self-destructed. Isn't He Jian a little too crazy? We're just trying to capture him. Is there a need for him to self-destruct? Gu Tianlei was shocked, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. No, that's just a clone, not He Jian's main body. He finally reacted. Previously, they wanted to capture He Jian to extort a sum of money. After all, He Jian had killed one of the vicissitude flame ancient country's border generals. However, He Jian's self-destruction was illogical, that was why Gu Tianlei checked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't He Jian's main body. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had successfully sent Prince Rong to the vicissitude flame ancient country's territory. However, the random mission requirement was to send Prince Rong back to the capital. Hence, the mission had yet to be completed. Subsequently, Yi Xian released Prince Rong. Greetings, Prince Rong. Gu Tianlei and the others immediately cupped their fists and greeted Prince Rong. Rise. Prince Rong said. Then, his gaze fell on the Sword Celestial's clone and said, "This young man is young and capable. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to leave the 9 gates of hell. I must reward him handsomely." Gu Tianlei did not expect Yi Xian to be able to rescue Prince Rong. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's talent, he was a little speechless. Could this young man be a disciple of the dojo who came here to train? Gu Tianlei had some doubts in his heart. However, it was better to wait until they reached the capital. They immediately started their journey. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian arrived at the capital of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement 1 time. The system notified. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard the system's notification. The reward this time was really generous. The Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement would increase his combat strength by a lot. If he used the single Sword Celestial Ascension, the chances of triggering the one-hit kill effect would also be higher. Awesome, one should know that he had already upgraded the one with the sword and the Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement. From now on, he would need to consume 6 Devour points for every upgrade. In other words, this random mission was equivalent to 6 Devour points. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need 9 Devour points. Gu Tianlei and Prince Rong brought Yi Xian into the palace and met the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Although the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was only a first-grade sacred emperor, he was adept at governing the country and was well liked by the people. Confer upon Yi Xian the rank of first-grade consecrator. Bestow upon him a mansion in the palace and beautiful women. The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was not stingy. He directly rewarded Yi Xian with a lot of things that were enough for him to cultivate to a high-level sacred venerable. However, it was a pity that he was not interested in such things. Imperial brother, Yi Xian's talent is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Don't you think it's too tacky to just give him these things? At this time, Prince Rong suddenly said. You mean? The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was stunned. If I remember correctly, the disciples of my vicissitude flame ancient country's imperial family will be heading to the Golden Feather training ground soon, right? Prince Rong said. That's right. Imperial brother, do you mean to let Yi Xian take one of the spots? The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country asked. That's right. With Yi Xian's talent, even the top genius of my vicissitude flame ancient country will be overshadowed by him. He will definitely be able to obtain one of the spots and even pass the training grounds test. Prince Rong nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, what's a training ground? You don't know? Prince Rong turned around in astonishment. He thought that Yi Xian was a disciple of the training ground. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. Prince Rong was shocked. If Yi Xian didn't come from a dojo, where else could nurture such a genius? Fighting across 2 realms was simply too dangerous. If he joins the Golden Feather Dojo, he'll definitely become the most dazzling star of the Golden Feather Dojo. Then, our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom will rise as well. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's Emperor, Prince Rong, and Gu Tianlei all thought so. At this time, Gu Tianlei explained to Yi Xian, both our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom and Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom are established around the Golden Feather Dojo. The Golden Feather Dojo is a colossus. It's said that they have half-step Tao Lord experts. Of course, the Golden Feather Dojo we're talking about is just a branch established on the second heaven. Hearing this, Xian was stunned again and said in shock, "The second heaven, again, the heavens have a total of 9 heavens. The place we're at now is the first heaven, and the Golden Feather Dojo branch is at the second heaven. The second heaven is much better than the first heaven. The treasures, environment, opportunities, and so on are all incomparable to the first heaven." Prince Rong explained. The 9th heaven? Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he'd seen such a thing. "We don't know much about the 9th heaven, but it's said that the Golden Feather Dojo's headquarters is one of the top forces in the 3rd heaven," the Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor said. "Then, what's the half-step Tao Lord realm?" Xian asked again. "After the Sage Emperor realm, one begins to touch the Heavenly Tao. Half-step Heavenly Lord, Invincible Heavenly Lord, and half-step Tao Lord is after the Invincible Heavenly Lord realm. This realm isn't something we can understand." The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor shook his head. "I see." Xian nodded slightly and stopped asking. After all, he was only a Saint Lord right now. After the Saint Lord, there were Saint Emperors, and Saint Emperors. He was too far away from that realm. Seeing Xian's reaction, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor added, "Since that's the case, it's settled then. At that time, Xian, you and the elites of our Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family will proceed to the Dao Plaza together to participate in the examination." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xian thanked him. He originally thought that he was almost at the peak of the world, but he didn't expect that it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was also good. He had only just started to warm up after cultivating until now. She wondered how powerful he would be when he broke through to that realm. After that, Xian settled down in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial palace. Due to He Jian's previous trespass, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country had pressured the Devil Spirit Ancient Country and demanded a sum of compensation. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country was a little sad. Not only were they forced to pass the 9 gates of hell, but He Jian's clone was also destroyed. It was equivalent to having one of their teeth broken. They could only swallow it. For the next period of time, Xian rested in his own residence. As time passed, his cultivation continued to rise. 10 days later. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Saint Lord. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-Splitting Divine Ape, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon. Currently, you are a 4th grade Saint Emperor. After breaking through, their strength had greatly increased. If the current Xian were to go crazy, no one in the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country would be able to stop him. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources now. Therefore, he didn't go berserk and destroy the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to go to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Soon, it was time. Today, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's team was ready to set off. They were preparing to head to the end of the first heaven, where the path to the second heaven was. When Xian arrived at the gathering point, he saw the elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family staring at him. "I heard that the black dragon behind him has the strength to fight with the 9th stage prison warden, He Jian. That's too terrifying. Could it be that he was nurtured by a mid or high-grade ancient country? He will definitely pass the test and enter the Golden Feather training ground. We must curry favor with him later. Who knows, he might take care of us." These elites of the imperial family weren't old, but the strongest among them was already a 9th grade Saint Venerable, which just happened to meet the requirements of the Golden Feather training ground. Although the strongest was Black Horn, Xian was definitely not easy to deal with since he could tame such a black dragon. Even if he was just a 9th grade Saint Lord, he still couldn't be underestimated. Indeed, if Xian went all out, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than the old tree. Although he couldn't be compared to Black Horn, he could still deal with these elites of the imperial family. After all, he was a super genius that had passed the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. If he had a little more time, he might be able to challenge the 19th floor. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a golden rock suddenly descended from the sky. There were several figures on its back, and Gutianlei was among them. This is the only Saint Emperor level Saint Beast in our Pale Flame ancient country. This time, it will be carrying us to the teleportation point of the second heavens. The elites of the imperial family recognized it. Alright, come on up. Gu Tianlei shouted. Then, the group of elites all jumped on the golden rock's back. However, Yi Xian didn't. Black Horn was 100 times stronger than this golden rock. Why would he need it to carry them? Gu Tianlei didn't say anything. He felt that Yi Xian's strength had increased a lot after 10 days. He was afraid that even he wouldn't be his opponent. Then, the group of people started to hurry on their journey. 2 days later, the group of people arrived at a teleportation point. The Golden Feather Training Grounds emissary should have already arrived at the teleportation point. When they were done with the teleportation, they saw the people from the Golden Feather Training Ground waiting for them. Greetings, emissary. Gu Tianlei immediately led Yi Xian and the others to greet the emissary. This time, the emissary was a middle-aged man. Although his appearance was ordinary, he didn't have the slightest bit of aura. So strong, he's at least a high-level Saint Emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, even a high-level Saint Emperor wouldn't be enough. After all, even the Second Heaven's Golden Feather Training Grounds branch had Heavenly Monarch Realm experts. Pale Flame Ancient Country, huh? Let's wait first. The emissary shouted. Gu Tianlei was stunned, but he didn't ask any questions. He stood there and waited. A while later, another group of people landed. When Gu Tianlei took a closer look, he realized that they were from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Your 2 countries are the last group, go. After the emissary finished speaking, he casually slashed at the sky. In the next moment, everyone was shocked, the sky actually cracked open. Go. Before they could react, they were surrounded by a mass of energy, and then rose rapidly. It turned out that the middle-aged man was not a high-level Saint Emperor, but a half-step Heavenly Lord. Only half-step Heavenly Lords and above could break the heavens and bring everyone from the first heaven to the second heaven without the need to go through a transmission formation. This is too terrifying. He actually has the means to break the heavens. Is this the strength of a half-step Heavenly Lord? Yi Xian looked at the dark surroundings and could not help but think. This was the space between the first heaven and the second heaven. There was nothing here. Yi Xian originally thought that they would have to pass through the starry sky. He did not expect that it would be complete darkness. Therefore, he thought that the universe might be after the 9th heaven. However, there was still a distance between the first heaven and the second heaven. Although there was an expert leading the way, they still took a few days to see the light. After a while, the second heaven, we're finally here. Yi Xian and the others' vision shook. The Saint Chi here was more than 10 times denser than the first heaven. Next is the initial test. Each of you will attack me once. If you meet the standard, you can join the Golden Plume Training Ground, said the Training Ground envoy. As soon as he said that, some people were puzzled. Why not take the test at the first heaven? What if they did not pass the test? Sir Envoy, what if we don't pass the test? Someone asked. If you don't pass the test, you can become a servant. If you have some achievements in the future, you can be promoted to a disciple, replied the Training Ground envoy. The test was very simple. It was to test one's attack power. Of course, everyone knew that the standard of the test would change according to their cultivation level. Then, someone walked out and attacked the dojo emissary. This was an 8th grade Saint Venerable, an elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family. If he attacked with his full strength, he could kill a 9th grade Saint Venerable. However, to everyone's surprise, unqualified. After he finished attacking, the Training Ground envoy said. Such a powerful attack, but he did not pass. It seemed that the Training Ground was very strict in its recruitment. Then, a 9th grade Saint Venerable walked out and attacked with an attack that could threaten a Saint Emperor. Barely qualified. Hearing that person grinned. Then, the people of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country and the Devil Spirit Ancient Country walked out one after another and started attacking. In addition to the unqualified, the evaluation of barely qualified was heard. At this time, the first elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country walked out and attacked the Training Ground envoy. Boom, although the attack was easily dispersed by the emissary, it still made him raise an eyebrow and say, qualified. Previously, it was always fail and barely pass. Now, he finally heard pass. However, behind this elite from the Ashen Flame Ancient Country was a young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Hoo. That youth was only a rank 9 Holy Exalted, but his attacks were extremely powerful. Not bad. The eyes of the envoy lit up as he made a comment. That's right, it's clearly higher than passing. Strange, who is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? Me too, there doesn't seem to be such a person, right? Could it be a hidden genius of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country? The elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country were discussing in low voices. At this time, the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom suddenly turned towards Xian and smiled. You smiled at me? What does that mean? Xian was puzzled. He didn't recognize this young man at all. This was the first time they had met, yet the other party was smiling at him. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this young man was a freak with a homosexual fetish? Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but shudder and turned his head away. After a while, most of the people were done with the test. There were less than 10 people who barely passed. Xian paused for a moment before he walked out. Rank 9 Holy Exalted, the envoy was a little surprised. The weakest among the people here was a high-level Holy Emperor. Now that there was a high-level Holy Exalted, would there be a surprise? Because this was a test, Xian couldn't let Black Horn make a move. However, his strength wasn't weak either. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal Descend. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Xian directly opened up his firepower and charged towards the envoy. Swish. With a flash of white light, the single-kill sword in Xian's hand was caught by the envoy's 2 fingers. However, the envoy's expression was very interesting. A rank 9 Holy Exalted can actually display the combat strength of a Holy Emperor. The envoy was shocked. This was a battle that was more than a dozen realms higher. Even those elites just now were only 1 or 2 realms higher. However, Xian was more than a dozen realms higher. Terrifying, everyone present was scared out of their wits. At first, the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation looked down on Xian. But now, no one dared to do so. Xian's attack had the power to kill most of them. Sword Immortal Descend has evolved once and its power has increased greatly. Fortunately, it didn't kill the envoy instantly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Xian thought in his heart. He was a rank 9 Holy Exalted while the envoy was a half-step Heavenly Exalted. There was a difference of a few realms between them. If he could kill the envoy instantly, he would have to use up his lifetime of luck. I give this attack the highest evaluation, special grade. The envoy couldn't help but say. Once this was said, everyone was shocked. However, this evaluation wasn't enough for Xian. After all, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't expect someone to surpass them by more than a dozen realms. Therefore, this evaluation was far from enough. What a terrifying attack. I'm 2 realms higher than him, but his attack is actually stronger than mine. Who is this person? When did such a genius appear in the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation? Could he be from a high-ranked ancient nation? Not to mention a high-ranked ancient nation, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't be able to find such a genius. Maybe he just cultivated a super powerful martial art. Once he breaks through, his ability to challenge those with higher realms will be greatly reduced. The people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation couldn't help but discuss in private. Even the people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation were the same. They didn't expect Xian to be so heaven-defying. Before this, they didn't know much about Xian. They only knew that Xian's Black Dragon could fight with the Ghost Gate's 9th stage warden, He Jian. Who would have thought that Xian's strength would be so strong? At the same time, among the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation, there was a person whose eyes were emitting killing intent. It was the young man who was given a good evaluation by the envoy. This brat's strength is actually so strong. If he cooperated with me that day, I wouldn't have to run away. The young man thought in his heart. At this time, what's your name? Messenger, my name is Xian. Xian replied. I didn't expect to see a genius like you in the first layer of heaven. It's really a blessing that my golden feather training ground has cultivated for countless years. I reckon that if the experts in the training ground were to know about this, you would definitely become the target of their competition, said the emissary. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard this. To be accepted as a disciple by an expert, that didn't seem to be necessary, right? Due to his low cultivation level, he didn't lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was time. Being accepted as a disciple by an expert of the training ground would bring him unnecessary trouble. For example, if he broke through too quickly, he might meet someone like Zhou Tsong, his first master in the mortal world. He suddenly remembered that Zhou Tsong had tried to possess his body and was killed by him instead. I lack time, so there's no need to show such heaven-defying talent. Yi Xian thought to himself and used the time reversal skill. Time returned to the time when he first met the messenger. Then, he was brought to the second heaven and started the test. This time, he didn't show such heaven-defying strength. He just passed the test. This way, he wouldn't attract attention. Alright, is there anyone who doesn't pass the test and wants to go back? Asked the messenger symbolically. However, no one answered. Speaking of which, even being a servant was better than being an emperor in a low-level ancient country. After all, the Golden Feather training ground was a colossus. The headmaster of the training ground was a half-step Dao Lord. This Dao Field envoy brought Yi Xian and the others all the way to the Golden Feather Dao Field a few days later. Yi Xian was now a first-rank Holy Emperor, while Old Tree and the others were fifth-rank Holy Emperors. Although they could fight against high-level Holy Emperors, their strength was still insufficient in the Golden Feather training ground. The area you're in belongs to Kanglan Island. When the time comes, someone will answer your questions. Let's go. After the dojo emissary finished speaking, he placed everyone on an island and left. As soon as they landed, two people walked over. It's the Crown Prince. The people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation immediately recognized him. The first prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country, Gu Feng, had joined the Golden Feather training ground a long time ago. Currently, he was already a fourth-grade Holy Emperor. Then, he took the elites of the imperial family away. As for the other person, he took the people of the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom away. After entering the Golden Feather Dao ground, all the people from our area would come to the Green Orchid Island. The island master of the Green Orchid Island is called Huazhen, and he is the crown prince of the Dual Polarity Ancient Kingdom. He has touched the Heavenly Dao and is now a half-step Heavenly Lord. The Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country said. Everyone was new here, so they listened attentively. Blue Orchid Island is a bit different from the other islands because it was recently established. There are many places on the island, such as the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, etc. However, these places must be opened. When the Green Orchid Island was first established, these places were not opened yet. After that, more and more disciples joined the island and opened up these places. Now, the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, and other places have been opened to the third floor. These are all thanks to Senior Huazhen's efforts. When the Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country finished speaking, everyone was surprised. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Your Highness, how can we raise the level of these places? Someone immediately asked. In the center of the Green Orchid Island, there is a Golden Feather Island Pass. As long as we can overcome the first pass, the first seal on those places will be unlocked, and the protective array will be activated. Every time we overcome a pass, one seal will be unlocked. Gu Feng replied. I see. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. In that case, as long as the fourth pass is not overcome, there will be no changes to the Green Orchid Island. The Saint Qi on the Green Orchid Island is too abundant. I estimate that I can cultivate to the Holy Emperor realm in less than 100 years. Can we ask those powerful senior brothers to help us overcome the passes? Gu Feng replied, you can, but you will need to pay them. Those senior brothers from the other islands like to bully new disciples like us. They will definitely ask for a high reward. That's right. It's better to overcome it ourselves. Everyone nodded. Gu Feng then led them to his residential area in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out that there were hundreds of elite disciples from other ancient countries on the Green Orchid Island. The Ashen Flame ancient country was just a low-ranked ancient country. It was insignificant here, however, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire Green Orchid Island began to tremble. Sea beasts are attacking the protective array. A loud shout was heard. Then, the experts on the Green Orchid Island leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the tremors. "Your Highness, this is," someone immediately asked in confusion. "Our Golden Feather training ground is built in the middle of the sea. Some sea beasts will attack the island from time to time. That's why we need the protective array." Gufeng paused for a moment and said, "If our protective array is not strong enough, this island will remain silent in the sea. At that time, we will be expelled from the Golden Feather training ground." Expelled from the Golden Feather training ground? Everyone was shocked to hear that. That's right. We will be expelled from the Golden Feather training ground. However, this is already good enough. If powerful sea beasts attack the island, it will be difficult to survive. It's said that there was once a person who provoked an advanced half-heavenly Lord Realm Saint Beast in the sea. He was chased all the way back to the island. In the end, their island was devoured by a group of beasts that chased after them. No one survived. After hearing Gufeng's words, everyone could not help but shudder. It seemed that there was still danger in the Golden Feather training ground, however, with their current cultivation level, they were unable to interfere in a battle of this level. Fortunately, the strength of the Green Orchid Island was not bad among the new islands. The group of attacking sea beasts was quickly annihilated. By the way, if you have a large number of sea beasts' corpses, you can also upgrade the level of the island. If you kill sea beasts, you can choose to hand them over to the Golden Feather training ground. Not only will you obtain heavenly treasures, but as long as you meet the requirements, the level of the island will be upgraded. Gufeng reminded them and left. The Golden Feather training ground advocated self-cultivation unless one had a heaven-defying aptitude. If he was in the cultivation tower, it would be 10,000 times faster. Moreover, there were places on the island like the Martial Skills Pavilion that were open to the public for free. Unfortunately, this didn't have the slightest bit of strength for Yi Xian. This was because he didn't need to cultivate, nor did he need to practice any martial arts. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Upgrade Kanglin Island's level. A system notification rang out. Upgrade Kanglin Island's level? And there's no reward? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. From his previous experience, he knew that once a random mission was triggered, as long as the reward was not immediately displayed, it meant that it was related to the completion of the mission. The time limit was 1 month. After 1 month, the higher the level of Kanglin Island, the greater the reward Yi Xian would receive. Gufeng had said that if he wanted to upgrade Kanglin Island's level, he would have to conquer Jinyu Island Pass and submit a large number of sea monster corpses to Jinyu Palace. Yi Xian thought about it for a moment. With his current cultivation, it was probably impossible for him to pass the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. After all, even Huazhan, who was half a step into the Heavenly Monarch realm, was unable to do so. However, if he wanted to upgrade such a large island, he would need an astronomical number of sea monster corpses. Therefore, Yi Xian hesitated. Let's take a look at Jinyu Island Pass first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He asked the senior brothers around him about the location of Jinyu Island Pass and then walked over. After a while. Jinyu Island Pass is to enter a new island and keep defending it. Then, we will kill the sea monsters that are attacking Kanglin Island. If the number of sea monsters guarding the island reaches a certain level, we will fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first level was to face 10,000 3rd-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters attacking Kanglin Island. The second level was to face 10,000 6th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. The third level was to face 10,000 9th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. If this pattern continued, then the 4th stage would be 10,000 3rd-grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. It was said that Huazhan had just become a half-step Heavenly Lord. Therefore, it would not be easy for him to fend off so many sea monsters. One had to know that only 10 people could challenge the island pass at a time. Of course, if there were 10 experts like Huazhan, they would definitely be able to pass the fourth test. If we invite a few half-heavenly lords to help us pass the fourth test, Kanglan Island will be upgraded to level 4. The facilities on the island will be upgraded as well. Everyone will be able to cultivate faster and earn back the money we spent on hiring people. However, I heard that Huazhen has a strong ego and has no intention of hiring people. Yi Xian thought to himself as he left Jinyu Island Pass. Although he had broken through to the first-rank Holy Emperor, his strength was only at the low-rank Holy Emperor level. Even Black Horn was only at the mid-rank Holy Emperor level. If that was the case, it would not be enough to clear the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. Looks like I'll have to make a breakthrough first. Once my cultivation is higher, I'll be able to do it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Although his cultivation was different from others, there was no need for him to use this period of time to hunt sea beasts. After all, the effect of this was negligible. Time slowly passed. Half a month later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th-rank Holy Emperor. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 8th-rank Holy Emperor. Yi Xian and the others were more than 10 times stronger than they were half a month ago. Blackhorn's strength was estimated to be at the 9th-rank Holy Emperor level now. However, the people in Jinyu Island Pass were all elites. Their ability to challenge those of a higher rank would be greatly reduced. However, during this half a month, Yi Xian came up with an idea. However, this idea could only be carried out by the Island Lord of Kanglan Island. Yi Xian immediately went to Huazhen's residence to look for him. As the Island Lord of Kanglan Island, Huazhen must have many ancient countries under him. However, Yi Xian was stopped on his way. "Who are you looking for?" asked a young man. "I'm looking for Senior Huazhen," replied Yi Xian directly. "Senior Huazhen, do you think you can find him just because you want to? Get lost." The young man's expression immediately changed and he chased Yi Xian away. When Yi Xian heard this, it seemed that he could not be kind anymore. He had to fight his way in. However, at this moment, the young man suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You're from the Ashen Flame Ancient Country?" "So what if I am?" asked Yi Xian in return. "Nothing. Die." The young man's sudden attack caught Yi Xian off guard. Although this was Kanglan Island, they were still part of Jinyu Island. How could they allow their disciples to kill each other? Of course not. However, there was no one else around. When the young man saw that Yi Xian was only a holy emperor, he wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he had provoked the wrong person. After a flash of sword light, the young man's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. He died tragically in an instant. He definitely did not expect that he could not even deal with Yi Xian, a 4th-grade holy emperor, when he was only a 4th-grade holy emperor. "Let me see why you want to kill me." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the beast god Bel and searched the young man's soul. After that, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the young man was from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country and the one who ordered him to kill him was He Jian. Devil Spirit Ancient Country, huh? If I have the time, I'll go back and destroy you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked in. This was near Huazhen's residence. There were many experts here. Yi Xian would definitely be intercepted. He had no choice but to fight his way in. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The people on Kanglan Island were shocked. There was someone who dared to fight on Kanglan Island. Didn't he know that Senior Huazhen had forbidden it? "Hey, how dare you ignore Senior Huazhen's rules? You're courting death. Where did this trash come from? How dare you trespass? Everyone, be careful. This person is very strange." The group of experts surrounded Black Horn. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden in Black Horn's body. Black Horn was only a holy emperor. Everyone did not take him seriously. However, the strength he displayed was very shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated several high-level holy emperors. The commotion was extremely loud. Naturally, it attracted Huazhen's attention. He quickly rushed out and saw the battle. An 8th grade holy emperor fighting dozens of high-level holy emperors alone? Huizhen was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, he was only an 8th grade holy emperor. At most, he could fight against a 5th grade holy venerate. However, this black dragon was more than 10 levels higher. It was too terrifying. Everyone, stop. You're finally out? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he watched Huizhen, who emitted the aura of an expert, approach. Who are you? Why are you trespassing? Huizhen couldn't help but ask. Me? I'm also from Golden Orchid Island. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you, Yi Xian said slowly. Collaboration? Huizhen was confused. It's simple. I can help you deal with the 4th obstacle. Yi Xian said. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Senior Huizhen couldn't do it. You? Some people couldn't believe it. Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, it was the 4th obstacle of Golden Feather Island. There were 10,000 sea beasts that were equivalent to 3rd grade half-heavenly lords. Even one of them was enough to kill everyone except Huizhen, let alone 10,000. However, Huizhen asked curiously, what do you have in mind? I have a Dharma treasure that can suppress 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. At the same time, I have countless puppets that can fend off the sea beasts and give you time to kill them all. Yi Xian replied. A Dharma treasure? Huizhen was intrigued when he heard this. Suppressing 80% of the sea beast's combat strength and suppressing all the sea beasts would greatly reduce the difficulty of their mission. However, this was too ridiculous. He wanted to test it out. He immediately sent someone to capture a sea beast. Yi Xian took out the beast god clock and suppressed 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. We can challenge Golden Feather Island at any time. There's no limit to the number of times we can challenge it. However, the 4th obstacle is too dangerous. Once something unexpected happens, there will be casualties. Huizhen thought of this again, so she was still hesitating. What do you want in exchange for working with me? Huizhen asked. Pass Golden Feather Island and raise the level of Golden Orchid Island. Everyone will benefit. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself. Yi Xian said casually. Right now, he was not lacking in worldly treasures. Huizhen was a half-step Heavenly Lord realm expert. He reckoned that he could easily cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm, or even a mid-level Saint Emperor realm expert. Awesome. Huizhen's eyes lit up. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? If you pass, you'll be the Vice Island Master of Kanglin Island. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, then according to Huizhen's own estimates, this 4th trial would still take 10,000 years. However, if they could pass the test now, they would be able to save 10,000 years. Everyone would be able to enjoy the benefits of a grade 4 island 10,000 years earlier. Then, they would be able to widen the gap between them and the new islands and become the overlords of the new islands. After that, Huizhen led 8 9th rank Saint Emperors and Yi Xian to Jinyu Island. They had already passed the first 3 stages, and they had been stuck at the 4th stage for many years. If they could pass it this time, it would definitely be good news. Only 10 people can pass the test. Although your dragon is strong, but, before Huizhen could finish, Yi Xian interrupted him. My doppelganger can go in. Black Cove won't take up a spot. Alright, let's go in. Huizhen activated the teleportation formation without hesitation. After a while, they arrived at a new scene. It was still an island. It is said that this Gold Feather Island Pass is a super sacred tool, and it is not an illusion array. These sea beasts were all captured by the Gold Feather Palace, so there might be danger. If there is danger, just shout give up, and this sacred tool will send us back. Huizhen said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian had already summoned his sword immortal doppelganger and Black Cove. Rumble, just then, the island began to tremble. The sea beast's attacks will increase bit by bit. The first wave will only be 100. Huizhen said. With their strength, they should be able to handle the first wave. After all, they were the elites of Jinyu Palace. How could they not handle the first wave? The other 8 were also carefully selected by him. They all knew how to form a battle formation, so they could kill the sea beasts faster than ordinary people. At this time, Wei Zhentian had turned into the beast god Bel and was guarding the center of the island. After a while, some sea beasts climbed onto the island and charged at them. However, when they entered the beast god Bel's range, their speed dropped sharply, and their combat strength dropped by 80%. Just as I thought. Kill. Huizhen's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged out. At the same time, Yi Xian summoned countless immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows. The beast god Bel began to make a faint sound. The beast god Bel not only suppressed the sea beast's combat strength, but also had a chance of controlling them. While Huizhen and the others were killing the sea beasts, the beast god Bel kept ringing, causing the sea beasts to suffer and their combat strength to drop again. Soon, the 100 sea beasts in the first wave were all killed. Brother Yi Xian, your Dharma treasure is so powerful. With it, we might be able to pass the 4th stage. Haha, this new island group is mostly 3rd-class islands. If we can upgrade to 4th-class islands, the other islands will definitely be taken over by us. Yes, by then, our Kanglan Island will become stronger and stronger. Everyone nodded. In this new island group, there were dozens of new islands. Everyone wanted to upgrade to 4th-class islands first. If Kanglan Island was the first to upgrade to 4th-class island, the disciples of the surrounding islands would choose to join Kanglan Island. Even the island owners might abandon their islands to join them. We can't let our guard down. The first wave only had 100 sea beasts, the second wave had 200, and so on. There will be 14 waves of sea beasts. The first 13 waves have a total of 9,100 sea beasts, and the last wave has 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. We must kill the sea beasts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, we might fail before the sea beast king appears. Huizhen said. Yes, senior brother. Everyone nodded and began to wait quietly. Although this island was not big, it had a much wider range than the beast god Bel. Therefore, Yi Xian could only stay in the center. As for Huizhen and the others, they were at the edge of the range. They would attack as soon as the sea beast stepped into this area. I need to summon more immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows to kill the sea beasts quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the devouring space and the support of countless sacred beasts, he could fill up the slaughter mark whenever he wanted to. In this way, he could summon countless immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows. Although the immortal-slaying puppets were not as strong as the others, they had the advantage of numbers. Soon, the second wave of sea beasts was defeated. Not a single one was left. That's terrifying. Brother Yi Xian is not only a beast tamer, but also a puppet master. He can control so many puppets at the same time. That's terrifying. There must be more than 10,000 of them, right? Looks like we might be able to pass the 4th stage this time. The surrounding people laughed. However, this was not the time to relax. They had to quickly recover their saint power and prepare for the next wave of attacks. After a while, the third wave of 300 sea beasts arrived. However, this time, Yi Xian had already stacked the number of immortal-slaying puppets to 30,000. Kill. These immortal-slaying puppets attacked the sea beasts as soon as they entered the range of the beast god clock. After a while, all the sea beasts were annihilated. Moreover, the group also obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. These could be used to exchange for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, these were the corpses of third-stage half-heavenly lords. As for Yi Xian, he also collected a lot of corpses. However, he did not plan to exchange them. He planned to collect them and let Wei Zhentian transform them into the 1,000-beast cauldron. He would then refine these corpses into 1,000-beast pills. Although Blackhorn's realm was almost fixed, Luo Luo could continue to consume the 1,000-beast pills. Furthermore, with the devouring space flow, Luo Luo could increase her cultivation rapidly. However, this would have to wait until later. With Yi Xian around, the first wave of sea beasts was nothing to be afraid of. However, after the 10th wave, things became a little more difficult. The 10th wave consisted of 1,000 sea beasts. Yi Xian's immortal-slaying puppets and celestial extinguishing arrows had a time limit. Hence, the sea beasts began to pile up. When there were only 100 sea beasts left in the 10th wave, the 11th wave arrived. Then, there were only 300 sea beasts left. When the 12th wave arrived, the total number of sea beasts exceeded 1,500. The 4th stage of Goldfeather Island had a limit of 2,000 sea beasts. In other words, when the 13th wave arrived, there could not be more than 700 sea beasts on the island. Otherwise, they would fail the challenge. Everyone, let's work harder, Huizhen shouted. Although there was pressure, they were motivated. After all, they only made it through the first wave. And now, it was the 12th wave. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, they still couldn't resist so many sea beasts. After all, these were third-grade half-heavenly lords. Even if their strength was reduced by 80%, they were still extremely powerful. Therefore, they still failed. Hua. When the 2000th sea beast landed on the island, everyone turned into a ray of white light and returned to Kanglan Island. Sigh, I still failed. I thought we could make it to the 13th batch. But it's still very impressive. We only managed to survive one wave last time. Now, we've faced 12 waves. If we challenge a few more times, it might be enough. Yes, it's all thanks to Brother Yixian this time. I feel like we'll be able to clear the 4th stage very soon. Everyone's eyes fell on Yixian. 5 days later, we will challenge again. At that time, we will definitely be able to pass. Yixian said solemnly. He didn't help much this time, but he would be able to make a breakthrough in 5 days. At that time, he would be of some help. Most importantly, Blackhorn's strength would increase by leaps and bounds in 5 days. Moreover, Luo might be able to participate in the battle. At that time, they would definitely be able to annihilate all the sea beasts. At that time, they would only need to deal with the Sea Beast King. Why 5 days later? Huizhen asked curiously. You'll know in 5 days. Yixian said and turned to leave. However, at this time, someone suddenly rushed over and said, Senior Brother Hua, an inner elder passed by just now and accepted a disciple. Who? Huizhen raised his eyebrows and asked in shock. There were countless outer islands in Golden Plume training ground. At the same time, there was also an inner area where the talented geniuses would be brought to cultivate. Who would have thought that an inner elder would take a liking to a genius on Kanglan Island? I heard that he's from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. His name is He Jian. The disciple replied. He Jian, when Yixian heard this name, his body trembled. He Jian? Why is that guy on Kanglan Island? Yixian was surprised. That day, He Jian's clone had self-destructed. After that, there was no news of him. If it was just based on the name He Jian, it might be possible to find someone else with the same name on Kanglan Island. However, He Jian from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom was definitely the case. He Jian? I've never heard of him. Huizhen shook his head. The disciple who reported to Yixian said, I heard that he's a new disciple with a rare body constitution. That's why the inner elder took a liking to him. It has nothing to do with us. You can go back to your work. Huizhen nodded. However, when Yixian left, he heard a notification from the system. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. Kill He Jian. After the notification, a scryer image appeared. It was He Jian's face. However, when Yixian saw it, he was shocked. This scryer image was actually the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom who had received a good evaluation from the messenger during the assessment. What's going on? Yixian found it hard to believe. Wasn't He Jian supposed to be a middle-aged man? How did he become a young man? Moreover, he was only a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Could it be that he had been reincarnated? When he thought of this, Yixian felt that it was very possible because he recalled the scene at that time. The bloodline in that young man's body seemed to be different from the others in the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. It was not the royal bloodline. It seemed that He Jian had indeed been reincarnated or possessed. No matter what you are, if you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you beg for death. Yixian's eyes flickered. That day, He Jian smiled at him after the assessment. It turned out that He Jian was provoking him. Once he had the chance, He Jian would definitely kill Yi Xian. Moreover, He Jian was now a disciple of the inner elder. His status was different from before. I have to grow up quickly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Fortunately, this was a random quest. He could use the time reversal skill. If He Jian sent experts to kill him, he could avoid them. However, He Jian had just been taken away. His master must have many things to teach him. Yi Xian had also entered the Golden Plume training ground. He Jian might have thought that Yi Xian could not recognize him, so he put him aside for the time being. Very quickly, 5 days passed. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 5th grade Supreme Venerable. Ding! The Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. The host is now a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to Huazhen. After the two of them met, Huazhen understood why Yi Xian was so confident. This black dragon has broken through. Huazhen and the others immediately reacted. Blackhorn's strength wasn't bad either. The number of sea beasts he killed wasn't any less than Huazhen's. Now that he had broken through, they had another expert comparable to Huazhen. When the time came, the sea beasts would definitely not pile up. Alright, let's go. Huazhen and the others immediately entered the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. This time, Yi Xian even summoned the old tree, the Infernal God Unicorn. The latter's strength wasn't weak either. He killed as many sea beasts as he could. After all, with the bloodline of the Imperial Beast Envoy, the attacks of the beasts would be greatly increased. As for Patian, Yi Xian didn't want to fight him. After all, Patian was currently the weakest. Moreover, he would need to rest after fighting for a while. He wouldn't be able to fight for a long time. Young master, what about me? Luo Luo couldn't help but shout in the devouring space. You wait inside first. The sea beasts in front are nothing to be afraid of. I'll collect some sea beasts' corpses and refine the 1,000 beasts pill for you to cultivate. Yi Xian said. Every wave of sea beasts had a time difference. Therefore, Yi Xian could collect the sea beasts' corpses and turn Wei Zhentian into the 1,000 beasts cauldron to refine the 1,000 beasts pill. For this random mission, Yi Xian used his last devouring point to stabilize the 1,000 beasts cauldron. Therefore, he could refine the 1,000 beasts pill at any time. Luo Luo was now a Saint Emperor. After all, she hadn't broken through the limit and had the support of so many 1,000 beasts pills. This time, Luo Luo might be able to increase her strength to a level comparable to Huazhen's. After a violent tremor, the sea beast's attack finally began. The Golden Feather Island Pass sent people to capture a large number of sea beasts. After countless years of reproduction, the number of sea beasts was enough to make one's scalp numb. No matter how many times they challenged the sea beasts would come. The first wave of 100 sea beasts was easily killed by Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, Yi Xian also thought of something. Senior brother Huazhen, I have an idea. Yi Xian suddenly said. What do you think? Yi Xian, tell us. Huazhen turned around and said. Give me all of these sea beasts' corpses. Then, we'll spend the remaining 9 days trying to clear the trials. However, we'll choose to give up in the end. That way, we might be able to clear the 5th trial after 9 days. Yi Xian revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, Huazhen and the others were shocked. Past the 5th stage? Huazhen murmured, the 5th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass is 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 6th grade half-heavenly lords. Why are you so confident? These sea beasts' corpses can be used to increase the combat strength of my beasts. If we have a large number of sea beasts' corpses, we might even be able to clear the 6th stage, let alone the 5th. Yi Xian said. As soon as these words were spoken, Huazhen and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. The 6th stage was filled with 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 9th grade half-heavenly lords. It was not something an ordinary person could clear. If that's the case, then let's do it. After all, we only have 9 days. Huazhen's eyes lit up. If they could clear the trial this time, their Kanglan Island would become famous, Next, they began to kill the sea beasts crazily. The second wave, the fifth wave, the 10th wave, the 13th wave, finally, they made it to the 14th wave. The 14th wave consisted of 900 sea beasts and a powerful sea beast king. If they attacked with all their might, they might be able to clear the trial. However, Xian had not collected enough sea beasts yet, so he could not clear the trial for now. Once they cleared the 4th stage, they would not be able to clear the 4th and would be sent directly to the 5th stage. The 5th stage was filled with sea beasts comparable to 6th grade half-heavenly lords. Even if there was only one, Xian would not be able to defeat it. Give up! Give up! Give up! At that moment, all 10 of them, including Huazhen, shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, they returned to Kanglan Island. Although they had given up this time, they had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. To Xian, this was a shocking amount of wealth. 1,000 Beasts Cauldron, refine. Xian quickly refined the 1,000 Beasts pill while everyone was recovering their saint power. Luo consumed all 9,000 sea beasts corpses that were comparable to 3rd grade half-heavenly lords after refining the 1,000 Beasts pill. 2,000 years in the devouring space was only 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, Luo quickly refined all the pills. Her cultivation level had risen to 3rd grade Holy Emperor. Xian, we're done. At this moment, Huazhen shouted. Alright, let's continue. Xian nodded. The 10 of them entered the 4th stage of Golden Feather Island again and began to kill. However, they always gave up after the 14th wave. Their goal was to collect an unlimited number of sea beasts' corpses to strengthen Luo. Time passed day by day. On the 8th day. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 7th grade Holy Emperor. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. You are now a 2nd grade Holy Venerate. Xian and the others' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Don't forget, when they came to the Golden Feather Dao sect, they'd traveled for 2 days. In the last 5 days of closed-door cultivation, Xian actually only spent 3 days to break through. The remaining 2 days were just a buffer. Therefore, this time, he only used 8 days to complete 2 breakthroughs. When Huazhen and the others heard about this, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In such a short time, Xian had made 2 breakthroughs. This was too fast. At this moment, they felt that even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Black Horn. At the same time, after so many days of killing, Xian had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. After Luo ate the 1,000 Beasts pill refined from the sea beasts' corpses, she had reached 9th grade Holy Emperor. With her strength, she might even be able to pass the 5th stage, let alone the 4th stage. Soon, it was the 9th day. In 1 more day, the random mission to upgrade Kanglan Island's level would be over. Since Kanglan Island had not even leveled up, Xian would not receive any rewards. Instead, 1 devouring point would be deducted as a punishment. Although Xian did not have any devouring point at the moment, it would still be deducted. If he obtained it again in the future, he would correct the devouring point. However, it was impossible that he could not complete this mission. At this moment, Xian had led Huazhen and the others into Golden Feather Island Pass again. This time, they were ready to pass the test. Soon, they had reached the 14th wave. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Roar! For the past few days, they had been waiting for the Sea Beast King to arrive before yelling give up and leaving the island. This time, they were going to kill it. The Sea Beast King soon entered the Beast God Clock's effective range. Huazhen and the others immediately charged at it. Blackhorn and the old tree did the same. Soon, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Sea Beast King. However, at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the Sea Beast King. In an instant, the Sea Beast King was burned to death. Huazhen and the others were shocked. They turned around and saw a girl with 9 golden tails standing in the air. She was holding a ball of golden flames in her hand. Miss Luo, you really didn't give us a chance to live. We finally got a chance to fight the Sea Beast King, but you killed it instantly. Huazhen said helplessly. Hee, I couldn't help myself when I saw you guys fighting so hard. Luo giggled and landed next to Yixian. After a few days of improvement, she was now a 9th-rank sacred emperor. Her strength surpassed Huazhen by leaps and bounds. Killing a 3rd-rank half-heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beast King was a piece of cake for her. However, with the Sea Beast King's death, they had passed the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. As soon as Yixian put away the Sea Beast King's corpse, they were forcefully teleported back to Kanglin Island. We finally passed. Kanglin Island is now a 4th-rank island. The Martial Skills Pavilion, Cultivation Pagoda, and Protective Formation have all been upgraded to 4th rank. Huazhen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect Kanglin Island to become a 4th-rank island in just 10 days. It was now the overlord of this new island group. As long as this news spread, Kanglin Island would become 10 times more prosperous than the other islands. Brother Yixian, thank you so much. Huazhen couldn't help but say. I'm also a member of Kanglin Island. This is what I should do. Yixian smiled. At this time, Luo and the others had been sucked into the devouring space. The Sea Beast's corpses and Sea Beast King's corpses were refined into 1000 Beasts pills and refined by Luo. Luo's strength had improved again. She had already reached the peak of the 9th stage Holy Emperor realm. She was only 1 step away from the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. However, Luo didn't know how to become a half-heavenly lord. Senior brother Huazhen, Luo is already at the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, but I don't know how to reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. Is it possible? Yixian said to Huazhen. It's nothing. Huazhen smiled and said, after reaching the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, as long as you sense it carefully, you will be able to see a path at the end of your soul. That path is called the Distant Heaven Road. There are a total of 99 sections of the Heavenly Path. Every section you walk will be rewarded by the Heavenly Path, improving your holy chi and physique. From the 1st section to the 33rd section, you will reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. From the 34th section to the 67th section, you will reach the Heavenly Lord realm. From the 67th section to the 99th section, you will reach the Invincible Heavenly Lord realm. I am now at the 2nd section of the Distant Heaven Road. I have just reached the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. After Huazhen finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yixian. This contains some of my experiences. Let Miss Luo take a look. Thank you, senior brother. Yixian thanked him with cupped fists. You are welcome. However, the 5th section of Jinyu Island Pass. Huazhen suddenly reminded him. I will go take a look. Yixian smiled and entered Jinyu Island Pass again. This time, he was going to challenge the 5th section. As for Huazhen and the others, they were not strong enough. It was very dangerous to enter, so Yixian went in alone this time. Whoosh! Yixian was teleported to a new island. Next, he had to prepare to fight against 10,000 6th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beasts. The first wave was 100 beasts. Luo, I am counting on you this time. Yixian shouted. No problem. Luo replied. She put on the mystic divine armor and started to harvest the sea beasts' corpses. Soon, the 106th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beasts were all dead. They were then absorbed into the devouring space and refined into the 1000 Beasts elixir. Although I have reached the 1st section, Luo's body constitution and strength are still increasing. However, after reaching the limit, the effect of refining the 1000 Beasts elixir is a little less. It seems like I have to break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm first. Yixian thought to himself. He did not know how many waves of sea beasts Luo could kill alone. Rumble. The beast god Bell and Luo worked together well. Luo fought against the 6th grade half-step Heavenly Lord realm sea beasts alone and lasted until the 8th wave, which was 800 beasts. After that, Luo could not care about Yixian's safety. She retreated temporarily. Although she failed, she obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. However, this was nothing to Luo. There is still more than a day. Luo, see if you can break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm within a day. Yixian said to Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and entered the devouring space to read the breakthrough experience book that Huijin gave her. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years in the devouring space. Luo Luo's aptitude had always been good. Now, it was her time to shine. She did not disappoint Yixian. Before the end of the mission, she completed the first section of the heavenly path and became a half-step heavenly lord realm. There is still some time. Hurry up and pass the 5th section. Then, the rewards will increase again. Yixian squinted his eyes and entered the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass again. After breaking through to the half-step heavenly lord realm and refining the 1,000 beasts elixir, Luo Luo's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Soon, she reached the 8th section. It was much easier than before. Then, she killed another few thousand sea beasts. Finally, she reached the 14th section. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Here she comes. Yixian squinted his eyes slightly. In the next moment, Luo Luo charged forward. In the blink of an eye, she killed all 900 sea beasts. Only the sturdy sea beast king was left. Unfortunately, this sea beast king was also a half-step heavenly lord realm 6th grade. It could not stop Luo Luo at all. After 3 rounds, the sea beast king was killed. She finally passed the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass. Phew, I passed 2 sections in a month. The rewards should be very generous, right? Yixian grinned. In fact, he did not expect to rely on Luo Luo. Instead, he wanted Huijin and the others to raise the funds to invite her. Then, he would use the beast god clock to pass the section. He did not expect to pass 2 sections in a row. At this moment, Yixian had already teleported back to Kanglin Island. Before he came back, Kanglin Island had undergone tremendous changes. There were dozens of islands in this new group. Apart from Kanglin Island, none of them were above level 3. Once news of Kanglin Island reaching level 5 spread, a large number of people would flock to Kanglin Island. Huijin and the others, who were cultivating in the cultivation tower, suddenly opened their eyes. They could feel that the holy chi in the cultivation tower had increased by more than 10 times. What was going on? When they went out to check, they were shocked. The protective formation had turned from green to blue. This meant that Kanglin Island had reached level 5. Heavens, it's a level 5 island. What's going on? Needless to say, junior brother Yixian must have passed the 5th trial of Golden Feather Island. He really did it. That's terrifying. Huijin and the others couldn't believe it. They hurried to the center of Kanglin Island and found Yixian. Junior Yixian, you really did it. Huijin said excitedly. I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Yixian saluted everyone. In fact, Huijin and the others played a part in making Kanglin Island reach level 5. Otherwise, his sea beast carcasses would have been greatly reduced in the past few days. Then, Luo Luo would probably be a rank 8 Holy Emperor, or at most a rank 9 Holy Emperor. She wouldn't have been able to pass the 5th trial. You're too humble, junior brother. The rewards for the 4th trial haven't been announced yet, but you've already passed the 5th trial. If this news gets back to Jinyu Island, it'll definitely attract the attention of the elders. Huijin said with a smile. They'd been in Jinyu Temple for years, but they'd only passed the 3rd trial after so many years. This wasn't very impressive in the entire new group of islands. However, with the addition of Yixian, Kanglin Island had reached level 4. Before the news got out, Yixian had passed the 5th trial. What a monster, at this moment. Ding. You've completed a random mission. You may choose 2 of the following 3 rewards. 1. Randomly upgrade 3 bloodlines. 2. Randomly fix Wei Zhentian's 3 magical equipment forms. 3. The number of magical equipment fusions increased by 3. When Yixian heard about the reward, he was stunned. Wasn't this reward 2F** King generous? He could choose 2 out of the 3, was there even a need to ask? Currently, Yixian had a total of 4 fixed magic treasures, namely the Necromancer Pot, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, and the Demon Dragon's Heart. Among these 4 magic treasure forms, only the Necromancer Pot and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron could be fused. Therefore, out of the 3 Dharma treasure fusions, only one would be used at most. Moreover, it was only equivalent to 3 devour points, so Yi Xian immediately discarded it. As for the first one, although it was only an upgrade of 3 bloodlines and not 3 bloodlines, it was still not bad. What if he drew an advancement route that required a large number of devour points, such as man and sword as one or sword celestial's descent? Yi Xian immediately chose the first and second rewards. Ding. The slaughter seal has successfully evolved. Ding. Unicorn deterrence has successfully evolved. Ding. The fiery rebirth has successfully evolved. This was the notification sound of the first reward. Although the other 2 rewards were not very good, the slaughter seal had evolved. Just the slaughter state alone could increase Yi Xian's strength by 5 times, which was not bad at all. Ding. The magic treasure form of the illusionary spirit garment has been successfully stabilized. Ding. The magic treasure form of the 10,000 poisonous centipede rope has been successfully stabilized. Ding. The magic treasure form of the magistrate's brush has been successfully stabilized. This was the second reward. Yi Xian already knew the effect of the magistrate's brush, which was to determine life and death with a single word. But now that his level was so low, even if he used the magistrate's brush, who could he kill instantly? However, the effects of the illusionary spirit garment and the 10,000 poisonous centipede rope were very good. These 2 magic treasure forms were level 3 magic treasures. The illusionary spirit garment, after wearing it, was immune to all energy attacks. Only punches and kicks could hurt him. The 10,000 poisonous centipede rope had a super strong binding ability, and at the same time, it had a lethal effect similar to a one-hit kill. If triggered, it could kill the enemy instantly, but that was not the point. The point was that these 3 newly stabilized magic treasure forms could all be combined. The illusionary spirit garment could be combined with the flowing light armor, and the 10,000 poisonous centipede rope could be combined with the magistrate's brush. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have any devouring points, so he could not combine these 2 magic treasures. TSK. If the illusionary spirit garment and the flowing light armor could be combined, it would be awesome. Yi Xian grinned. He estimated that after the combination, not only would he be immune to all energy attacks, but he would also have a strong defensive ability. It would be like a tortoise shell. In addition, with the shared immortal phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian would not die unless the attack was strong enough. At this moment, where is the master of Kanglan Island? An explosive shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Xian, Huazhen, and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man rushing into Kanglan Island. "Senior brother, how can I help you?" Huazhen asked respectfully. He could sense that the young man's cultivation level was much higher than his. He was at least a 3rd grade half-heavenly lord. "We are all brothers of the same sect, so I am here to help you pass the 4th stage," the young man said. Huazhen was stunned. He replied, "I'm sorry, senior brother. We don't need your help anymore." "You don't need my help?" The young man was slightly angry. "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I helped you pass the 4th stage out of goodwill, but you don't appreciate it. Are you afraid that I will cheat you of your money?" "No, senior brother," Huazhen hurriedly said. However, he could see that the young man was not helping them for free. He would definitely charge them a high price. "Humph, I'd like to see what right you have to refuse my help on a 3rd-class island." The young man did not waste any time. He directly attacked Huazhen. However, he was sent flying by a black shadow in the next moment. It was Black Horn who slapped him. "Ugh." The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Black Horn in shock. Black Horn was only a 2nd-grade sacred venerate. How could he send a 4th-grade half-heavenly lord flying with one whip? That was impossible. "Senior brother, please open your dog eyes and look at the color of the protective array around us," Yi Xian said coldly. After being reminded by him, the young man turned his head to take a look and discovered that something was amiss. The protective array of Kanglan Island wasn't a level 3 yellow array. Instead, it was green. A green protective array meant that it was a 4th-class island. How could this be? No, it's not green. It's cyan. Kanglan Island has been upgraded to a 5th-class island. The young man was shocked. A fifth-class island meant that someone had passed the fifth stage. Even a fourth-grade half-heavenly lord like him could not pass the fifth stage. One had to know that the other islands were only at level 3. Even the few islands that he had helped earlier had only just been upgraded to level 4. Now, he saw the fifth level of the blue protective array. At the same time, only those inside could see the color of the array. Those outside could not see it. That was why he only noticed it now. Senior brother, we want to pass the 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier. Can you help us? Xian smiled faintly and said slowly. The 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier, the young man shuddered. He could not even pass the 5th level, let alone the 6th. The 6th level was filled with 10,000 half-heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. Even a Heavenly Lord Realm expert would find it difficult to pass. Are you kidding me? The young man shouted angrily and left. This was just a small interlude. Xian and Huazhen did not care. They were waiting for the reward from the Golden Feather Palace. Huazhen had promised to give the reward of the 5th level island to Xian. They would share the reward of the 4th level island. After all, without Xian, they could not even reach the 4th level, let alone the 5th level. Previously, Huazhen had estimated that with his current situation, it would probably take him another 10,000 years to pass the 4th trial. As for the 5th level, he did not know how long it would take, but now, they could enjoy the 5th level island in advance. Their leveling speed would be explosive. Xian returned to his residence and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. He estimated that when he received the 5th level island, he would be able to reach the half-heavenly Lord realm. During this time, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources. However, half a day later. Master of Kanglan Island, come out. Another roar rang out, landing in everyone's ears. Xian and Huazhen went out to take a look. They saw that the young man who was beaten away had returned with a long-haired man. Who hurt my little brother? The long-haired young man stared at Huazhen and the others and asked. This was how the world worked. Once you hit the small one, the big one would come out. Hearing this, Xian immediately rode out on Black Horn and said, "It was me. Senior brother, are you thanking me for teaching him a lesson for you? You're courting death." Without another word, the long-haired youth charged towards Xian. On the way here, he had heard from his younger brother that there was a strange black dragon whose strength and realm differed greatly. Looking at it now, that was indeed the case. In an instant, Black Horn and this 6th-grade half-heavenly Lord Realm expert began to fight. Now that Black Horn was a 2nd-grade sacred venerate, even with the heart of the demon dragon, he could at most fight against a 4th-grade half-step heavenly monarch. Facing a 6th-stage half-heavenly monarch, it could only take a beating. Luo, beat him up. Xian immediately ordered Black Horn to retreat and summoned Luo. Luo had already broken through to the half-step heaven monarch realm and had so many 10,000 beast elixirs to improve her body constitution. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the heart of the demon dragon had turned into a suit of flowing light armor on her petite body. Luo's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and at the same time, she gained the ability to conceal herself. What? The long-haired youth was shocked. He, a 6th-grade half-heavenly monarch, was actually being suppressed. One should know that he was an elite disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo. He was strong enough to pass the 5th stage of the Golden Feather Island pass alone. What's wrong with this person? How can he have such a skill? The long-haired youth could not understand and continued to fight. However, in a short while, he was blasted out of the protective array of the island. Then, Xian, the vice-island master, quickly controlled the protective array of the island and blocked him. Senior brother, don't think that you can be superior to others just because you have a high realm. Let's go. Xian said slowly. They were still in the territory of the Golden Feather Dojo. Otherwise, this long-haired youth and his younger brother would have been dead. Alright, just you wait. The long-haired youth shouted angrily and then left with his stunned younger brother. When Huazhen and the others saw this scene, they were shocked. That's so scary. Miss Luo can even send a 6th-grade half-heavenly monarch disciple flying. Who is Brother Xian? Huazhen and the others were puzzled. However, Kanglan Island had offended a disciple. Sure enough, the other party was still holding a grudge and was not going to let Kanglan Island go so easily. The next day. Rumble. A series of loud noises alarmed everyone. Xian raised his eyebrows and hurried out to take a look. He found that the protective array of the island was under attack by sea beasts. The sea beasts are attacking. Everyone, quickly. Huizhen's voice was heard. However, in the next moment, someone said, Senior Brother Hua, the sea beasts that are attacking the protective array are at least half heavenly monarchs. What? Huizhen was shocked. Kanglan Island had been established for many years, but this was the first time they had encountered a half-heavenly monarch sea beast. When he went to take a look, he was right. Moreover, there were mid-level half-heavenly monarch sea beasts. What was going on? There's no need to look anymore. It must be the sea beasts that the person from yesterday drove here. I'll take care of them. Xian immediately sent a message to Huizhen. Then, he summoned the old tree, Luo Luo, and Black Horn. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Protect Kanglan Island. If the protective array of the island is breached, the task will be considered a failure. Hearing this, Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had triggered a random task. Not bad. Immediately, he ordered everyone to kill their way out. Meanwhile, he went to the edge of the protective array of the island. Ding. The protective array of the island is damaged. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Xian replied immediately. Then, he asked the immortal level devouring system to repair the array. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Old Tree, Black Horn, the Sword Celestial's doppelganger, and Luo Luo, who was wearing the flowing light armor, had all rushed to the protective array of the island and started killing. Fortunately, the sea beasts were at most level 6 half-heavenly monarchs. Otherwise, even the level 5 protective array of the island would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the geniuses on Kanglan Island could only watch the battle outside blankly. There was nothing they could do to help. There were at least a few thousand sea beasts. If this had happened before, it would have been enough to destroy this new island group. Luo Luo led Black Horn and the others to kill the sea beasts continuously to reduce the pressure on the protective array of the island. At the same time, Xian was also repairing the protective array of the island. At this rate, the protective array of the island should be able to hold on until all the sea beasts were killed. At this time, in the sea area far away from Kanglan Island. Let's see what you can do. Welcome the baptism of the sea beasts. The long-haired young man's eyes flickered. He did not think that Xian and the others could survive this wave of sea beasts. After all, he had chased away a sea beast king. Oh? The sea beast king is finally here. The long-haired young man raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful aura approaching Kanglan Island. Although the sea beast king was only a 6th stage half-heavenly lord, it was much more powerful than the average sea beast king. Luo Luo, who was fighting outside Kanglan Island, also sensed the aura. She immediately sent a message to Xian. Damn it. There's another sea beast king. Sword Immortal's clone, go and kill it. Xian immediately shouted. All they had to do was lure the sea beast king away or kill it when it approached Kanglan Island. Unfortunately, the sea beast king was very angry. It ignored the Sword Immortal's clone's attack and headed straight for Kanglan Island. Xian felt that they were attracted by something. No matter what, they had to fight. Luo Luo, take care of that sea beast king first. Xian immediately shouted. Wei Zhentian turned into the beast god Bell and suppressed the sea beasts on one side. Although the streamer armor could increase Luo Luo's combat strength, the beast god Bell was more useful in this situation. After all, they were guarding Kanglan Island, not exterminating the sea beasts as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this group of sea beasts came in a menacing manner. In addition, this sea beast king wasn't weak. With Xian's repair of the island's protective formation, its defensive ability had been reduced to 20%. It seemed that there was a high chance that they would break through. I can only use the time reversal skill to go back in time and kill some of the sea beasts first. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, if he did that, he could not guarantee that he would not trigger a random task. Therefore, he had to wait until he failed the task. However, when the defensive power of the island's defensive power was reduced to 10%, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bastard, how dare you attack the island of the Golden Plume Dojo? You're courting death. A loud shout was heard. Then, a cold light pierced through the sky and killed the sea beast king in an instant. So powerful, everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw an old man in an elder's robe. He killed all the sea beasts with just a wave of his hand. His strength had shaken everyone's hearts. He was so strong that it was explosive. With his appearance, Yi Xian's random mission was also completed. Ding! The host has completed a random mission. The reward is a chance to fuse with a magic treasure. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was really good that he could get what he wanted. At that moment, Yi Xian was taking advantage of this opportunity to fuse the flowing light armor and the phantom spirit robe. Ding! The flowing light armor and illusionary spirit robe are beginning to merge. Ding! Fusion of powers. Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and discovered that the product of the fusion was called the Void Spirit Godly Armor. This Void Spirit Godly Armor not only had the effect of energy immunity, but it also had a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, it also had the effect of invisibility. In addition, there was also a new skill called Ethereal Transformation. After activating it, he would be invincible for 1 second. Strong, he was so strong that he could explode. Just now, if Luo Luo had worn this Void Spirit Godly Armor, she would have been able to easily kill the Sea Beast King. What happened? At that moment, the elder in the inner field asked. Elder, we were attacked by the sea beasts for no reason. Yi Xian immediately walked out and clasped his hands together. For no reason, it's unlikely. The new islands of the Golden Plume Training Hall have not been attacked by such high-level sea beasts many times. Someone must have ordered them to attack. The elder in the inner field raised his eyebrows and glanced around. He shouted sternly, Luoan, what are you doing here? This name was slightly unfamiliar to them. However, when they followed the elder's gaze, they saw the long-haired young man. Yang, Elder Yang, I'm just passing by. The long-haired young man, Luoan, said in a trembling voice. Why don't you get back to your training? Elder Yang shouted sternly again. In the next moment, Luoan quickly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After he left, Elder Yang looked around and said, Did any of you have a grudge with Luoan? Huazhan and the others looked at each other. Huazhan said, Senior brother Luo and younger brother visited Kanglan Island and said. Huazhan began to describe the situation. Elder Yang understood after listening to him. This group of sea beasts was probably ordered by Luoan. He must have placed something on Kanglan Island that attracted the sea beasts. I understand now. The elder in the inner field did not say much. He tossed an interspatial ring to Huazhan and said, Inside this ring are all the rewards for upgrading the island to a grade 5 island. Thank you, Elder. Huazhan and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. By the way, did you manage to pass the 5th stage with someone else's help or? The elder in the inner field could not help but ask. It's all thanks to Yi Xian. Someone immediately replied. Previously, the elder in the inner field also found it unbelievable. However, he believed that they had hired someone else. However, after checking Kanglan Island, he found that the people on the island were all disciples from ancient countries. They did not have the financial resources to hire someone else. Yi Xian? The elder in the inner field followed everyone's gaze and finally noticed Yi Xian. It's like this. I tamed a few saint beasts and they all transformed into human forms. That's why I brought them here. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Elder Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Luo, Black Horn, and the others. Their aptitudes were all top-notch. However, if he knew that Yi Xian could fight opponents 2 realms higher than him, he would probably accept Yi Xian as his disciple immediately. Your aptitude is not bad. I will report this matter later. Perhaps an elder will accept you as his disciple. Elder Yang said. Thank you, Elder Yang. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Yang left. Yi Xian did not have much interest in accepting a disciple. Yi Xian, this is yours. After Elder Yang left, Huizhen threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. There was a large amount of heavenly treasures in it. It was enough for Yi Xian to break through to the half-heavenly Lord realm. Yi Xian did not refuse and accepted it. This matter was considered to have come to an end. However, the long-haired young man, Luoan, had commanded the sea beasts to attack Kanglan Island. This matter could not be settled so easily. Soon, Yi Xian broke through to the 8th stage Holy Emperor realm. Old Tree and the others reached the 3rd stage Holy Sovereign realm. Their strength had improved. It was also on this day that a person suddenly came looking for him. Kanglan Island, where is Yi Xian? An unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately leaped into the air. He realized that an advanced half-heavenly lord was looking for him. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Accept me as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed like this matter couldn't be avoided. However, it didn't matter. After all, he would enter Golden Feather Infield sooner or later. After all, he had to seek revenge on Luoan and He Jian. He then bade farewell to Huizhen and the others and left with the young man. The people on Kanglan Island revealed envious expressions. To be accepted as a disciple by an elder was considered a meteoric rise. Yi Xian followed behind the young man and left Kanglan Island before flying to Golden Feather Island. Golden Feather Island was also known as Golden Feather Infield. This was where Golden Feather Training Hall's elite disciples and elders lived. My name is Bai Chen, and I'm Elder Luo's second disciple. I'm already a 9th stage half-step heavenly lord. If nothing goes wrong, you will be my junior brother, said the young man. Greetings, senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The young man nodded slightly and said, by the way, junior brother He Jian seems to be from Kanglan Island as well. Do you know him? He Jian? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his brows. How could he just know this name? He Jian? You can say that I know him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Oh, this junior brother He Jian has pretty good aptitude. It's said that he has a soul-devouring physique that allows him to break through by devouring other people's souls. However, after he was accepted as a disciple by Master, he has been in seclusion and has never appeared, said Bai Chen. Soul-devouring physique? Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. No matter what, he had to get rid of this hidden danger. Otherwise, he didn't know when the other party would plot against him in the future. Bai Chen soon brought Yi Xian to a palace. In Golden Feather Training Hall, anyone at the elder level could build a palace and take in disciples to pass down their legacy. Along the way, Bai Chen explained some things to him. Yi Xian also knew that Elder Luo had already taken in 9 disciples. He was the 10th. The 9th disciple was He Jian. After a while, Bai Chen brought Yi Xian to Elder Luo. He was a white-haired elder. Master, Yi Xian is here. Bai Chen said respectfully. All right, you may leave. Elder Luo waved his hand, and Bai Chen retreated. Then, Elder Luo's gaze landed on Yi Xian. He gave the latter a strange look. Are you willing to take me as your master? Elder Luo asked. This disciple is willing. Yi Xian answered directly. Since they were already there, they naturally had to agree. Otherwise, they would be angering Elder Luo. One had to know that the elders of the Gold Plume Dao field were all at least Heavenly Monarch realm experts. This was not something a half-step Heavenly Monarch could compare to. Alright, then you will be my 10th disciple. Take these things and use them first. If they are not enough, we will talk about it later. Without hesitation, Elder Luo threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian replied. Alright, you can leave first. There might be a mission in the next few days. When the time comes, you can go out with the other senior brothers to gain experience, Elder Luo said. Yes. After replying, Yi Xian left. Bai Chen then arranged a residence for Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian left, Elder Luo's eyes kept flickering. Yi Xian, you definitely won't guess who I am. Humph, how dare you kill my mistress? See if I don't kill you, Elder Luo thought to himself. If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably be scared half to death. He had killed He Jian's mistress. When did he kill Elder Luo's mistress? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know this. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at his residence and settled down. After a while, someone came looking for him. It turned out to be his senior brothers. Junior brother Yi, we will set off for training the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourself. A burly youth said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. However, he saw a familiar face behind the burly young man. Luoan. Why is this guy here? Wait, Luoan, Elder Luo, could it be? Yi Xian's body trembled when he saw Luoan. Could this Luoan be Elder Luo's son? Humph, Grandpa told me to kill you casually. Let's see how you survive this trip. The corners of Luoan's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Yi Xian didn't expect Luoan to be Elder Luo's descendant. In that case, the other party might very well attack him. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He could also take revenge for what happened back then. However, he had another goal now, to find He Jian's whereabouts. He only hated himself for not using the death warrant to mark He Jian that day. Otherwise, it would have been much easier to find him. After informing Yi Xian, his senior brothers left. Luoan did the same. Yi Xian ignored them because his senior brothers were only 6th and 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. They were nothing. If they dared to attack him, they would be courting death. 2 days later, his senior brothers formed a team and prepared to set off for the trial. This team was led by 3 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. There were also 3 other half-step heavenly lords under their command. In addition, there was also Yi Xian, a saint emperor. Of course, not all of these people were Elder Luo's direct disciples. They were just disciples under Elder Luo. Their status was 1 level lower than Yi Xian's. However, everyone had heard that although Yi Xian's strength was weak, he had several servants with outstanding battle prowess that could be of help. This is the mission given to us by our master. We are to eliminate a 9th grade half-step heavenly lord sea beast king. The leading disciple said. Senior brother, isn't it too strong? A 6th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple asked. No, the 3 of us have been there once. We can fight with that sea beast king. However, there were too many sea beasts around last time, so we retreated. The leading disciple shook his head and said. Hearing this, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they could still do it. Immediately, they began to fly. With the leading disciple leading the way, their speed was very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at a nest of sea beasts. Everyone, be careful. Don't stray too far from us. After the leading disciple said this, he rushed into the nest of sea beasts. As for the others, they immediately followed him. However, on the way, Yi Xian noticed that Luoan and another 7th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple were secretly watching him. It seemed that these 2 people were up to some tricks. Junior brother Yi Xian, where are your fighters? Suddenly, a 6th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple asked. Oh. Yi Xian nodded. Immediately, he summoned the old tree and Black Horn. Then, he hid in Black Horn's body. Black Horn, a 3rd grade holy venerable, coupled with the heart of the demonic dragon, greatly increased his survival ability. Even if these people besieged him, they might not be able to get him out. Damn it. Luoan cursed in his heart when he saw Yi Xian hiding in Black Horn's body. Soon, they saw the sea beasts and began to kill them. Blood soaked the entire nest of the sea beasts. Heart-wrenching cries could be heard. The sea beasts blocking their way were easily killed by the 3 leading 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. The people behind them could not do anything at all. After a while, they encountered the most powerful sea beasts. 3 8th grade half-step heavenly lords. However, they could not stop the group and were easily killed. Then, it was time for the last 9th grade half-step heavenly lord sea beast king. The aura is not right. At this time, the leading disciple suddenly shouted. The group also felt that something was not right. They quickly quickened their pace. In the end, they saw that the ninth grade half-step Heavenly Lord Sea Beast King was trying to break through. As long as it broke through, it would be at the Heavenly Lord realm. It was not something that they could fight against. Quickly! The leading disciple shouted. Almost everyone used their trump cards. Devouring Dragon Roar. Xian also asked Black Horn to attack. However, the opponent's realm was much higher than Black Horn's. The attack did not have much effect. However, the 3 7th grade half-step Heavenly Lords caused a lot of damage to the Sea Beast King. Roar! The Sea Beast roared and attacked the group angrily. Be careful. Although it did not break through, its strength is stronger than before. The leading disciple immediately shouted. Even Black Horn would not be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Therefore, Xian quickly broke open the void in Black Horn's body and left the sea beast nest. The sword celestial avatar stayed behind. The Sea Beast King went crazy. The other sea beasts in the nest also came out in full force. In an instant, they surrounded the group. Kill our way out. The leading disciple shouted. He killed and retreated. They had seriously injured the Sea Beast King last time. They did not expect that the Sea Beast King would recover and become stronger. Therefore, they could not stay for long. Bastard! Luoan originally wanted to kill Xian, but he didn't expect himself to be in danger. He looked at Black Horn's huge body and the countless sea beasts below and immediately raised his hand to attack. He was planning to kill Black Horn and feed his body to the sea beasts. That way, there would be fewer sea beasts chasing after them. It was a pity. Bang! The attack landed on Black Horn's body. Although it shattered Black Horn's dragon scales, they recovered in the blink of an eye. Roar! The killing intent of the Sword Immortal avatar in his body flashed. This fella actually dared to attack him so brazenly. He was truly courting death. Immediately, the Sword Immortal avatar released Luo. At the same time, the demon dragon's heart transformed into the Void Spirit godly armor. Luo turned invisible and left Black Horn's body, then attacked Luo and swish. A cold light flashed, Luo's chest was heavily injured, and he fell from the sky. Junior Luo. The 3 7th stage half-step heavenly monarchs were scared out of their wits. If Luoan were to fall down like this, he would be devoured by the sea beasts below like hungry tigers. Damn it, the 7th stage half-step heavenly monarch who was in cahoots with Luoan cursed and was ready to rescue Luoan. Unfortunately, Xian also included him in the must-kill list. Swish! Another cold light flashed. This 7th stage half-step heavenly monarch's head was directly thrown up, and then his body fell down. Both of them fell into the sea and were then devoured by the sea beasts. The rest of the people were shocked. How could a person who was alive and well just now become a corpse? Forget about the 7th stage half-step heavenly monarch. Luoan who fell first was Elder Luo's grandson. Once he died, the people on this trip would not be able to escape responsibility. Don't worry about it, let's go. The leading disciple gritted his teeth and rushed out of the sea beast's nest. Although they did not know how Luoan fell down, at this time, their lives were more important. The remaining 4 people did not know that there was an invisible Luo beside them. After completing the task, Luo returned to Black Horn's body, and then revealed her original form. However, flying above the sea, their speed was much slower than the sea beasts. We can't escape, counterattack. The leading disciple shouted angrily and rushed back. The other 3 people did the same. They could only fight head-on. Luo, help them. Xian reminded. In the next moment, Black Horn's mouth opened again, and Luo began to move. Luo was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, and her combat strength was terrifying. If she was to deal with the Sea Beast King, the others would not be in danger. As long as they could get rid of the surrounding sea beasts, it would be much easier. Junior brother, why did you only call her out now? The leading half-step heavenly monarch shouted. Sorry, senior brother, Luo has to sleep for a period of time after every battle. She fought with senior brother Luo before, so she did not wake up. Xian said with a guilty face. Everyone had heard that Xian had a grudge with Luoan, so they did not ask again. They wanted to get through this crisis first. Luo, wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, directly fought with the Sea Beast King, which stunned the other 4 people. "Ah, young master," at this moment, Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Yi Xian saw that there was a mark on the back of the Sea Beast King. The Devouring Beast. "Oh my god, the Sea Beast King is the Devouring Beast." Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to encounter the Devouring Beast on this mission. This trip was not in vain. "This corpse is mine." Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and directly asked the Sword Celestial clone to summon a large number of immortal-slaying puppets to fight. Soon, though small sea beasts were dealt with, these senior brothers were slightly angry. They clearly had the strength to fight back, but because of Yi Xian, they were chased and attacked. In the end, Luoan and another person died. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had also set his sights on them, at this moment. Swoosh! Luo Luo suddenly attacked the 7th grade half-step Heavenly Monarch. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. This 7th grade half-step Heavenly Monarch was severely injured. He could not resist Black Horn's devouring and was sucked into the devouring space. What? The other 3 people were shocked, but by the time they reacted, Luo Luo had attacked again. Not long after, the 3 of them were sucked into the devouring space by Luo Luo using the same method. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn to fight with the Sea Beast King. Although Luo Luo was not a Dharma treasure, she was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, and with the recovery power of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, she should not be in too much danger. In addition, with the help of the old tree, Black Horn, and the others, the Sea Beast King was finally killed after a fierce battle. Ding! Host has obtained 3 Devour points. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard that. This Devour Beast was a high-level Devour Beast and was worth 3 Devour points. What a great deal. Haha. Not bad. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This was a great adventure. With these 3 Devour points, Wei Zhentian could continue to fuse his Dharma treasure. He immediately spent 2 Devour points to fuse his Dharma treasure. Ding! 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused. Ding! Necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked his new Dharma treasure. The Necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused into the Spirit Refining Cauldron. Now, the Spirit Refining Cauldron could smelt everything, including corpses and treasures. It could be used to refine spirit refining pills to increase one's strength. In addition, it had the ability to trap people. If one was trapped in it, they would be burned by the spirit refining fire. This Dharma treasure was like Taishan Latsu's alchemy cauldron. As for the 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused into a Dharma treasure, it was called the Poison Deity Spike. The Poison Deity Spike would release a new poison every day. Today, Yi Xian saw the frost poison. As long as the Poison Deity Spike pierced the opponent would be sealed in ice. This was not the main point. The main point was that the Poison Deity Spike had a deadly poison. If the Poison Deity Spike released a new poison, as long as it hit a person, no matter their level, they would die immediately. The Poison Deity Spike was a divine weapon that could kill instantly. However, some of the poisons in the Poison Deity Spike could only be used once a day. Moreover, the chance of the deadly poison being used randomly was not high. Of course, the other poisons were also very effective. Yi Xian quickly experimented and found a level 7 half-heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beast. Poison Deity Spike, go! Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to attack the Sea Beast in the form of the Poison Deity Spike. Poochie, with a crisp sound, the Poison Deity Spike pierced the Sea Beast's body. In the next moment, the Sea Beast turned into an ice sculpture. Ding! Host's killing intent points increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Poison Deity Spike had instantly killed his opponent. Not bad, let's try again. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he found an 8th-stage half-step Heavenly Monarch Sea Beast and killed it in an instant. Even the ordinary ice poison had such power. If he were to randomly obtain those powerful poisons, it would be simply heaven-defying. Following that, Yi Xian tested the Spirit Refining Cauldron. Indeed, it was more useful than the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The refined pills could not only improve the physique and cultivation of the Yao, but could also be used by Yixian himself. However, Yixian's cultivation method was different, so his cultivation wouldn't improve. With this spirit refining cauldron, father and the other's strength will be able to soar all the way up. Yixian's eyes lit up. This spirit refining cauldron was a cheat that allowed others to level up quickly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was an endless supply of things, such as natural treasures, weapons, corpses, and so on. Those people had been sucked into the devouring space, so Yixian collected them and used them on the spirit refining cauldron. One by one, the spirit refining pills were refined and consumed by Luo Luo. Soon, Luo Luo's cultivation level increased to that of a fourth-stage half-step heavenly monarch. However, at this time, Yixian realized that something was wrong. The random mission to kill He Jian had actually changed. Now, the person he was supposed to kill was not He Jian, but Elder Luo Yang of the Golden Plume Palace. What's going on? Why did the random mission change? There was no notification at all. Also, why do I have to kill Elder Luo Yang? Yixian was a little confused. He quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search his soul. The next moment, he was shocked. Elder Luo Yang was actually his master. Elder Luo, heavens, the system wanted him to kill his master. What's going on? Why didn't I kill He Jian? Yixian was confused. Luo Yang was his master. Now that the system wanted him to kill Luo Yang for no reason, it was hard for him to accept. This time, it was only Luoan who wanted to kill him. Otherwise, those senior brothers could have killed him on their way here. They would not have waited until now. However, Luo Yang had taken He Jian as his disciple. The two of them might have some shady dealings. System, I don't think you want me to kill Elder Luo Yang for no reason. I should go back and check. Yixian squinted his eyes and then flew toward the Golden Plume Palace. Although he had left some void positioning points along the way, he was about to break through. It was better to be careful. Coincidentally, when he returned to the Golden Plume Palace, he had already broken through to the 9th stage Holy Emperor. Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others were 4th stage Holy Venerables. Even Luo Luo's cultivation level had increased to that of a 4th stage half-step Heavenly Monarch. Now, Luo Luo could probably fight with a Heavenly Monarch. However, before that, Yixian had to be careful. Therefore, he had used the time reversal skill to replay the scene of that day. He had absorbed Luoan, who had fallen into the sea and been devoured by the sea beasts, into the devouring space. This way, Yixian could 100% turn into Luo and using the Mask of Truth. Grandpa, I'm back. Yixian used the Mask of Truth to disguise himself as Luoan and sent a message to Luo Yang. What happened? Why didn't the others arrive? Luo Yang asked curiously. The Sea Beast King almost broke through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. It joined forces with the other sea beasts to kill us. My senior brothers were all devoured by the sea beasts in order to protect me, Yixian explained. I know. Luo Yang replied without much emotion. This made Yixian feel strange. One should know that the leading disciple was one of Luo Yang's favorite disciples. Now that he was dead, why was Luo Yang not showing any emotion? Something was wrong. Grandpa, I have something to show you. I got it from the sea beast's nest, Yixian continued. Come here. After a while, Yixian found Elder Luo Yang's residence and walked in. What is it? Elder Luo Yang asked. However, at this moment, Yixian suddenly showed a murderous look. Sword Immortal descends, flying immortal sword. Yixian turned into a ray of cold light and attacked Luo Yang. Luo Yang was shocked. He did not expect Luoan to suddenly attack him. Moreover, the move he used was not Luoan's. Fortunately, he was a Heavenly Monarch realm expert. How could he fall for it so easily? Bang! He struck out his palm and hit Yixian's abdomen, sending him flying. Yixian? Luo Yang recognized him immediately. He Jian, is that you? What are you talking about? Luo Yang narrowed his eyes. Stop pretending. What method did you use to seize Elder Luo Yang's body? Yixian asked. Hearing this, Elder Luo Yang was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, "You are indeed not simple. I didn't even expose myself in front of the sect master." "How did you expose me?" "It was you." Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had been thinking that since He Jian could change his body, why couldn't he change his body again? Therefore, he guessed that He Jian must have seized Elder Luo Yang's body. That was why the system changed the mission to kill Luo Yang. "That's right, it was me." He Jian grinned. "You didn't expect this, right? I came from a low-ranked ancient country, but I managed to seize the body of a Lord of Heaven Realm Elder. Who else in this world can do that? So what if you did? You will still die in the end." Yi Xian said slowly. Since Luo Yang had admitted to it, the next goal was to kill He Jian. However, at that moment, ding. You have triggered a random mission. You will not be able to use time reversal. If you succeed in killing He Jian, the reward will be doubled. The system notification frightened Yi Xian. Previously, Yi Xian had wanted to use time reversal to find trouble with He Jian after breaking through to the next realm. But now, he couldn't use time reversal. What the F***? I don't care. Luo Luo, go. Yi Xian didn't care anymore. He summoned Luo Luo and the other two to attack He Jian. Luo Yang's expression couldn't help but change when he saw this. He angrily shouted, "How dare you, Yi Xian? I'm your master, yet you dare to attack me. You disgraceful brat, I'll clean up the sect today." His voice was deafening. Everyone in the palace probably heard it. Luo Yang had been worried that he couldn't find a reason to attack Yi Xian. Now, he could kill him openly. "You think you can?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Luo Yang. Fortunately, it was only the invincible sword deity clone that came to find Luo Yang. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Of course, he couldn't use time reversal now, so the Void Spirit godly armor was naturally used on Luo Luo. Rumble. Both sides began to fight. The intensity of their attacks was so great that Luo Yang's residence was instantly reduced to ruins. When the disciples saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. Who are those people? How dare they attack Elder Luo Yang? Hey, isn't that Luoan? What? Luoan, the grandson of Elder Luo Yang? What kind of joke is this? A grandson attacking his grandfather? The disciples below immediately recognized him. At this time, Luo and younger brother, Luo Quan, also rushed over and asked in surprise, "Grandfather, big brother, what happened?" "He's not your big brother. He's a traitor in disguise," Luo Yang quickly said. "After possessing Elder Luo Yang's body, you still have the cheek to say this?" "What a joke," Yi Xian said loudly. These two sentences were heard by everyone. Everyone felt a wave of disbelief. Both sides were saying that the other side was a fake. What was going on, however, this was the truth. Yi Xian used the real mask to disguise himself as Luoan, and He Jian used the method of possession to possess Elder Luo Yang's body. In other words, both of them were fake. At the same time, the commotion attracted the attention of the other experts. What's going on? Why did Elder Luo Yang attack his grandson? The elders who lived nearby rushed over and were puzzled. "Elders, this person pretended to be my grandson and tried to assassinate me," Elder Luo Yang said loudly. "I see." Everyone nodded and immediately attacked. In comparison, Elder Luo Yang's words were more authoritative. After all, Elder Luo Yang was a Lord of Heaven realm expert. The surrounding elders were also Lords of Heaven. They understood that not just anyone could possess a body. Immediately, the two elders attacked Luo Luo, Black Horn, and the others. Damn it, it seems like there's no other way this time. Let's go. Yi Xian, who was far away, had his eyes flicker. He directly let the sword celestial avatar absorb Luo Luo and the others into the devouring space and then put away the unparalleled sword. When the sword celestial avatar disappeared, everyone lost their target. Fortunately, Yi Xian only went to look for He Jian after breaking through to be on the safe side. Otherwise, with Luo Luo's previous realm, she would be in danger. However, this time, the truth was out. Next, Elder Luo Yang could only wait for death. This time, I can't do anything to He Jian. As long as I break through again, I can kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky. He Jian definitely had to die. However, the time of his death would be different. Now that the two random missions were stacked, the earlier He Jian died, the better Yi Xian's reward would be. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared to go to the Golden Plume training ground again in a few days to kill Luo Yang. During this time, the Golden Plume training ground also sent out a large number of experts to search for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, could not be found unless a Lord of Heaven expert passed by. Very soon, a few days had passed. Ding. Host has broken through to first rank Sacred Master. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through to 5th rank Sacred Master. Yi Xian finally broke through to the next realm. Now, with these trump cards, he should be able to kill He Jian. Immediately, he used the real mask to disguise himself as a disciple and returned to the Golden Plume training ground. Luo Yang, wait for your death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked into Luo Yang's palace. However, when he arrived at Luo Yang's new residence, Luo Yang was indifferent. Kill. Yi Xian immediately summoned Luo and the others to attack together. Rumble. There was a rumbling sound in the Golden Plume training ground. Elder Luo Yang was killed in an instant under the attacks of so many people. Ding. The target of the Death Hunt order is dead. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Mission completed. However, when the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he did not hear the system notification. What happened? Yi Xian looked curiously and found that the two random missions were not completed, and the time reversal skill could not be used. He Jian was not dead. The random mission had changed again. Now, Yi Xian had to kill the master of the Golden Plume training ground, Wukong. Swoosh. At this time, a cold light came and hit Luo directly. Fortunately, Yi Xian had asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on Luo. Otherwise, this attack would have severely injured Luo. What happened? Yi Xian turned around and found that a large number of elders of the Golden Plume training ground had appeared. Among them, there was an extremely strong aura. This aura belonged to the sect master of Golden Plume Temple, Wukong. Now, Yi Xian finally understood that He Jian had seized Wukong's body using the possession technique. Then, he set up a trap here and waited for him to walk into it. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't notice the change in the random mission's content. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, it was still the sword deity clone that entered this time. Yi Xian, you crazy disciple. How dare you kill your own master? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you, you evildoer. Wukong said to Yi Xian with a righteous look on his face. Previously, Luo Yang's body was still under his control. This time, he deliberately allowed Luo Yang to be killed by Yi Xian. He Jian, you're pretty good. After seizing Elder Luo Yang's body, you seized the sect master's body. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. When the surrounding elders heard this, they were slightly surprised. However, they didn't feel anything strange about Wukong, so they were a little suspicious of Yi Xian's words. This kid, how can he recognize me every time? Wukong was a little surprised. His possession technique was flawless. He directly devoured the opponent's soul and merged with the opponent's body. Regardless of whether it was the action or the aura, it was exactly the same. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to recognize him like this. But, this was the truth. Elders, let's join forces and kill this kid. Wukong shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding elders all made their moves. Terrifying attacks attacked Yi Xian one after another. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared half to death when facing a Heaven Lord expert. However, Yi Xian and the rest didn't have the slightest fear in the face of such powerful attacks. Luo, kill. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although the surrounding elders were most likely innocent, they would definitely listen to the sect master's orders now that He Jian was in control of Wukong's body. Therefore, they could only kill. All right. Luo responded. She actually charged forward while enduring all the attacks. The Void Spirit godly armor had an extremely strong defensive ability. Most importantly, it was immune to all energy attacks, including attacks like sword chi. To put it simply, those attacks did not harm Luoluo in the slightest. How is this possible? He can actually block so many of our attacks? Wukong was extremely shocked. One should know that he had also made a move earlier. Even if it was him, he would not be able to block all of those attacks. However, Luoluo was charging towards them as if nothing had happened. Impossible, however, this was the truth. All of you are courting death. Luoluo shouted angrily and finally launched an attack. With the almost invincible Void Spirit Divine Armor, her combat power was unprecedented. Coupled with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, she was a perpetual motion machine. Wukong and the other 6 elders, who were all first-level heavenly lords, couldn't do anything to Luoluo. Pucci! Luoluo closed in on one of the elders. Luoluo instantly exploded with power and took his head. The first heavenly monarch realm elder had fallen. In addition, Black Horn, the old tree, and the Sword Celestial Doppelganger had also launched their attacks. The Sword Celestial Doppelganger was truly invincible. With him around, Black Horn and the old tree could be resurrected immediately even if they died. Countless immortal slaying puppets and celestial eliminating arrows surrounded the elders and Wukong. Bastard, why is it so difficult to deal with? Wukong said angrily. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. If that was the case, how could he have ended up like this? I don't believe it. I can't do anything to you. Wukong decided to personally take action and charge towards Luoluo. Unfortunately, Luoluo didn't want to fight him one-on-one for the time being. She would deal with the unnecessary people around first. Rumble. The battle on Golden Feather Island was earth-shattering and attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of Golden Feather Temple were all shocked. It was hard to imagine that the sect master they worshipped in their hearts would team up with the elders to attack a group of people whose realms were far lower than theirs. This was not the main point. The main point was that the elders were falling one by one. In a short while, the 6 elders were all dead, and even their corpses disappeared. These corpses were naturally collected by the Sword Celestial Doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Wukong became a commander without any helpers. Damn it, why is my attack ineffective? Wukong couldn't understand. With his realm as a second-stage heavenly lord, he couldn't do anything to Luoluo, a half-step heavenly lord. It was too fake, however, he didn't believe it. Next, he fought with Luoluo for a while. Luoluo was never injured, and her saint power seemed to be endless as she attacked him crazily. For a moment, Wukong actually smelled a dangerous aura. In desperation, he could only divert his firepower and attack others. Unfortunately, whether it was the old tree or Black Horn, every time they were destroyed, they would reappear. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, it was even more terrifying. Just like Luoluo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it didn't dodge his attacks at all. At this moment. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind fell into Wukong's ears. He turned his head and saw a black spike attacking him. He activated the saint power in his body and prepared to block it. However, what surprised him was that the spike actually crushed his saint power in an instant and pierced his palm. Poof. This black spike was the poison deity spike that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. The poison today was called Blazing Flame Poison. Once stabbed, the body would feel as if it had fallen into a fiery abyss, and it was extremely painful. The saint power in his body was also constantly evaporating. After a while, Wukong would be roasted alive. After stabbing Wukong, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger quickly put away Wei Zhentian. Then, Luoluo put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor in the Devouring space and attacked again. Damn it, let's go. Wukong's expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. If it wasn't for the poison deity spike, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, even he couldn't get rid of the blazing flame poison. If they continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to die. Humph, you want to run? The Sword Celestial Doppelganger's eyes flickered. He immediately flashed behind Wukong and attacked. Get lost. Wukong turned around and slapped the Sword Celestial Doppelganger away. However, before this, Luo Luo was put away by the sword celestial doppelganger and released again. She appeared beside Wukong. Bam! Luo Luo took the hit and was sent flying. However, the powerful void spirit divine armor only injured her slightly. In the blink of an eye, she was healed by the immortal phoenix bloodline. This guy is carrying 2 random missions. As long as I kill him, I can get double the reward. I must kill him as soon as possible. However, Wukong's speed was indeed very fast. After all, he was a tier 2 heavenly lord. Without the assassination eye, it was impossible to catch up with him. Damn it, what is that burning aura in my body? My saint power is being depleted. Wukong took out a precious elixir and swallowed it while defending. He knew that if his saint power was depleted, it would be his time to die. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There seemed to be a big city near the Golden Feather training ground. Its strength was not weaker than the Golden Feather training ground. The Golden Feather training ground had cooperated with this big city many times before. If he went there, he might be able to seek help. Yi Xian did not know this, so he let the sword celestial avatar use the assassination eye continuously to get closer to Wukong. When Wukong's saint power was about to be depleted, he finally found the big city. He immediately rushed in and shouted, "I am the master of the Golden Feather training ground, Wukong. I am being hunted by villains. City Master Wang, please help me." His voice was deafening and spread throughout the entire city. Immediately, the experts of the City Master Mansion rushed out and saw Wukong. It is indeed the master of the Golden Feather training ground, Wukong. Help! A middle-aged man shouted angrily and led the experts to attack. A tier 2 heavenly lord and 6 tier 1 heavenly lords. That's all there is to it. The sword celestial avatar squinted his eyes and rushed forward. Then, Luo Luo, who was wearing the void spirit divine armor, appeared and fought with them. Rumble. Loud sounds came from the sky. Even when facing so many experts, Luo Luo was not afraid at all. This guy, how did he cultivate? Wukong could not help but think. In such a short period of time, the combat strength of Yi Xian's group had increased by so much. Previously, they would at most be able to fight against a second-stage Holy Emperor, but now, they were actually able to fight against a second-stage Heavenly Lord. Therefore, Wukong was very interested in Yi Xian's body. He, who was seriously injured, watched from the periphery and helped from time to time. He glanced at Luo Luo and the others, then made a decision. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright light burst out of Wukong's body and rushed toward the sword celestial avatar. However, when the bright light hit the sword celestial avatar, it was suddenly repelled. What? This beam of light was actually Wukong's soul. He wanted to enter the sword immortal avatar and possess Elder Luo Yang and Tao Master Wukong. Who would have thought that he would fail? When the sword immortal avatar saw this, he immediately slashed out with his sword. However, this ordinary attack was unable to harm He Jian's soul. After He Jian's soul left Wukong's body, his body fell from the sky. In the next moment, He Jian stared at Luo Luo, who was closest to him. Surprisingly, Luo Luo, who was wearing the void spirit divine armor, was also immune to this attack. Then, only the old tree and Black Cove were left. It's you. He Jian's eyes lit up as he dashed toward the old tree. He knows that the old tree is a Zuyuist and the black horn is a holy beast, so he chooses the old tree first. Pooh. Before the old tree could react, He Jian's soul entered it. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. The body of the infernal god unicorn has been occupied. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This bastard wants to occupy the old tree's body. However, what surprised him was that this body was really taken over by He Jian. Young master, I can't control my body. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was not the point. The point was that after the old tree's body was occupied, its aura suddenly soared. It directly reached the level of half-Lord of Heaven from the 5th grade Sacred Venerable Realm. Holy *T, Yi Xian was frightened. After He Jian possessed the old tree's body, he forcibly increased the level of the old tree. This meant that the old tree's strength would be very strong. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful flame soared into the sky and spread out in an instant. Whether it was the city master or those Lord of Heaven high ships, they were all burned to ashes. Even the Black Horn could not resist. Fortunately, this kind of attack had no effect on Luoluo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, nothing would happen to it. "Ah, young master, this guy is devouring my soul," the old tree shouted again. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. Ever since He Jian's soul occupied the old tree's body, he could no longer command the infernal god unicorn. However, the old tree was still his Dharma treasure. As long as He Jian was killed, the old tree should be able to be reborn. Then, He Jian would disappear. "Luoluo, Sword Celestial Doppelganger, kill him," Yi Xian immediately ordered. In an instant, 3 figures were fighting in a sea of fire. However, even with the Void Spirit Divine armor, Luoluo was only immune to fire attacks. She was accidentally hit by the infernal god unicorn and almost died. The Void Spirit Divine armor was immune to energy attacks and had a lot of material defense. However, it almost killed Luoluo. Yi Xian was so scared that he quickly asked Luoluo to retreat. The second random task prohibited him from using the time reversal skill. If He Jian was not dead, he would not be able to use it. If Luoluo died, there would be no way to save her. Moreover, if the old tree's soul was forcefully devoured, Yi Xian did not know if he could be resurrected. What should I do? Yi Xian's face changed greatly as he quickly thought of a solution. "Young master, I am resisting with all my strength. It won't be that easy for him to devour my soul. You should leave first and come back to save me when you are strong enough." The old tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. It seemed that this was the only way. Yi Xian immediately asked the Sword Celestial Doppelganger to put Luoluo away. Then, he tried to recall the infernal god unicorn but found that he could no longer do so. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, he stayed here to fight with the infernal god unicorn and delay the infernal god unicorn so that He Jian would not be able to divert too much attention to devour the old tree's soul. Beneath their feet was a sea of fire. Even the city lord, who was a second-stage heavenly lord, was burned to death, let alone the others. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you finally know how powerful I am." He Jian laughed loudly. "Don't be so arrogant. You will definitely die in my hands." Yi Xian scolded angrily. "This body is not bad. If I devour his soul, my combat strength will continue to increase. When that time comes, let's see how you will deal with me." He Jian swept into the distance amidst his laughter. He knew that the Sword Celestial Doppelganger was an invincible existence, so he could not be bothered with it. Seeing this, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger immediately chased after him. This chase lasted for more than 10 days. During this time, Yi Xian had broken through to 2nd stage Sacred Master, while Black Horn and the others were 6th stage Sacred Masters. The crisis this time was beyond Yi Xian's expectation, so he decided not to take the mission reward this time. No matter what, he had to kill He Jian. More than 10 days passed. At this time, Yi Xian was already a 6th grade Sacred Master, while Black Horn and the others had finally broken through to 1st grade Sacred Emperor. As for Luoluo, she had reached the Heavenly Lord realm. "Young master, I estimate that I will be devoured in 3 days." The old tree's voice was very weak, as if he was on his last breath. "Okay, Sword Celestial Avatar, Black Horn, Luoluo, attack." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar, who had been using the Eye of Assassination to hunt down infernal god unicorn, suddenly attacked. "You're finally making a move?" He Jian squinted his eyes and immediately turned around to spit out a scorching flame. However, it was useless against the Sword Celestial Avatar and Luoluo. Heavenly Flame right. Flying Immortal Sword. Devouring Dragon Roar. Black Horn and the others attacked with all their might. Luoluo's attack was the strongest among them, but her attacks were also of the fire attribute. Infernal God Unicorn was still Yi Xian's opponent, so his attack was greatly reduced. However, Luoluo was now at the Heavenly Lord realm, and Infernal God Unicorn was only a 2nd grade Heavenly Lord. In just one move, he had severely injured Infernal God Unicorn. In fact, Yi Xian would try every time he broke through, but Infernal God Unicorn also had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so his recovery was extremely strong, so Yi Xian could not do anything to him. Fortunately, he could finally do it now. No, how did your strength increase so quickly? He Jian shouted loudly. He had used a secret method to make Infernal God Unicorn break through to second-grade Heavenly Lord at the cost of his soul. But Luoluo had broken through to this realm in just a few days. It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. Die. The Sword Celestial Avatar opened his eyes wide and attacked directly. Infernal God Unicorn's body had not recovered, but he was attacked by the Sword Celestial Avatar and Black Horn, and his injuries immediately became worse. Luoluo's attack followed. Boom, flaming meteors rained down one after another, smashing Unicorn into minced meat. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn has died. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn has been resurrected. 2 system notifications rang out, and the old tree was revived in the devouring space. Furthermore, his soul had also been restored to its previous level. The mission was completed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't hear any notification for the completion of the quest. He immediately took a look. He found that there was a cloud of blue mist floating above Unicorn's body that had turned into mud. If Yi Xian did not possess the Eye of Revelation, he might not have noticed it. This blue mist must be He Jian's soul. Although Yi Xian didn't know why He Jian's soul was like this, he couldn't care less and attacked directly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't hurt him at all. Idiot, do you think I'm an ordinary soul? He Jian snorted coldly. This soul of his was so strange that it could actually speak. I don't believe it, attack with all your might. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Luoluo, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the Sword Saint Avatar attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't hurt He Jian's soul. What the hell was this He Jian, at this time? Xiao. He Jian suddenly turned into a blue shadow and rushed toward Black Horn this time. You want to take over my body again? No way. Yi Xian quickly kept Black Horn and Old Tree into the devouring space. As for Luoluo, she was immune to this kind of attack because she was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. She had already shaken off her soul last time, so there was no need to be afraid. Humph, you can't hurt my mutated soul, so why don't we just write it off like this? You go your way, and I'll go mine. He Jian suddenly suggested. Get lost, you almost killed my people, and you want to write it off like this? Yi Xian cursed. What's more, he still had 2 random missions to complete. As long as He Jian died, these 2 random missions would be completed. After all, he couldn't use the time reversal skill before the random missions were completed. Some random missions were mandatory, and he couldn't refuse or give up. Then what can you do to me? Do you think you can kill me with your current means? He Jian said coldly. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking about whether Wei Zhentian had the form of a Dharma treasure that could absorb He Jian's mutated soul. However, at this time, suddenly, a strong pressure appeared, and it shocked Yi Xian and He Jian so much that they couldn't move. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Golden Feather Training Hall entered their sight. This is an expert from the dojo. He Jian recognized him at a glance. The Golden Feather Dojo where Wukong was the sect master was only a small branch in the 2nd level heaven, while the Golden Feather Dojo was established in the 3rd level heaven. This middle-aged man came from the 3rd level heaven's dojo, and his strength was probably at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. Kid, you're the one who betrayed your master and killed all the elders in the 72nd dojo, and then chased after the sect master of the branch, Wukong? The middle-aged man asked. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, you've misunderstood. Someone took over Elder Luo Yang's body, then sect master Wukong's body, and wanted to harm me. The person who took over is this mutated soul in front of you. Oh? The middle-aged man was puzzled. He glanced at it, but didn't see any soul. However, a mutated soul wasn't something that ordinary people could see. Immediately, he took out a lantern magic treasure and opened it. In the next moment, He Jian's mutated soul was sucked into it, and he could see it now. There really is a mutated soul. However, what you said has yet to be verified. Come with me. The middle-aged man said coldly and left with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked. Was he going to the third level heaven this time? As expected, this invincible heavenly lord's strength was beyond his understanding. He directly soared into the sky and walked toward it. Then, they passed through the long dark area and arrived at the third level heaven. After a few days of traveling, they arrived at the Golden Feather Dojo in the third level heaven. Sect Master, I brought them back. The middle-aged man transmitted. Good, bring them in. After a while, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian and He Jian's mutated soul to an old man. This old man had no aura at all, as if he was immortal. The sect master of the Golden Feather Dojo? Yi Xian was shocked. It was said that the sect master of the Golden Feather Dojo was a half-step Tao Lord, and he had already begun to comprehend the Tao. Come, let me see that mutated soul, the old man said to the middle-aged man. Tao Master, please spare my life. He Jian's soul shouted anxiously as he sensed danger. Yi Xian might not be able to do anything to him, but the middle-aged man was enough, let alone the Tao Master. Don't worry. If you're innocent, I'll let you go. The Golden Feather Tao Master opened the lantern and grabbed He Jian's mutated soul with his hand. 3 seconds later. I figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This He Jian's soul has mutated. It looks like a possession, but it's actually devouring other people's souls to grow and take over their bodies. The Golden Feather Tao Master said slowly, this person is unforgivable. Coincidentally, I've comprehended the soul-devouring Tao of the 100,000 great Taos. I'll take your soul. No, no, He Jian immediately shouted when he heard that. In the next moment, his mutated soul was crushed by the Golden Feather Tao Master right in front of Yi Xian. Then, the blue mist surged into the Golden Feather Tao Master's body. The soul-devouring Tao of the 100,000 great Taos? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He couldn't understand it at his current level. However, after He Jian's death, 2 system notifications rang in his mind. Ding. Host has completed 2 random missions. Ding. Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure form is fixed. This was the reward Yi Xian got for completing the random missions after so long. Damn it, the reward is a fixed Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure form. Yi Xian looked helpless. This magic treasure form had long been eliminated. It wasn't even a tenth of the flying sword form, so it was useless. However, Yi Xian was in luck because the Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure, Xianxia, could be combined with the poison god spike. At this moment, the Golden Feather Tao Master said, You're Yi Xian, right? Yes, Senior. Yi Xian nodded. I know from He Jian's memories that you're very talented. At the same time, you're a disciple of the Golden Feather Tao sect. I happen to have a mission on hand. Can you help me complete it? The Golden Feather Tao Master said. Yi Xian paused, then said, Senior, please speak. I want you to return to the second layer of heaven and establish a new dojo. You will be the Tao Master, but do not use the name Golden Feather Dojo, said the Golden Feather Tao Master. What? After Yi Xian finished listening, he asked in astonishment, I'm not even a half-step heavenly monarch. How can I establish a dojo? With my Golden Feather training ground backing you up, you don't have to worry. The Golden Feather Path Master said, to be honest, there might be a calamity coming up, and it might even destroy the Golden Feather Path sect. That is why I want you to pass on the incense. Then, why didn't you find someone else? Yi Xian frowned. The others have already shown their faces. You have the ability to disguise yourself. As long as you change your appearance, normal people won't be able to find you. After Golden Feather Sect Master finished speaking, he took out an interspatial ring and said, Are you willing to take on this responsibility? This, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Now, the Golden Feather Path Master wanted him to establish a sect and be the sect master himself. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Currently, his sword celestial clone was brought to the third layer of heaven, while his original body was still at the second layer of heaven. If he wanted to leave, even a half-step Tao Master could not stop him. However, in the next moment, he made a decision. Ding! Host has triggered a sect mission. Mission completion reward, activating the sect system. Sect mission, a new system? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the system gave him another notification. Ding. Accept the interspatial ring from the Golden Feather Pathmaster and return to the second layer of heaven to establish a new dojo and become the Tao Master. This was the sect mission, and it was very simple. However, there was a requirement. The requirement was to fix a sect location and accept 100 half-step Heavenly Monarch disciples. This was not difficult for Yi Xian at the moment. Since that's the case, then Yi Xian will agree. Senior, I agree. Yi Xian nodded and took the interspatial ring. Although there are not many things in here, it is enough for you to cultivate to the invincible Heavenly Monarch level. There are also some martial arts techniques. After that, you will have to rely on your own hands to obtain them. After the Golden Feather Pathmaster finished speaking, he took out a sword-shaped token and said, "This will be your sect master's token. Put it in the interspatial ring." Oh, okay. Yi Xian did not think too much and kept the token. When you came here, you were brought here by Yun Guang. Next, Yun Guang will bring you back to another place to establish a sect. After the Golden Feather Pathmaster finished speaking, he waved his hand. Then, the middle-aged man named Yun Guang secretly left the Golden Feather Dojo with Yi Xian and returned to the second layer of heaven through a teleportation formation. Remember, this is a secret mission. Do not reveal that you are a disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo, and do not mention that you have met the Tao Master. Yun Guang paused and said, "Next, you will be the sect master. Have you thought of a name for the dojo?" Let's call it the Lianyun Dojo." Yi Xian said casually, because he was born in Lianyun City. "Okay, then the Lianyun Dojo. I will now erase the memories of everyone in the dojo. But even so, you should change your appearance." Yun Guang nodded and left through the void again. This time, it was beyond his expectations. He did not expect to be given such an important mission. What a scam. However, he also found some clues. At this time, he had already immersed his mind into the devouring space. The sword-shaped token that the Golden Feather Pathmaster gave him was a little strange. It seemed to be something special. But then again, now that he had returned to the second layer of heaven, he was going to establish a sect. More importantly, he was only a Saint Venerable, so he could not be the Pathmaster. Oh right, after the old tree's body was occupied by He Jian, he broke through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. Then, He Jian used his soul to help the old tree grow to the second-level Heavenly Lord realm. Now, the old tree is a powerful existence in the second layer of heaven. Yi Xian thought to himself. He Jian had helped him a lot. However, because of the contract, the old tree could not increase his realm anymore, unless Yi Xian reached the 9th level half-step Heavenly Lord realm. TSK. The mission to activate the sect system is not difficult. It can be activated as long as we have 100 half-step Heavenly Lord realm disciples. I wonder what the function of the sect system is. Yi Xian was looking forward to it, but he had to choose a location first. He asked Blackhorn, the old tree, Luo Luo, and the others to spread out and find a good place. Half a day later. "Young master, this is a good place. It is a valley, very suitable for setting up a concealment array." Yi Xian's plan was to find a good place to set up the array and then build a space-devouring portal at the entrance. That way, anyone who entered the dojo would be transported to the space-devouring portal. How could Yi Xian not make good use of such a good place like the space-devouring portal? Soon, Yi Xian chose the place and let Luo Luo learn the array that he had exchanged from the celestial-level devouring system. In less than half a day, the array was completed and Yi Xian set up a space-devouring portal at the entrance of the array. The place is ready. I wonder what's going on with the old tree. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had asked the old tree to search for nearby cities and then recruit some disciples. Coincidentally, not long after Luo Luo finished setting up the array, the old tree arrived with a few hundred people. These people were all half-heavenly lords. Some were high while some were low, but they all met the requirements of the mission. Although some of them did not have high aptitudes, Yi Xian brought them all in to complete the mission. When the time came, he would just reward them with something. These people entered the space-devouring portal and arrived at the space-devouring portal. Ding! Host has completed the sect mission and activated the sect system. Ding! Current sect level is 0. Number of disciples is 467. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked the sect system. The sect master was the old tree to the outside world, but in fact, it was him. The old tree was only the temporary sect master. However, this did not matter. After all, he valued the sect system. The name was not important. In addition, these disciples' names, genders, realms, and aptitudes were also listed. Most people had aptitudes of 1 to 2 stars. Only a few had reached 3 stars. Damn, there are 9 levels in the aptitudes assessment. Among these people, the highest aptitude is only 3 stars? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and quickly added Luo Luo's name to the Lianyun dojo. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo's aptitude was unknown. Not only that, but so was the old tree. Forget it. Let's see what's so good about joining a sect. Yi Xian shook his head and looked through the list carefully. There were many benefits to the sect system. As the master of the dojo, Yi Xian could enjoy all kinds of enhancements. The current sect level was 0, so there was no increase in strength at all. If it was upgraded to level 1, then the strength of Yi Xian and his subordinates would increase tenfold. In addition, the disciples of his sect had their aptitude and battle prowess doubled. It was too terrifying. Old tree, from now on, you will be the Dao master of Lianyun Dao sect, and I will be behind the scenes. Yi Xian said to the old tree. Alright, then I'll change my name to Yitsong from now on. I'll be the Daoist master of Lianyun dojo. The old tree said. Yitsong, huh? After hearing this name, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was quite suitable for the old tree. Just like that, Yi Xian established the Lianyun Daoist sect. As the old tree of the Dao master, his current combat strength was probably equivalent to that of a top-notch heaven monarch. This strength was enough to dominate the second layer of heaven. Ding! Host has triggered the chain quest of the sect. Upgrade the sect level to level 1. Reward, time control advancement. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Upgrading to level 1 didn't seem to be that difficult. Currently, the sect was at level 0, and there were more than 400 half-step heaven monarch disciples. As long as the number of half-step heaven monarch disciples increased to 10,000, then the sect would be upgraded to level 1. Young master, what do we do next? Old tree asked. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to make some noise. Old tree, go challenge the various city lords and sect masters. Spread the name of our Lianyun Dao sect. Yi Xian said. Okay, then I'll go right away. Old tree nodded. As for Luo Luo, she stayed in the sword's devouring space to cultivate. After a while, her strength would probably reach the invincible heaven monarch level. Then, she would be able to dominate the entire second layer of heaven. As for his original body, he had already found a good place to hide. Old tree's strength was almost at the peak of the second layer of heaven. As long as there were no invincible heaven monarchs, there would be no problem. In addition, Yi Xian also sent a large number of people to build teleportation formations in the various cities to make things more convenient for everyone. In the following period of time, the name of the Lianyun Dao sect spread rapidly. The interspatial ring that the Golden Feather sect master had given him contained countless treasures that could allow one to continuously cultivate to the invincible heaven monarch level. He left 2/3 of it for Luo Luo and used it to cultivate disciples. After all, these were all half-step heaven monarch level disciples. It was very easy to use 1/3 of the resources to raise tens of thousands of disciples to the heaven monarch level. With such a large amount of cultivation resources and the help of the devouring space, it would be no problem for the sect to reach the requirements in a short period of time. After a period of time, while waiting for Old Tree's return, Yi Xian had broken through to the 9th grade Sacred Master level. He was only one step away from the 1st grade Sacred Emperor level. During this period of time, there were many people who joined the Lianyun Dao sect and were arranged to cultivate in the devouring space. Yi Xian did not reject anyone because he had a large amount of cultivation resources to back him up. He was thinking that it would be great if he met a few talented disciples. Finally, Old Tree made a name for himself. This time, he brought back tens of thousands of people. They were all high-level half-step heaven monarchs, and there were even mid-level heaven monarchs. Those high-level heaven monarchs were basically the people who held down the fort in some sections. It was impossible for them to leave. The addition of mid-level heaven monarchs had already exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. Oh, not bad. We actually have a 5-star genius. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the sect chain mission. Reward, time control advancement. When the system prompt, Yi Xian sounded out, the speed of the devouring space slowed down once again. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 4,480 years in the devouring space. It was really terrifying. The first round of the sect chain mission was completed. Next was the second round of the mission. The second round of the mission was still a little difficult for Yi Xian because he had to find a 6-star disciple. However, what was out of his expectations was that the disciple with 5-star aptitude actually rose to 6-star aptitude after joining the sect. Don't forget, the sect was now at the first level. The disciple's aptitude had doubled. The 5-star disciple's aptitude doubled and became a 6-star disciple. It was really too much of a coincidence. Ding. Host has completed the second round of the sect chain mission. Reward, time control advancement. When the system notification sounded, the speed of time in the devouring space slowed down again. A day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 10,000 years in the devouring space. However, the third part of the sect chain mission was a little more difficult. It required Yi Xian to find 100 disciples with 6-star aptitude, and they had to be in the Lord of Heaven realm. This was a little difficult. After all, the current 6-star aptitude disciple was only an 8th grade half-Lord of Heaven. They're all a bunch of useless trash. Even if their aptitude is doubled, they'll only be 5-star at most. Yi Xian shook his head. The highest aptitude evaluation was 9-star. 5-star aptitude was not enough. However, he calmed down. After all, the sect system had just been opened. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, there are countless people in the devouring space. If I take all of them into the Lianyun Daoist sect, I might be able to find some with good aptitude. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately took out a large number of disciple tokens and forced everyone to refine them. In this way, they would be forced to become disciples of the Lianyun Daoist sect. Yi Xian quickly checked and found that there were more than 300 billion people in the Lianyun Daoist sect. This number shocked him. Before this, he had taken in many people, including some of his enemies, into the devouring space. Then, because the time was different from the outside world, many generations had passed. The devouring space was actually a small world, and Yi Xian was the owner of this small world. With so many people, it was not difficult to find 100 6-star aptitude disciples. However, these 6-star aptitude disciples were of different realms. Some of them were even a few realms apart. Yi Xian quickly distributed cultivation resources to them, and then asked a Lord of Heaven expert to guide them. In just one day, all of them had reached the half-Lord of Heaven realm. Ding. Host has completed the third part of the sect chain mission. Reward, Space-Time Bloodline Evolution. When the space-time bloodline evolved, the control of time and space would also evolve. This would affect the flow rate and size of the devouring space. This was killing many birds with one stone. However, the fourth part of the sect chain mission was awkward. It required a 7-star aptitude Lord of Heaven. This was not something Yi Xian could do at the moment. There were already so few 6-star aptitude disciples, and none of them were 7-star aptitude disciples. What was he going to find? Yi Xian, who was vexed for a while, suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately lit up. That's right, the devouring space takes up a lot of space, and these saints with long lifespans rarely reproduce. As long as I let them have more children, there might be some geniuses with genetic mutations that reach 7-star aptitude. Currently, the flow of time in the devouring space was extremely slow. A day in the outside world was close to 18,000 years in the devouring space. If it was based on the 20 years for an ordinary human generation, then a day in the outside world was equivalent to 900 generations in the devouring space. If that was the case, it wouldn't be as simple as multiplying the population by 900, because those new people would continue to reproduce. Yi Xian calculated for a moment before giving the order to the entire devouring space. However, at their level, it was not easy to get pregnant. Fortunately, they were in the devouring space. After a day, the 300 billion people in the devouring space multiplied to 100 trillion people. 1 trillion people meant 1 trillion people, and 100 trillion people meant 100 trillion people. With so many people, Xian found a few 7-star aptitude disciples. However, the devouring space did not allow them to reproduce for another day. It would explode, so Xian stopped immediately. Xian continued to spend a large amount of natural treasures to let the 7-star aptitude disciples grow. This entire process took a few days. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a first-grade holy emperor. Ding! Wei Zhentian, skybreaking ape god, and devouring black scale dragon have broken through. You are now a 5th-grade holy emperor. It was likely that no one in the devouring space would have thought that Xian's cultivation level would be so low. This was because many of them were already at the Saint Emperor level, and the experts at the half-step Heavenly Lord level were calculated in hundreds of millions. However, this was only 1/1,000,000th of the total population. The total population was 100 trillion. Ding! Host has completed the 4th round of the sect chain mission. Reward: Immortal I Unicorn Bloodline Evolution. The Immortal I Unicorn bloodline had a total of 4 bloodlines. If he wanted to evolve all of them, he would need to spend a lot of devouring points. However, Xian still hoped to evolve his spacetime bloodline. Now that the 4th round of the sect chain mission had been completed, it was time for the 5th round. Ding! Host has completed the 5th round of the sect chain mission. Reputation has increased to the required level. Current reputation is 1% of the required level. This time, it was not a mission to nurture disciples, but to increase his reputation. The 2nd heaven was actually very big, and the Lianyun Daoist sect was only the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, Xian could only send a large number of people to build the teleportation formation and help the weak to increase his reputation. Reputation has increased to 2%. Reputation has increased to 3%. Reputation has increased to 5%. Xian was very satisfied with the increase in his reputation. Now that everyone had communication tools, they only had to mention the Lianyun Daoist sect to their friends to increase their reputation. It was a pity that these people were increasing their reputation in the outside world, so time passed very slowly. This process was very slow, and it had been 1.5 months, but his reputation had only increased to 80%. At this time, Xian had already reached the peak of the 9th-grade Sacred Emperor realm. However, what surprised him was that the next breakthrough did not require cultivation resources. Instead, it required experience. From the 9th-grade Sacred Emperor realm to the Half-Heavenly Lord realm, as long as one walked the heavenly road, they could pass on their experience to others. Just like Huazhan, he had passed on his cultivation experience to Luo Luo. Otherwise, Luo Luo would not have been able to break through. Now, Xian had to devour and absorb these experiences in order to break through. Fortunately, there was a mid-level Heavenly Lord in the devouring space, so he could absorb a large amount of experience. Ding! Host has completed the 1st section of the Heavenly Road. Ding! Host has completed the 10th section of the Heavenly Road. Ding! Host has completed the 34th section of the Heavenly Road. The system notifications kept ringing. After Xian had devoured the experience of the mid-level Heavenly Lord realm, he had actually skipped the Half-Heavenly Lord realm and broken through to the Heavenly Lord realm. This is really too scary. This was because Xian thought that he had to keep a low profile and was afraid that the bewitchment points would reach 100. However, after reaching the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, the bewitchment points seemed to have stopped. Then, after he broke through to the half-step Heaven Lord realm, the bewitchment points disappeared without a trace. To put it simply, Xian could now break through quickly. However, unless he reached the invincible Heaven Lord realm, he would not have the means to break through the 2nd heaven. Of course, if he used the teleportation array, he could teleport to the 3rd heaven. Immediately, Xian sent the Sword Immortal clone to the 3rd heaven teleportation array. With his Heaven Lord realm, even an invincible Heaven Lord could not do anything to him, let alone the Sword Immortal clone. The 3rd heaven had experts at the half-step Tao Lord realm, so Xian wanted to go there to take a look. It would be best if he could get some cultivation experience from the invincible Heaven Lord realm so that he could continue to break through. As for here, he would continue to develop. Ding. Host has completed the 5th round of the sect chain mission. The system rewards the immortal divine phoenix bloodline to evolve once. When the system notification sounded, Xian's eyes lit up. The immortal divine phoenix bloodline had evolved. Previously, he had already evolved his undying doppelganger 5 times. If he could obtain a doppelganger 3 times, then he would be able to condense another doppelganger 6 times. Currently, he had a total of 5 clones. 1 was in the mortal world, 3 were merged, and now there was 1 more. Xian asked him to hide in the first heaven. At the same time, the 6th round of the sect chain mission appeared. This mission required Xian to reach the half-step Tao Lord realm and possess 107-star aptitude invincible heavenly lords. Why is this mission so much more difficult than the previous missions? Is it because I completed it too quickly? Xian did not understand the situation. In that case, he would put this mission aside for now. It was not so easy to reach the half-step Tao Lord realm. At this time, the Sword Immortal clone had been teleported to the 3rd heaven. Xian was ready to let Luo, who had broken through to the high-level Heaven Lord realm, appear again. However, right at this moment. Ding, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline has entered the 2nd stage, Luo has entered the dormant period. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification caught Xian off guard. Luolua's heaven-loathing fox bloodline had a 2nd stage? Luo is currently a level 8 heavenly lord. If she can continue to awaken her bloodline, her strength will definitely become even stronger. Xian thought to himself. He was now at the Heaven Lord realm. Although he hadn't fought with an invincible Heaven Lord before, based on the previous situation, there shouldn't be anyone below the half-step Tao Lord realm who could match him. Moreover, there was also the Old Tree, Black Horn, and Megatron. After the Sword Immortal avatar reached the 3rd firmament, he would randomly search for a target. He wanted to control an invincible heavenly lord and obtain cultivation experience. Unfortunately, what happened next was slightly out of his expectations. After entering the 3rd heavenly layer, the Sword Immortal avatar encountered an invincible heavenly lord of the 1st stage. However, what was surprising was that the Sword Immortal avatar of the 1st stage heavenly lord was only able to fight to a draw with him. If the Sword Immortal avatar didn't have an invincible body, he might have been defeated. Could this person be a super elite of some large faction? Xian didn't believe it. He immediately ordered the Sword Immortal avatar to continue searching. Then, he encountered another invincible heavenly lord. What Xian didn't expect was that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Were all people at the 3rd firmament so strong? Xian continued to let the Sword Immortal avatar search. In the end, he finally used a method of attrition to kill an invincible heavenly lord and captured him alive. It turned out that going from a heavenly lord to an invincible heavenly lord was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Even 10,000 level 9 heavenly lords might not be able to defeat an invincible heavenly lord. This was how the invincible heavenly lord came to be. Fortunately, Xian finally captured an invincible heavenly lord. Then, he asked Megatron to extract his cultivation experience. Xian's realm directly reached the level 6 heavenly lord realm. Because everyone's cultivation method was different, Xian couldn't steal 100% of the other party's cultivation experience. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that they weren't using cultivation resources to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others' realms were the same as Xian's. If that's the case, Old Tree's strength won't be able to keep up with Black Horn and me. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. However, it didn't matter. Old Tree's strength was still enough to suppress everyone present. However, even if Xian broke through to the level 6 Heavenly Lord realm, his ability to challenge those of a higher realm was still decreasing. Previously, the level 1 Heavenly Lord Sword Immortal avatar had a hard time capturing an invincible Heavenly Lord realm. In the invincible Heavenly Lord realm, the gap between each level was huge. Therefore, Xian's level 6 Heavenly Lord realm was at most similar to a level 3 invincible Heavenly Lord realm. At this time, Xian had already sent the Sword Immortal avatar to find the Golden Feather Palace. However, another thing happened that was out of his expectations. On the way to the Golden Feather Palace, he suddenly received a piece of news. The Golden Feather Palace had been destroyed. The Tao Master of the Golden Feather Palace, a half-step Tao Lord expert, had been killed. Not a single person in the entire sect had survived. It was said that the faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace had sent a large number of experts to capture everyone in the Golden Feather Palace branch. The faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace was called the Flying Rainbow Palace. It also had a half-step Tao Lord expert, but it was much stronger than the Golden Feather Palace. The Tao Master of the Golden Feather Palace's words were indeed true. How did they provoke such a strong enemy? Yi Xian was a little confused. In the next moment, his attention fell on something in the Devour space. It was the sword-shaped token that the Tao Master of the Golden Feather Palace had given him, however, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered Yi Xian's ears. What was going on? Yi Xian was puzzled. He opened his eyes and saw that the defensive formation of the connecting cloud palace had been broken. Humph, a sect that doesn't even have a half-step Tao Lord dares to call itself a palace? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a young man standing in the air in front of him. After breaking through to this realm, Yi Xian's true body had been guarding the entrance of the connecting cloud palace. Now that the defensive formation had been broken, he was also discovered. An invincible heavenly lord, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the other party's aura. At the very least, it was an invincible rank 3 heavenly lord. Sir, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. This is the entrance of the connecting cloud palace, right? Watch me enter and kill your Tao Master. I'll let you know that from now on, there will only be one palace in the second layer of heaven, and that is our Flying Rainbow Palace. This idiot. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. After setting up a new defensive formation, he immersed his mind into the devouring space. The young man who entered was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. Even an invincible 9th stage heavenly lord would be like an ant when he entered. What's going on? Why can't I move? The young man was shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly projected himself into the devouring space and said, "Of course. This is my territory, so I'm the one in charge." It's you? The young man looked at him. Wasn't this the 6th stage heavenly lord who was near the entrance? Before he could recover from his shock, Yi Xian asked, "Are you from the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect? Since you know, how dare you trap me?" The young man glared at him. "Oh, don't try to threaten me. Wei Zhentian, I'll leave him to you." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he asked Wei Zhentian to search the young man's soul. Although the soul search was slow, Wei Zhentian extracted the young man's memories and cultivation experience in less than a second in the devouring space. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 9th stage heavenly lord. Yi Xian's strength increased again. At the same time, he also learned the identity of the young man. He was a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect. The Flying Rainbow Daoist sect was the sect that destroyed the Golden Feather Daoist sect. Like the others, this disciple came to the second heaven and captured all the people from the Golden Feather Daoist sect. He happened to pass by this area and learned about the Lianyun Daoist sect. A Daoist sect must have a half-step Tao Lord to be called a Daoist sect. The strongest person in the Lianyun Daoist sect was not even an invincible heavenly lord. How could it be called a Daoist sect? That was why he wanted to kill Tao Master Lianyun, who had an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Unexpectedly, he fell into a trap. Then, Yi Xian handed this person to Wei Zhentian. After the mask of the true and false devoured his body, it had the ability to transform into him. However, only the face, body, and aura were the same. His strength would not change. Now that I'm a 9th stage heavenly lord, if I work with Black Horn, I should be able to fight an invincible 5th stage heavenly lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was a huge gap between a heaven lord and an invincible heaven lord. Therefore, his ability to challenge those at a higher level was greatly reduced. It was said that there was an enormous gap between invincible heavenly lords and half-step Tao lords. At this time, Yi Xian's original body had already moved out. He directly used the teleportation array and teleported to the 3rd heaven. Then, he used the true mask to transform into the disciple of Flying Rainbow Daoist rite called Buing. Now, he was going to the Flying Rainbow Dojo to investigate the destruction of the Golden Feather Dojo. However, it took them a month to get there. Since Xian no longer needed cultivation resources to break through, he could still afford to waste time. A month later, Xian finally found the Soaring Rainbow Taoist Dojo. Supposedly, this Taoist dojo was fairly strong, and it had a half-step Tao Lord guarding it. The entrance to the Flying Rainbow Dojo was very strict. Luckily, Xian was wearing a mask, so he was able to enter the Flying Rainbow Dojo. This time, he was here to investigate something. He didn't know if it would go so smoothly. After entering, he took off the mask and put on the Void Spirit Godly Armor. The Void Spirit Godly Armor had the ability to conceal oneself. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover it at all. Although he wasn't very strong now, after wearing the Void Spirit Godly Armor, even a half-step Tao Lord wouldn't be able to discover him. In the following period of time, he really did find some clues. However, it was already a month later. As expected, the reason why the Golden Feather Dojo was destroyed was because of the Flying Star Sword token. Xian's eyes lit up. This matter wasn't hidden very well. Some of the elite disciples knew about it, let alone the protectors and elders. However, Xian didn't know the use of the Flying Star Sword token for the time being. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow Dojo knew about it. Those disciples only knew to find this thing. I was once a disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo, and then because of the Golden Feather Dojo Lord, I triggered the sex system mission. Therefore, I still have to take revenge. Xian thought to himself. As for the captured disciples of the Golden Feather Dojo, he couldn't save them for the time being. Even if he were to wear the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he would at most be able to fight against mid to high-level invincible Heaven Monarchs. However, the guardians of the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo were all at least half-step Tao monarchs. How could he save them? However, he didn't leave the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Instead, he continued to hide in the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Don't forget that the Sword Immortal clone was also in the third heaven. Xian controlled the Sword Immortal clone to lead the Flying Rainbow Dojo and spread a rumor. The 9th Flying Star Sword token has appeared in Sai Valley. Once this rumor spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. This was because many major factions knew that the Flying Rainbow Dojo was looking for the Flying Star Sword token. Immediately, many people took action. They all wanted to obtain the Flying Star Sword token and give it to the Flying Rainbow Dojo. If you want to find the treasure, you have to be prepared to pay a bloody price. Xian narrowed his eyes. He already had the Sword Immortal clone hide in Sai Valley. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to find him. The Sai Valley was not big, and one could go around it very quickly. However, Xian was very smart. He built a spatial devouring portal inside. Those who found the spatial devouring portal would hesitate for a while before entering it. This way, they would become turtles in a jar. None of the invincible heavenly lords who entered could leave safely. They were instantly suppressed. As a result, Xian's experience increased again. With the cultivation experience of so many people, Xian's realm directly broke through from the 9th level heavenly lord to the invincible 9th level heavenly lord. This speed was really shocking. Damn, it's really fast. I rose 9 levels in a few days. If this was before, it would be impossible. Xian was overjoyed. An invincible 9th level heavenly lord, coupled with the Void Spirit Divine Armor and various bloodlines, his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Tao Lord, right? Just nice. He got what he wanted. When he broke through to the invincible 9th level heavenly lord, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Then, after looking at the entrance of the spatial devouring portal for a while, he walked in. Here comes another fat sheep. I'll use you to practice. Xian thought to himself. Right now, he really wanted to find a half-step Tao Lord to fight. Now that this person had entered, he could first suppress him and then find him to practice. Unexpectedly, this half-step Tao Lord was not to be trifled with. This half-step Tao Lord who entered the spatial devouring portal immediately felt something strange. He instantly broke free from Xian's suppression and then slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! 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 It was hard to imagine that this person's sword had actually split open the devouring space, creating a spatial rift. Ding! the devouring space is damaged. The current damage is 3%. The normal repair time is 3 years. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. This was the first time that the devouring space was damaged. If the damage was 100%, would it collapse? No, that was not the case. Xian was too naive. If the damage was 60%, the devouring space would collapse directly. What the f***ck? If you slashed a few more times, all my efforts would have been for nothing. Xian was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly sent him back to the outside world. That's right, time reversal. When Xian thought of this, he hurriedly used time reversal and returned to the past. But in the next moment, he was shocked again. After time reversal, the damage to the devouring space was not repaired. In other words, time reversal was useless against the devouring space. However, this was reasonable. After all, the devouring space was the space of the devouring system, and time reversal was only an ability of the bloodline. Damn it, it actually needs 3 years to repair. Xian cursed angrily in his heart. He originally wanted to suppress that half-step Dao Lord, but he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. What a huge loss. He had to take revenge. At that moment, Xian waited here for that half-step Dao Lord to come. It was said that there was a huge gap between invincible heavenly lords and half-step Dao Lords. Even 10,000 invincible heavenly lords could not defeat a half-step Dao Lord. This was something that Xian could not understand. It is said that half-step Dao Lords have already comprehended a type of Dao and are 100 times more powerful than invincible heavenly lords. Even 10,000 invincible 9th stage heavenly lords wouldn't be able to defeat a half-step Dao Lord. I want to see for myself if this is true. Xian thought to himself. However, what was left in the 4 Unity Valley was no longer his true body, but his Sword Immortal avatar. Although he wanted to challenge it, Xian felt that it was best to use his Sword Immortal avatar to test the waters. If there was a chance, his true body would take action. After all, the Sword Immortal avatar could not wear the Void Spirit Divine armor. Its strength was much weaker than his true body, but it would not die. Soon, the half-step Dao Lord arrived. Kid, what's on the other side of this portal? Suddenly, the Sword Immortal avatar heard an unfamiliar voice. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man. This was the half-step Dao Lord who had damaged the devouring space by 3%. Then, the Sword Immortal avatar quickly closed the teleportation door and said coldly, "Next, you'd better show your true ability. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was shocked. What was going on? A mere 9th stage invincible heavenly monarch actually dared to say that? Was he courting death? Arrogant brat, watch me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The middle-aged man did not say anything and raised his hand to slap the Sword Immortal avatar. Although this attack was only casually launched by him, its power was extremely fierce. It was enough to severely injure an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal descend. Flying Immortal Sword. Facing such an attack, the Sword Immortal avatar directly used his trump card and rushed towards the middle-aged man. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the Sword Immortal avatar's longsword pierced the middle-aged man's hand. Unexpectedly, this attack actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Unfortunately, this sword did not pierce the middle-aged man's palm. Instead, it pierced through the flame barrier that covered it. He can actually break through my flame barrier? How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. I've comprehended the Tao of blazing fire. My flame barrier is not something an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch can break through. What method did this person use? The middle-aged man frowned and quickly pulled back his palm, sending the Sword Immortal avatar flying. Xian had seen through the sword just now. If the middle-aged man did not have a layer of flame barrier, he would have been killed instantly. Again. The Sword Immortal avatar roared and attacked again. Although the flying immortal sword could not be used, it still had the one-hit kill effect. As long as he could injure the middle-aged man, there was a possibility of killing him instantly. The teleportation door suddenly disappeared. It should be your doing. Could the flying star sword token be in your hands? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, the Sword Immortal Avatar was a true invincible heavenly monarch. Even the half-step Tao Lord middle-aged man could not injure the Sword Immortal Avatar. Boom! 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 The commotion in the Sai Valley was very loud. It was almost the sound of the Sword Immortal Avatar being beaten up. The more the middle-aged man fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could an invincible heavenly monarch withstand so many attacks? This was impossible. Even if the opponent had an astonishing physique, there was no way his clothes could be undamaged, right? I have comprehended the Tao of Blaze, and my attack power is one of the best. But I can't hurt you at all. What the hell are you? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Since you can't hurt me, why don't we make a deal? The Sword Immortal Avatar crawled up from the ground and said slowly. Do you have the right to make a deal with me? The middle-aged man snorted. Oh, it seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal Avatar shook his head. The Flying Star Sword token. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently. So you do know about the Flying Star Sword token. Fine, tell me, how do you want to make this deal? My request is very simple. I am currently an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. As long as you tell me how to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level, I will tell you the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal Avatar said. So simple? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. The method to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level was not very secretive. Any invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch with a bit of status would know. Yi Xian could actually go find these people and find out. However, there was no need for that. This was because he had the time reversal ability. As long as he asked for the method, he would be able to reverse time. This way, it would not count as a deal. Regardless of whether Yi Xian was telling the truth or not, the middle-aged man had to give it a try. The only difference between invincible heavenly monarchs and half-step Tao lords is the Tao. As long as you comprehend the Tao, you will be able to break through to the half-step Tao lord level. The middle-aged man explained. I know that. How can you comprehend the Tao? The Sword Immortal Avatar asked. The middle-aged man continued, of course, you can also condense a Tao seed if you consume a large amount of fire attribute heavenly treasures and cultivate Tao arts. After hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood and asked, 100,000 minor Daos means there are 100,000 types of Daos? Of course. Apart from the Tao of raging fire, there is also the Tao of ice, Tao of lightning, Tao of gale, and so on. However, only 3,000 of the 100,000 minor Daos can be upgraded to Grand Daos. Only 99 of the 3,000 Grand Daos can be upgraded to Holy Daos. As long as you comprehend a minor Tao to late-stage greater mastery, you will have a chance to cultivate it into a Grand Tao. If you succeed, you will become a Tao Lord. My Tao of Raging Fire is the embryonic form of the Holy Tao, so it can be upgraded all the way to Holy Tao. I see. Yi Xian understood now. He had forgotten that there were martial arts that could be exchanged for in the immortal level devouring system. The half-step Tao Lord level martial arts were called Tao arts, which could be used to cultivate Tao seeds. If there are no more questions, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. Not yet. I still need your cultivation experience. Don't tell me you don't have it. Yi Xian said. A half-step Tao Lord was enough to establish a dojo, and he would definitely have clansmen. He would naturally record his cultivation experience for his clansmen to comprehend. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man straightforwardly threw out a jade slip. He could get as many of these things as he wanted. After Yi Xian received the jade slip, he immediately scanned it and copied it into the immortal level devouring system. Then, he used the time reversal skill to return to the time before the two met. Soon, they met again, but this time, the middle-aged man did not recognize Yi Xian. Sir, I know the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token, but I have a request. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I will tell you the location of the Flying Star Sword token. When the middle-aged man appeared again, Yi Xian said this. A mere invincible 9th heavenly lord dares to speak so arrogantly? The middle-aged man was a little displeased, but to be able to cultivate to the invincible 9th heavenly lord level, he must have a background. You'll know once you give it a try whether I'm bluffing or not. Although I do not know what the Flying Star Sword token is, it must be obtained by the strong. Are you taking it or not? Asked the Sword Immortal clone. What is there to be afraid of? The middle-aged man obviously didn't think too much about it. After all, an invincible 9th stage Heavenly Lord couldn't hurt him. Don't worry, I won't attack your vitals. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately attacked. Slaughter mode, the Sword Immortal had descended, one sword, Flying Immortal, the Sword Immortal avatar transformed into a stream of light and charged at the middle-aged man. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He didn't even put up any defense and tried to clamp down on the long sword. Pooh. With a muffled sound, the unparalleled swords in the hands of the Sword Immortal clone were caught by the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, although the middle-aged man did not use flame protection this time, he did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. Again. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he used his time reversal skill. If the first time didn't work, then he would use it twice. If the second time didn't work, then he would use it 5 times. In any case, Yi Xian was prepared to go back in time indefinitely. The second time, the one-hit kill effect didn't work again. The third time, it didn't work either. 10 times in a row, it didn't work. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his true body. He put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and held the one-hit kill sword, waiting here. Using the one-hit kill to execute the Flying Immortal had an additional effect compared to the unparalleled swords, which was that it could greatly increase the chances of one-hit kills. This time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding. Host has activated the one-hit kill effect. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Finally, after Yi Xian executed the Flying Immortal for the 11th time, he insta-killed the half-step Dao Lord. The other party died because of carelessness, however, this was to be expected. After all, Yi Xian was only an invincible Heavenly Lord. Due to the huge gap between him and a half-step Dao Lord, the other party did not think much of it. If it were anyone else, they would have done the same. After this person died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Now, he was already an invincible grade 9 Heavenly Lord, but he did not know how to break through to half-step Dao Lord. Therefore, he had to search the middle-aged man's soul, hoping to find something useful. However, he was disappointed. Damn it, how can I break through? Do I really have to stay in the land of extreme heat like him? Yi Xian frowned. The middle-aged man said that he had stayed in the land of extreme heat for hundreds of thousands of years before breaking through to half-step Dao Lord. Let alone hundreds of thousands of years, even if it was decades, Yi Xian would not be able to go there, however, at this moment. Ding. The corpse can be analyzed. Do you want to proceed? Suddenly, a system notification sounded, startling Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian replied. Then, the immortal-level devouring system analyzed the middle-aged man's corpse. This analysis was very thorough. For example, it knew which part of the middle-aged man's body had not recovered from the injury, etc. However, this was not the main point. Ding. Host has obtained a blazing flame Dao seed. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked it. The blazing flame Dao seed was actually a small flame that jumped. Yi Xian immediately chose to devour it. Ding. Host has devoured the blazing flame Dao seed and condensed a blazing flame Dao seed. The current blazing flame Dao seed is at the early stage of elementary condensation. Ding. Host has broken through to half-step Dao Lord. 2 notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had finally broken through to half-step Dao Lord. Stepping from invincible Heavenly Lord to half-step Dao Lord was indeed a meteoric rise. Yi Xian felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. If the middle-aged man had not died, he would have been able to send him flying with one hand. Lesser Dao seeds are divided into 3 levels, which are elementary condensation, small success, and large success. Each level is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The prerequisite for breaking through from half-step Dao Lord to Dao Lord is to first condense a Dao seed and raise it to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Dao Lord to Samsara Dao Lord, you have to raise 2 Grand Daos to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Samsara Dao Lord to half-step Emperor, you have to raise 3 grand daos to late-stage large success. This was what Xian had learned from the middle-aged man's memories. 100,000 lesser daos, 3,000 grand daos, and 9 by 9 sacred daos. Of these, 9 by 9 sacred daos did not refer to 81 sacred daos, but 99. Thus, condensing a Dao seed was very important. This was because every time you condensed a Dao seed, the difficulty of condensing a Dao seed would increase. If you condensed a Dao seed that was not of the 3,000 embryonic grand Daos, then you would be useless. This was because only by condensing 3 embryonic Dao seeds of the 3,000 embryonic grand Daos would you be qualified to break through to Dao Lord. Similarly, only embryonic Dao seeds of the sacred Dao would allow you to break through to Samsara Dao Lord. Fortunately, this blazing flame Dao seed was an embryonic Dao seed of the sacred Dao, so Xian could continue to cultivate it. Most people would choose to cultivate embryonic Dao seeds of the sacred Dao. This way, they would not be stuck in cultivation in the future. In addition, as Xian broke through, the old tree, Black Horn, and the others broke through as well. However, unlike Xian, Black Horn and the skybreaking ape were unable to condense Dao seeds. However, the old tree's Zuyuist could. At this moment, Xian discovered that the old tree already had 2 Dao seeds in his body. On this black ball, there was a symbol that Xian was very familiar with, the Devouring symbol. Ding! The infernal god unicorn has formed the Devouring Dao seed and evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. The system notification sounded. Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the old tree's body had changed. The infernal god unicorn had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. What was going on? It was Xian who had devoured the infernal Dao seed, not the old tree. Why did the old tree evolve? Xian quickly sensed and found that he had more than 1 infernal Dao seed in his body. He also had the devouring Dao seed. This Dao seed was probably shared with the old tree, just like the immortal phoenix bloodline. Not only that, but Black Horn also had a corresponding Dao seed in his body. This meant that Luo, who was still in hibernation, probably shared it as well. In short, he had profited. Finally, my attacks also have the devouring effect. If I combine the power of fire and the devouring Dao seed, my attacks will be much stronger than ordinary people. Xian was very happy. Immediately, he hurriedly checked on Old Shu, who had advanced. Now that the old tree had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn, it had also learned the devouring skill. In addition, the old tree could absorb all fire attacks and temporarily convert them into strength. As for its ultimate move, it only had 9-layer devouring flames. That's awesome. Xian couldn't help but gulp and quickly let the Sword Immortal clone fight the old tree. In the end, the old tree and the Sword Immortal clone were evenly matched. However, this was normal. After all, the old tree's devouring black flames had the same effect as the devouring dragon scales and was immune to all fire attacks. This was even more awesome than the immortal phoenix bloodline. Of course, as long as Xian wore the Void Spirit divine armor, he could still defeat the old tree. Now that Xian had broken through to become a half-step Dao Lord, it was time to start a new operation. At that moment, he built another space-devouring portal and waited for those little sheep to walk right into his trap. However, most of the cultivators here were at the invincible Heavenly Lord level. Very few half-step Dao Lords had arrived. Today, Xian had finally found yet another half-step Dao Lord. However, this time, he didn't dare to allow this half-step Dao Lord to enter his devouring space. Instead, he quickly closed the teleportation gate and took the initiative to appear. I'm afraid there's no flying star sword token here, right? A white-haired old man said to the Sword Immortal avatar. Oh? How did you know? The Sword Immortal avatar asked in astonishment. It's very simple. Ever since the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo started looking for the Flying Star Sword token, many people started plotting against them. They released fake news to lure people here and then killed them. The old man replied. I see. The Sword Immortal avatar nodded slightly and said with a smile, but you've come to the right place. There is indeed a Flying Star Sword token here. Hee, no matter what, I'm going to kill you next. The old man laughed as well. Xian should have already killed many people. If he killed Xian, he would be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. Even if he didn't have the flying star sword token, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. I'm afraid there's no one in the third heaven who can kill me. Yixian shook his head. Of course, the eye he was referring to was the Sword Immortal avatar. At the third heaven, half-step Dao Lords were considered kings at most. How could they possibly kill the Sword Immortal avatar? Then I'll give it a try. The old man's eyes flashed. He could also sense that Yixian was a half-step Dao Lord. However, it had been countless years since he broke through to the half-step Dao Lord level. The Inferno Dao seed in his body had already reached the mid-early solidification stage. He was still quite strong and should have no problem dealing with Yixian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Kill. At this moment, the old man finally made his move. He had comprehended two Daos. One was the Dao of Inferno, the other was the Dao of Frost. The Dao of Inferno and the Dao of Frost were embryonic forms of Grand Daos and Saint Daos, so they could be cultivated continuously. The old man had ice in one hand and flames in the other as he charged towards Yixian. In this battle, Yixian did not intend to summon the Blaze-Eater unicorn. This was because he had just broken through to the half-step Dao Lord level and wanted to test his strength. Currently, he had comprehended two Daos. One was the Dao of Inferno, while the other was the Dao of Devouring. Unfortunately, the Dao of Devouring did not seem to have any effect on him. On the other hand, the Inferno Dao seed greatly increased his fire attack power and fire immunity by several times. Rumble. In an instant, Yixian and the old man exchanged blows. Both of them had Inferno Dao seeds in their bodies. The old man had an additional Frost Dao seed, while Yixian had an additional Devouring Dao seed. This was not the main point. The main point was that the old man's Inferno Dao seed was already at the mid-early solidification stage. In other words, the old man was a second-grade half-step Dao Lord. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, the old man was instantly sent flying. Previously, when Yixian was in the slaughter state, his combat strength was increased by more than 30 times. Coupled with the Peerless Sword, Yixian had the ability to fight opponents more than 10 levels above him. However, this increase did not seem to be of much use to half-step Dao Lords. What mattered now was one's comprehension of the Dao. The enhancement of the sacred power and physique wasn't very obvious, and there weren't many half-step Dao Lords who would focus on improving these two attributes. Most people would focus on deepening their understanding of the Dao. For half-step Dao Lords who had grasped the Dao of Inferno, they could use flames to explode beneath their feet and gain extremely high movement speed. If they had comprehended the Dao of Gale, it would be even more terrifying. The reason why Yixian had the upper hand in this exchange and sent the old man flying with a single strike was not because of the enhancements. Instead, it was because of Yixian's Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline's flame amplification. Although Yixian's cultivation was lower than the old man's, after being strengthened by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the power of his flames was actually stronger than the old man's. This was why he was able to break through the old man's flame defense with a single strike and send him flying. Although sacred power and physique can increase my speed, most people have already comprehended the Dao of Inferno, so they are relatively useless. My Inferno Dao seed is only at the early solidification stage. Fortunately, I have the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, so my flames are stronger than his. Yixian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to strengthen his Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline next. If the slaughter state and one-hit kill also had an effect on the Dao, then that single strike would have been enough to kill the 10 old men. When the old man saw that his first strike had failed, he immediately understood that Yixian was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly turned and fled. After all, a Tier 1 half-step Dao Lord sending a Tier 2 half-step Dao Lord flying wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Yixian had also comprehended the Dao of Raging Flames. You want to run now? Too late. The Sword Immortal clone's eyes flashed. Flames exploded beneath his feet as he shot towards the old man. After the old man died, the Sword Immortal clone glared at the corpse and extinguished the flames. Yixian hurried over and put the corpse into the devouring space. He then analyzed the Inferno Dao seed and the Frost Dao seed. Since I can devour the Inferno Dao seed to break through to half-step Dao Lord, I should be able to devour the Inferno Dao seed to improve my understanding of the Inferno Dao. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Inferno Dao seed. As expected, his understanding of the Inferno Dao seed had improved. If others knew about this, they would be shocked to death. One had to know that after a normal person obtained a Dao seed, they would at most use it to comprehend it. They wouldn't be like Yi Xian, who would directly devour it to increase their comprehension. This meant that Yi Xian's improvement speed would be much faster than others. If a person fully comprehended a Dao seed at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, they would be able to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. However, according to past experience, even if I devour a mid-stage initial condensation realm Dao seed, it would only increase my experience. It would not allow me to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had much more experience than ordinary people. This old man's Inferno Dao seed was at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, but his Frost Dao seed was at the early-stage initial condensation realm. A half-step Dao Lord could form multiple Dao seeds, but they had to be careful. Yi Xian devoured the Frost Dao seed, and another Frost Dao seed appeared in his body. Not only that, but even the old tree had one. It seemed that Dao seeds were indeed shared. However, the Frost Dao seed did not seem to be of much use to Yi Xian. Although the Frost Dao was an embryonic form of the Saint Dao and could be improved to the Saint Dao in the future, Yi Xian was used to using flames. Now that he had a devouring Dao seed, he had to choose his third Dao seed carefully. He was not interested in the Frost Dao, however, since he could devour the Dao seed and form a corresponding Dao seed, it did not matter. If there was one, he would devour it. Perhaps he could improve first, at this moment. Ding! Devouring other Dao seeds can improve your understanding of the devouring Dao seed. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he closed his eyes and tried to sense it. In the next moment, the icy Dao seed was absorbed by the devouring Dao seed. Previously, Yi Xian had thought that the devouring Dao seed could be increased by devouring things. Now, it seemed that aside from this method, he could also use the devouring Dao seed a second time to increase his experience. In that case, those useless items and Dao seeds could be used to upgrade the devouring Dao seed. In that case, the devouring Dao seed would be the fastest to upgrade. Following that, Yi Xian built another teleportation gate and continued to stand guard. However, this region wasn't particularly bustling, and there were very few half-step Dao Lords here. After dealing with yet another half-step Dao Lord in Yi Xian who had mastered the Dao of the Inferno, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, suddenly, a powerful aura descended. The Sword Immortal Avatar raised his eyebrows and turned his head to see a person dressed in flying rainbow Dao Right's attire flying towards him. That's the protector of the flying rainbow Daoist Right. Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The protectors of the flying rainbow Daoist Right were all half-step Dao Lords at the very least. Finally, a decent person had arrived. Without another word, Yi Xian charged over. What a fellow! You're targeting me? The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector raised an eyebrow. He thought that Yi Xian wanted to kill him and steal his treasure. However, this was indeed the case. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an attack that contained the Dao of the Inferno. The Inferno Dao of the Inferno is equivalent to mid-early cold time. Not bad, but you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this attack. The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector raised an eyebrow, then casually slapped out with a giant palm of flames. No, this wasn't a giant palm of flames, there were even traces of lightning on this giant flaming palm. This person had mastered both the Dao of the Inferno and the Dao of Lightning. When the two were combined, his attack was extremely ferocious. In an instant, Yi Xian's attack was defeated. As expected of the flying rainbow Dao Right's protector. I'm afraid that his Dao Seed of Ice and Dao Seed of Lightning have both reached mid-early cold time. He's much stronger than ordinary second-grade half-step Dao Lords. Yi Xian frowned. It was much more difficult to raise one's Dao seed from mid-early cold time to late-early cold time. Therefore, many people would choose to condense a second Dao seed and raise it to mid-early cold time. This way, their strength would increase faster. Although their realm wouldn't increase, they would still surpass ordinary people of the same level. A mere first-grade half-step Dao Lord dares to attack me? You're courting death. The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector roared angrily and attacked again, directly hitting the Sword Immortal clone and sending him flying. However, when the flame dissipated, the protector didn't see the Sword Immortal clone. "Where are you looking at?" Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. At this moment, the Sword Immortal clone had already used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the protector. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Bam! The protector's Thunderfire armor's defense was quite strong, and it blocked the sword. Someone who had comprehended 2 Daos had extraordinary combat strength. Even an attack that fused the power of fire and the power of devouring couldn't hurt him. However, this still couldn't stop Yi Xian. Suddenly, the void split open, and Yi Xian's true body descended. It was now 2 against 1, moreover, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Godly armor, was even stronger than the Sword Immortal clone. Although the Void Spirit Godly armor's amplification wasn't very useful, it couldn't be forgotten that the Void Spirit Godly armor also had an invisibility effect and was completely immune to energy attacks like this. The Flying Rainbow Dao Right's protector's strength was considered top tier among second-grade half-step Dao Lords. Only a small number of people who had comprehended 3 Daos were stronger than him. Therefore, Yi Xian still spent a lot of time dealing with him. This battle lasted for a full half a minute. Both sides had exchanged countless blows. After half a minute, the protector was finally no match for Yi Xian and was killed. After he died, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the corpse. Yi Xian devoured the mid-early condensing Inferno Dao Seed. As for the mid-early condensing Thunder Dao Seed, Yi Xian condensed a Thunder Dao Seed in his body. Then, Yi Xian had the Devouring Dao Seed devour the Thunder Dao Seed to increase its experience. After that, Yi Xian threw the corpse to the mask and disguised himself as the protector. So that's how it is. The Flying Star Sword token is the key to opening Dao Lord Flying Star's cave abode. There are 9 of them in total, and they are in the hands of the various major dojos. The Flying Star Sword token in my hand is the 9th one. Yi Xian thought to himself. Dao Lord Flying Star wasn't actually a Dao Lord. He was just a half-step Dao Lord. However, he had comprehended a Dao that countless people couldn't comprehend. The Sword Dao was also one of the 9 sacred Daos. However, unlike the Dao of Fire and the Dao of Ice, the Sword Dao was ranked at the top of the 9 sacred Daos and was extremely powerful. Therefore, Dao Lord Flying Star's Sword Dao Seed attracted the attention of all the major dojos. The Devouring Dao Seed is easier to improve. The Dao of Fire is also good, but the only one that can be used in battle is the Dao of Fire. If I can obtain this Sword Dao Seed, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought. Clearly, he was also interested in this Sword Dao Seed. After all, he also had the bloodline of a Sword Immortal. If he could obtain this Sword Dao Seed, his strength would increase greatly. He immediately disguised himself as Wu Xinghai, the guardian of Flying Rainbow Dojo, and then broke through the void to return. He had been to Flying Rainbow Dojo once before, so there was a mark. When he arrived at Flying Rainbow Dojo, a person immediately came to greet him and asked, "Guardian Wu, did you gain anything this time?" "Yes. It said that there's news of the Flying Star Sword token in Sai Valley." Yi Xian nodded. "Then you," the guardian asked curiously. "Since there was news, why did Wu Xinghai return?" "That person is also a half-step Dao Lord, but he's very strong. It said that a second-grade half-step Dao Lord has already fallen, so I came back to find someone to go with me just in case," Yi Xian said deliberately. This time, it was actually the Sword Immortal clone who was using the Mask of Truth. The Void Spirit Divine Armor did not have any amplification effect on the Sword Immortal clone, but it did not mean that he could not use other magic treasures. Yi Xian was more assured that he would disguise himself and enter. As for his true body, it was actually still waiting in Sai Valley, waiting for some people to come to him. Even Guardian Wu admits that he's not a match. It seems that he's a tough character. "Wait a moment, I'll call Guardian Lian. The 3 of us will go together." The Guardian left after saying that, but not long after, he came back with another person. Both of them were second-grade half-step Dao Lords, but Wu Xinghai was still the strongest in terms of individual strength. Then, the 3 of them left together and headed to Sai Valley. With their speed, they would arrive in about 2 to 3 days. During this time, some people found Sai Valley, but they were all a group of invincible heaven monarchs. There were only 2 half-step Dao Lords, and both were first-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Yi Xian was still able to acquire quite a few Dao seeds. 2.5 days later, the Sword Immortal Avatar arrived with the 2 guardians of Flying Rainbow Dao right. Protector Wu, this is Sai Valley, right? Where is that person? Protector Lian asked. The Sword Celestial clone paused for a moment before saying, I left a lightning fire imprint on him, yet he's still here. How bold of him. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. The 2 protectors looked at each other and hurriedly followed. However, at this moment. Hoo. Behind the 2 of them, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Yi Xian's true body had already donned the Void Spirit Divine Armor. He immediately used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind them. Bang! The 2 of them were caught off guard and had no time to react. That meant that Elder Lian was killed. Before the other person could defend, the Sword Immortal Avatar, who had put away the mask of authenticity and revealed his true body, also stabbed with his sword. Pfft! That sword pierced into the other person's heart, instantly killing him. Yi Xian had obtained 3 more Dao seeds, 2 of which were Blazing Inferno Dao seeds. Not bad. One of them is a Gale Dao seed. No wonder he can fly so fast. A Blazing Inferno Dao seed and a Gale Dao seed. He's probably as difficult to deal with as Wu Xinghai. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Gale Dao seed. However, he didn't let the Devouring Dao seed devour the Gale Dao seed because it could increase his speed and fuse with his attacks. That's right. Ordinary people wouldn't condense so many Dao seeds, but I can. If I have more than 10 Dao seeds in my body, then any casual attack of mine will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, this would be a bit difficult. It wasn't difficult to fuse a fire attack and a lightning attack, but it would be difficult to add a wind blade attack. It would be even more difficult to add an ice attack. Next, Yi Xian disguised himself as another person and returned to Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo to lure 2 Dao seeds back. The same place, the same move, the same ending. However, this time, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. The 2 of them had 4 Dao seeds. 2 were Blazing Inferno Dao seeds, while the other 2 were Frost Dao seeds and Strength Dao seeds. However, the Strength Dao wasn't one of the 9 sacred Daos. It was only an embryonic form of the 3,000 sacred Daos. However, they were only half-step Dao Lords now. They were far from being Dao Lords, so there was no need to be so calculative. When one had a deep understanding of the Strength Dao, they could still unleash a considerable amount of power when combined with the explosive speed of the Blazing Inferno Dao seed. However, the Strength Dao was a bit unorthodox compared to the other Daos. Moreover, it was much weaker at the same level. The Strength Dao of the early solidification Dao seed was probably only slightly stronger than the Blazing Inferno Dao seed. Although I'm wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it's only immune to energy attacks. If the enemy attacks me directly, I'll still be in danger. Yi Xian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was indeed useful, but it would be a tragedy if he triggered a mission that didn't allow him to use it. Thus, Yi Xian had to be careful of such unorthodox Daos in the future. Next, Yi Xian devoured the Frost Dao seed and Strength Dao seed. Ding! The Devouring Dao seed has been raised to the early solidification Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 2nd rank half-step Dao Lord. He had finally broken through, however, the breakthrough was because the Devouring Dao seed had been raised to the early solidification Dao seed, while the Blazing Inferno Dao seed was still at the early solidification Dao seed. Thus, the increase in strength wasn't as crazy as expected. However, it was still good enough to kill anyone he had killed before. The Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo's Daoist Lord is a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill my way in. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo had destroyed the Gold Plume Dojo in order to obtain the Flying Star Sword token. They had even captured countless people from the Gold Plume Dojo. This time, he was here to seek revenge. At this moment, he had already broken through the void and arrived in front of the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo. This time, as long as he succeeded in destroying the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo, he might be able to complete the 6th chain of the sex chain mission. This mission required Xian to become a half-step Dao Lord, and the connecting Cloud Daoist dojo had to have 107-star disciples. After countless generations of reproduction, Xian now had more than 10 7-star disciples. What's the matter, sir? Seeing Xian hovering in the air in front of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Dojo immediately stepped forward and asked. Xian glanced at him, then took out the Flying Star Sword token and said, "The 9th Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Get your Dao Lord to come out and talk." The Flying Star Sword token? What's that? The disciple looked at Xian strangely, not understanding what the Flying Star Sword token was. It was not his fault because only the elite disciples, protectors, and elders knew what it was. "Since you don't know, let's go in." Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Black Horn and Old Tree. Now that they had the ability to devour, they charged in directly. Immediately, the number of people in the Flying Rainbow Dojo decreased continuously. As for Xian, he also charged in wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Which scoundrel dares to behave so atrociously in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? A loud shout was heard. Hearing this, Xian did not even turn his head and said, "The Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Someone, speak up." His voice was deafening, and it spread throughout the entire Flying Rainbow Dojo. The Flying Star Sword token? How could this protector not know about this thing? He immediately tried to snatch it, wanting to claim credit. However, in the next moment, he was killed by Xian with a single strike, and his 2 Daoist seeds were directly devoured. When they heard Xian's voice, the protectors, elders, and Dao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared and surrounded Xian. "The 9th Flying Star Sword token has come to us on its own accord?" Dao Lord Fei Hong was in disbelief and felt that this matter was a little strange. "Who are you? How dare you kill a protector of the Flying Rainbow Dojo?" Dao Lord Fei Hong said coldly. "Cut the crap. If you want the Flying Star Sword token, then come and get it." The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. How dare a mere second-grade half-step Dao Lord act so arrogantly in front of our Dao Lord? You'll die a horrible death," an elder from the Flying Rainbow Dojo said. Xian glanced at him, and then he glanced at the other quasi-Dao Lords and said, "Since none of you are going to do anything, I'll do it." As his voice faded, he had already made his move. His true body, Sword Immortal Avatar, Flame-Swallowing Unicorn, and Black Horn were together. "How dare you? Let me do it." The elder roared angrily, but in the next moment, Xian and the other 3 disappeared and reappeared around him, surrounding him. "Die." Xian and the other 3 attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the elder. The 3rd-ranked Dao Lord elder was instantly slain, and his corpse quickly vanished without a trace. Xian's Ardent Inferno Dao seed had finally risen to the mid-initial condensing stage after devouring the late initial condensing stage Ardent Inferno Dao seed. Its attack power had increased. Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others had shared their Dao seeds with Xian, so their Ardent Inferno Dao seed had risen from the early initial condensing stage to the mid-initial condensing stage. Before anyone could react, Xian used the Assassin's Eye to flash behind another elder. Boom, after another round of attacks, this elder fell in an instant as well. The Flying Rainbow Dojo only had 2 third-rank quasi-Dao Lords, but now, both of them had died. "Oh? It's a soul-devouring Dao seed." Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had heard of the soul-devouring Dao seed once before, and that was Dao Lord Goldfeather. It was a relatively rare Dao seed, but it was only an embryonic form of a grand Dao. Now, Xian could already fuse the Ardent Inferno Dao seed, Devouring Dao seed, and Thunderous Dao seed. If he added the soul-devouring Dao seed that could harm one's soul, his attack power would be even stronger. "You're courting death." At this moment, Dao Lord Fei Hong finally understood. He directly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Xian. Dao Lord Fei Hong was so fast that Xian was shocked. However, the latter had heard that Dao Lord Fei Hong had comprehended the Gale Dao and had already reached the early initial stage of lesser mastery. He was very strong. But so what? Slap! Dao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared in front of Xian and slapped Xian's Void Spirit Divine Armor. This palm strike was Dao Lord Fei Hong's ultimate technique. It had fused the Gale Dao into it. As long as it hit the enemy, countless wind blades would form in the enemy's body and break out of the enemy's body. Dao Lord Fei Hong had once used this move to kill a 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, so the attack was instantly blocked. The palm strike was also blocked by the Void Spirit Divine Armor's physical defense. Yi Xian was unscathed. How is this possible? Dao Lord Fei Hong was shocked to see Yi Xian unscathed. Before he could react, Yi Xian and Old Tree attacked. Boom, the wind howled. Fortunately, Dao Lord Fei Hong had used his extraordinary speed to dodge the attack. Since Yi Xian couldn't do it, he would attack the others, however, it was still useless. After being hit by the 2 palm strikes, Black Horn and Old Tree were indeed torn to pieces by the wind blades that came out of their bodies. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them reappeared. As for the Sword Immortal clone, it was a truly invincible existence. Even if Dao Lord Fei Hong was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. Dao Lord Fei Hong's strength is extraordinary. I should deal with the others first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to attack. In less than a few seconds, the group of 1st-rank and 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lords were all killed. Then, their corpses were collected and their Dao seeds were stripped. Yi Xian's understanding of the Dao had deepened, so his combat strength naturally increased. Bastard! Seeing this, Dao Lord Fei Hong couldn't help but curse at the sky. If all these protectors and elders died, wouldn't he be the only half-step Dao Lord left in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? I'll kill you. Dao Lord Fei Hong had already gone crazy and attacked Yi Xian. However, his attacks were not effective at all, so he became more and more angry. As a result, half a minute later, he actually went berserk. Dao Lord Fei Hong was in a daze. He didn't attack Yi Xian anymore and instead attacked the group of disciples below. The Dao Lord is killing the disciples. What's going on? Run! The Dao Lord is going berserk. Run, run! Even Yi Xian didn't expect this scene because in his original plan, he wanted to exhaust Dao Lord Fei Hong to death. Unexpectedly, the other party actually went berserk and started a massacre. Hurry up and stop him! Yi Xian shouted. Among the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, there might be a 7-star disciple. They couldn't let Dao Lord Fei Hong kill them. At that moment, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone hurriedly delayed Dao Lord Fei Hong. Then, Black Horn and Old Tree took the disciples who weren't even half-step Dao Lords into the devouring space. Kill, I want to kill. Dao Lord Fei Hong muttered as he attacked. His combat strength had increased significantly. However, after he went berserk, a flaw appeared. After fighting for a while, Dao Lord Fei Hong realized that Yi Xian was not easy to deal with, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Old Tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Old Tree understood and opened its mouth, spitting out a purplish-black flame. Ninefold Heaven Devouring Flame, boom, Dao Lord Fei Hong was held back by Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone, so he could not dodge and took the hit. As for Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone, they were immune to this attack, so it did not matter. This attack severely injured Dao Lord Fei Hong and greatly reduced his strength. Soon, he was besieged and killed by Yi Xian and the others. Looking at the slowly falling corpse, Yi Xian quickly put it away and used the system to analyze it and extract the Dao Lord Fei Hong's Dao Lord seed. An early-stage Lesser Mastery Gale Dao Lord seed and a late-stage Lesser Mastery Dao Lord seed. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. No wonder Dao Lord Fei Hong went berserk. It turned out that he had condensed a Dao Lord seed. This could increase the strength of one's soul, but it could also cause one to go berserk. Yi Xian directly devoured the Gale Dao Lord seed and raised his Gale Dao Lord seed to mid-stage Lesser Mastery. As for the Dao Lord seed, Yi Xian gave it to the Devouring Dao Lord seed for a second devouring. Although both Dao Lord seeds could be given to the Devouring Dao Lord seed for a second devouring, Yi Xian felt that the effect of raising the Devouring Dao Lord seed to late-stage Lesser Mastery was not as great as raising the Gale Dao Lord seed to late-stage Lesser Mastery. Although the Devouring Dao Lord seed could devour other Dao Lord seeds a second time, if Yi Xian directly devoured the Gale Dao Lord seed, the Gale Dao Lord seed in his body would definitely gain more experience than the Devouring Dao Lord seed. Perhaps this Gale Dao seed was the reason why Yi Xian had broken through to become a demi-step Dao Lord of the 3rd rank. Now, Yi Xian had already destroyed the Flying Rainbow Dojo, and all the disciples had been absorbed into his devouring space. However, what made him feel helpless was that the number of 7-star disciples had only reached 40. Multiply, continue to multiply. I don't believe that I can't gather 100 disciples with 7-star aptitude. Yi Xian immediately took out a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to devour the inhabitants of the space. Relatively speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have better aptitude in their descendants. Yi Xian reckoned that this quest would be completed in a period of time. However, there was no Flying Star Sword token in Dao Lord Fei Hong's Cosmos Ring. Yi Xian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Master Fei Hong's soul. He discovered that Dao Master Fei Hong didn't obtain the Flying Star Sword token. He was only looking for it for a large Dao sect. As long as he could find the Flying Star Sword token, the Great Dao Hall would reward him handsomely. No matter what, the enmity of the annihilation of the Golden Feather Temple could be considered half avenged. Crimson Firmament Dao Hall, Crimson Fire Dao Hall, Golden Lion Dao Hall. Yi Xian learned quite a few things from Dao Lord Fei Hong's memories. The other 8 Flying Star Sword tokens were in the hands of the Dao Lords of these Dao Halls. Now that the 9th Flying Star Sword token has appeared, these Dao Lords will definitely come searching for it and then open the Flying Star Estate. Yi Xian decided that since that was the case, he might as well deliver himself to them. He immediately set off on his journey, leaving the Soaring Rainbow Dao Hall and heading for the Golden Lion Dao Hall that was closest to him. This Golden Lion Dao Hall was 10 times stronger than the Soaring Rainbow Dao Hall. It was more than enough for him to explore the Flying Star Estate. After a series of teleportations, Yi Xian finally arrived near the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Then, Yi Xian sent his Sword Immortal clone out. Although the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord wasn't as strong as a 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord, it was enough to take care of most 3rd-rank half-step Dao Lords. Most importantly, it was invincible. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone entered the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Golden Lion Dao Hall, the 9th Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. A thunderous roar rang out in the air above the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Immediately, all of the Dao Lords, Elders, and Dao Lords appeared. The 9th Flying Star Sword token? Dao Lord Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and actually attacked, preparing to kill the Sword Immortal clone and steal the token. Unfortunately, the Sword Immortal clone was invincible. His attacks couldn't do anything to him. He didn't die? Dao Lord Golden Lion couldn't believe it and attacked with all his might. Rumble, a series of explosions rang out in the Golden Lion Dao Hall. What was surprising was that the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord was actually able to take all of Dao Lord Golden Lion's attacks head-on. Unbelievable. Since you can't kill me, why don't we sit down and talk? The Sword Immortal clone cracked a smile. How do you want to talk? Dao Lord Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. It's simple. I want you and the others with the Flying Star Sword token to open the Flying Star Estate together. Since you want this Flying Star Sword token, you should have more say in this matter. So long as I enter the estate, I'll give you this Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal clone said. That simple? Dao Lord Golden Lion didn't quite believe it. Of course not. This Flying Star Sword token is essentially a gift to you. I need you to use your Dao seeds. As for the Flying Star Sword token, I'll give it to you after we enter. The Sword Immortal clone shook his head. What Dao seeds do you need? Dao Lord Golden Lion asked. 100 middle stage early stage Dao seeds of Inferno, Dao seeds of Gale, Dao seeds of Thunderclap, and 1,000 of other types. Yi Xian immediately listed out his conditions. Dao Lord Golden Lion was rather surprised to hear this. You're already a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord. Why would you need these Dao seeds? Mid-stage early-stage Dao seeds could be given to others to meditate on, but only a single one was needed. This many Dao seeds could only be given to multiple people at the same time, they couldn't be stacked together. What did Yi Xian need so many Dao seeds for? You don't have to worry about that. That's all I want. It's up to you whether you want to trade or not, the Sword Immortal clone said. Alright, I'll have someone prepare these Dao seeds. However, we'll trade them at the entrance of the Flying Star Cave abode, Dao Lord Golden Lion said. Alright. Yi Xian immediately agreed. However, he didn't say the second half of what he wanted to say. Once they entered the Flying Star Cave abode, he would definitely take revenge for what happened today. In that case, I'll inform the others immediately. Lord Golden Lion turned around and said, arrange a place for him to stay. In truth, he was sending people to keep an eye on the Sword Immortal clone to prevent him from escaping. However, this worry was unnecessary. Yi Xian had taken the initiative to come here because he didn't want to have to search for the Flying Star Sword token one by one. After all, he only wanted to enter the Flying Star Cave abode. This way, he would be able to enter very quickly. Sure enough, within a day, Lord Golden Lion had finished organizing his people. As for the other 7 parties, they were all ready. Yi Xian followed the group from the Golden Lion dojo and saw the people from the other factions. The other 7 factions were all powerful dojos that weren't any weaker than the Golden Lion dojo. The strongest among them was a peak 6th grade half-step Dao Lord. He was only 1 step away from becoming a high-grade half-step Dao Lord. Golden Lion, I didn't expect you to get the last Flying Star Sword token. One of the Dao Lords walked over. We've discussed it before. We'll enter together and split the loot into 9 portions. The Golden Lion dojo will take 2 portions. Dao Lord Golden Lion said. No problem. Everyone nodded. Then, they entered the entrance of the Flying Star abode and placed the Flying Star Sword tokens one by one. After a while, it was the 9th Flying Star Sword token's turn. What you want is in the interspatial ring. Dao Lord Golden Lion tossed an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. After checking it, the latter tossed the Flying Star Sword token over. Then, the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened with a rumble. Dao Lord Golden Lion had wanted to kill Yi Xian and steal the Flying Star Sword token's treasures. However, when he saw how Yi Xian was able to withstand so many of his attacks without being injured, he realized that Yi Xian had a powerful background. Therefore, after the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened, he didn't want to bother with Yi Xian anymore. After all, those Daoist seeds weren't very useful to people like them. Those Daoist seeds were left behind by dead half-step Dao Lords. There were still many of them in the dojos. Exchanging them for the Flying Star Sword token was definitely a profitable deal. After all, if Yi Xian went to other dojos, the other Dao Lords would definitely do the same. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the open door. Yi Xian, who had obtained a large number of Daoist seeds, smiled slightly. He thought to himself, this many Daoist seeds is enough. Soon enough, all 8 dojos entered the Flying Star Cave abode, and he followed them in. The ceiling of the Flying Star Cave abode was actually a starry sky. However, everyone knew that it was an illusion formation. Then, they began to explore the cave together. As for Yi Xian, after looking around, he began to break through. Ding! The Devouring Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The host has broken through to become a 3rd rank half-step Dao Lord. Ding! The Raging Inferno Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Thunderous Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Gale Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. After Yi Xian devoured all the Dao seeds, he successfully broke through. If he only devoured the Dao seeds to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would indeed increase. If all the Dao seeds were to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would increase by several times. After breaking through, he would probably be able to fuse the attacks of other Dao seeds. Devour, Inferno, Thunderclap, and Gale. The fusion of these 4 Dao seeds was most likely enough to threaten even a half-step Dao Lord. When he continued to break through and fuse with more Dao seeds, his ability to challenge those of a higher level would also continue to increase. Alright, it's time to act. The Sword-type Dao seed is one of the top-ranked Dao seeds of the 9 sacred Daos. Moreover, it might even be a greater mastery Dao seed. If I devour it, I'll definitely break through again. Yi Xian thought to himself as he randomly chose a direction to advance. Dao Lord Flying Star was an advanced half-step Dao Lord. That meant that at least one of his Dao seeds was at the early stage of greater mastery. If Yi Xian obtained it, although he wouldn't be able to form an early stage of greater mastery Dao seed, he would at least be able to form a lesser mastery Dao seed, right? Yi Xian's true body was wearing the Void Spirit divine armor as he shuttled through the Flying Star cave abode. As for the old tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone, they had already split up. After a while, they actually gathered together and looked at the stone tablet in front of them. There are a total of 9 paths ahead. Each path leads to a meteor palace, and in each meteor palace, there is an incomplete chapter of the meteor sword art. Only those who have learned the meteor sword art are qualified to enter Tao Lord Meteor's tomb chamber. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Flying Star Sword technique? It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, with Yi Xian's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to understand this. Tao Lord Flying Star should have used the Flying Star Sword technique to form that sword Tao seed. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly stepped into the first path. After a while, he arrived at the first palace. Coincidentally, there was no one inside. In the palace, there was indeed an incomplete martial art manual. Yi Xian directly copied it down. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete manual. Therefore, even if he mastered it, he wouldn't be able to use the Flying Star Sword technique. Then, Yi Xian went to the second palace and copied it down. There were people from other dojos in the second palace, but they were all focused on studying the incomplete Flying Star Sword technique and didn't have time to pay attention to him. In the end, Yi Xian strolled all the way to the 9th palace. It just so happened that the Golden Lion Dojo was in this palace. Ding! The 9th incomplete manual of the Flying Star Sword technique has been copied successfully. Ding! The host confused the incomplete manual. Do you want to proceed? Yes. When Yi Xian's voice fell, the immortal grade devouring system merged the 9 incomplete manuals of the Flying Star Sword technique into the real Flying Star Sword technique. It turned out that the Flying Star Sword technique was a real Dao formula, which meant that it was a Dao Lord level martial art. It was not a quasi-Dao formula of a half-step Dao Lord level. Then, Yi Xian directly learned it. Ding! The host has learned the Flying Star Sword technique. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian could move on. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would learn the Flying Star Sword technique in less than half a day after entering the Flying Star Cave abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this technique was very difficult to understand even for the Golden Lion Sect master. It would take many years for him to learn it. At this time, Yi Xian directly ignored the gazes of the others and entered the door at the end of the 9th palace. Hey, that kid entered the 9th palace's door. He's courting death. Just now, Elder Qiu entered and was killed by the sword puppet in less than 3 moves. Entering without learning the Flying Star Sword technique is suicide. Not necessarily. That guy's background must be extraordinary since even the sect master can't do anything to him. Maybe he can escape unscathed. The people of the Golden Lion Dojo were discussing. At this time, Yi Xian had entered the door at the end of the 9th palace and arrived at a small hall. In this small hall, there was only a puppet holding a sword. There was no one else. However, there was a corpse with its head cut off. Use the Flying Star Sword technique to defeat the sword puppet in front of you before you can move on. An unfamiliar voice came from the small hall. Yi Xian did not hesitate and took out the sure-kill sword. The sword puppet sensed that Yi Xian was ready and charged with its sword. Its strength was only at the level of a 3rd grade half-step Dao Lord, the same as Yi Xian. Simply put, as long as one learned the Flying Star Sword art and used the sword techniques in it, one could easily pass the trial. Of course, if the one who came was a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord, then the sword puppet would be a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord. The door wasn't closed, but there was a formation around it that prevented the Golden Lion Dojo members from entering. They were waiting to see how Yi Xian would be killed. However, what they wanted to see didn't happen. After the sword puppet moved, Yi Xian moved as well. Yi Xian was using the Flying Star Sword art. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian was actually fighting the sword puppet. The group outside the door was shocked. An elder from the Golden Lion Dojo had just entered, but he had been killed in just 3 rounds. And now, Yi Xian had actually lasted 6 rounds. Impossible. Has this kid already learned the Flying Star Sword art? What kind of joke is this? The Flying Star Cave has only been open for half a day. How could he have learned it? Didn't they say that one had to memorize the 9 incomplete chapters before they could complete the Flying Star Sword art? Has this guy already run through all 9 palaces? Our Golden Lion Dojo and the other dojos worked together and only managed to complete half of the Flying Star Sword art. There's no way he has already completed it. The guardians and elders of the Golden Lion Dojo were in disbelief. Even the Golden Lion Dojo master was the same. But in the next moment, their jaws almost fell to the ground. In the small hall, Xianxia's sword pierced the sword puppet's throat. In the next moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the small hall. Congratulations! You've learned the Flying Star Sword art. You can continue forward. As soon as he said this, the group of people behind the door were all shocked. Xian had really fucking learned the Flying Star Sword art. How was this possible? However, they could only watch as Xian put away the corpse and walked forward without looking back. Although they didn't know why Xian knew the Flying Star Sword technique, they knew that Xian was probably the first person to enter the tomb. At that moment, Xian had already passed through the small hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at Tao Lord Meteor's tomb. There was nothing in this tomb except for a crystal coffin in the center. Xian walked over and saw the corpse of a young man lying inside. Young man, the corpse of Tao Lord Flying Star lies in the crystal coffin. That unfamiliar voice sounded again. Greetings, Senior. Xian hurriedly greeted him. There's no need for formalities. The fact that you're here means that we're fated to meet. My most precious possession is the sword Tao Seed. However, before that, I have a request. Tao Lord Meteor said. Senior, please speak. I'm Tao Lord Flying Star. My name is Xianxia. I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang family of spiritual light Sword City. Therefore, I want you to bring my corpse back and bury it with my mother. Tao Lord Flying Star said. The mission was very simple, so Xian agreed immediately. Once I'm here. However, I have to remind you that I, Xianxia, have done something that let down my family. That is, I stole a Tao weapon. Therefore, my name has been removed from the family. I'm afraid this last wish isn't that simple. Tao Lord Flying Star emphasized. No matter how difficult it is, I'll definitely complete it for you, Senior. Xian said confidently. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. As soon as Tao Lord Flying Star finished speaking, the crystal coffin opened automatically. Then, the interspatial ring on Tao Lord Flying Star's right hand flew out and landed in Xian's hand. This interspatial ring contains everything I had when I was alive. The most precious thing is the sword Tao Seed and the Tao weapon, Death Sword. However, this Death Sword is very important to the family. I stole it. If you bring my corpse back, you'll definitely be interrogated. Therefore, you can't expose yourself. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Tao Lord Flying Star reminded him again. Xian nodded slightly and checked the interspatial ring. There were many natural treasures, a sword-shaped Tao Seed, and a black long sword that emitted a sinister aura. It should be the Tao weapon that Tao Lord Flying Star mentioned, Death Sword. Without a word, Xian devoured the sword Tao Seed. This sword Tao Seed was at the early stage of greater mastery. After Xian devoured it, he directly condensed a sword Tao Seed at the early stage of lesser mastery. Ding! Host has broken through to become a grade 4 half-step Tao Lord. It's only at the early stage of lesser mastery. Xian was a little disappointed. At the early stage of lesser mastery, he could only break through to become a grade 4 half-step Tao Lord. However, this was not bad. After all, this was a relatively rare sword Tao Seed. Without talent, it was impossible to condense it. Alright, you can put away my corpse. Yes, Senior. Xian nodded and put away Tao Lord Flying Star's corpse. After that, there was no sound. Rumble. At this time, the door at the end of the hall opened again. However, this time, Xian did not intend to leave. This Death Sword is a Tao weapon. This is a weapon used by Tao Lords. Judging from the aura it emits, if anyone is injured, they'll probably be killed instantly. Xian thought to himself as he walked back the way he came. When he opened the door, he saw that the 9 paths were already clear. Then, the people from the 8 dojos all rushed over. "Where's the sword Dao seed?" Dao Lord Golden Lion immediately asked when he saw Yi Xian. "I've already refined it," Yi Xian answered honestly. "Good boy. Although I don't know how you got it, you'd better hand over Dao Lord Flying Star's inheritance. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death," a red-haired old man said. Yi Xian recognized him. He was the Dao Lord of Crimson Firmament Dojo, the strongest person present. "If you want the inheritance, then come and take it." Yi Xian held the Peerless Sword in one hand and the Death Sword in the other. When the Death Sword appeared, everyone's eyes focused on it. This sword exudes a terrifying aura of death. Is it a Dao weapon? How can there be such a Dao weapon? How strange. Don't be careless. This kid doesn't look simple. What's so special about him? Watch me kill him. An elder suddenly took the initiative to attack Yi Xian. A mere grade 5 half-step Dao Lord dares to act arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, his sword immortal clone appeared behind the elder. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Poof, an attack containing several Daos pierced through the elder's head, killing him instantly. A grade 5 half-step Dao Lord was killed instantly. Everyone, attack together. It was unknown who shouted this, but in the next moment, this group of people charged over in unison. They all had the Flying Star Sword Art, but they only had a single Dao seed of the sword. It would belong to whoever won. These 100-odd people were at least 3rd-rank half-step Dao Lords, while the weakest of the Dao Lords were 5th-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Yi Xian showed no fear in the face of this group of people. Yi Xian's true body, the sword immortal clone, Black Horn, and the old tree faced off against the rest. With the Death Sword in hand, Yi Xian could easily kill his opponents with a single blow. This Death Sword lives up to its name as a Dao weapon. It can break through any kind of attack. It's too terrifying, Yi Xian thought to himself. Before long, the entire group was taken care of, leaving only the Dao Lords to hold on. Terrifying. Too terrifying. We have so many people, but we can't do anything to them. How are we supposed to fight? Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm leaving first. Bastard, you're actually deserting. Run my ass. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Immediately, 2 of the Dao Lords retreated. However, could they be faster than Yi Xian? Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone instantly appeared behind the 2 Dao Lords. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked in unison. A total of 18 streaks of cold light flashed, and the 2 fleeing Dao Lords were instantly frightened. Block it for me. One of the Dao Lords roared. The sword immortal clone only had the Peerless Sword in his hand, so his attacks were much weaker than those of Yi Xian's true body. Thus, his opponent didn't die on the spot. Instead, he was heavily injured by the sword art. However, the other Dao Lord wasn't as lucky. The chain of 9 stars sank into his body. Although it didn't injure his vitals, this attack was launched by Yi Xian using the Death Sword. The aura of death instantly spread out and obliterated the Dao Lord. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones that fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The most terrifying thing was not the power of the sword Dao Seed, but the black longsword. Your Excellency, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. The heavily injured Daoist master was so scared that he peed his pants and immediately shouted. Sorry, I don't need it. Yi Xian snorted and attacked again. As soon as the 9-star chain appeared, it was instantly killed. What a joke. Yi Xian did not dare to casually absorb people into his devouring space because of what had happened before. Although there were quite a few half-step Dao Lords within the devouring dimension, none of them had a higher level of insight into the Dao than he did. That way, it would not pose a threat to the devouring space. When the other 5 Dao Masters saw the tragic deaths of the 2 Dao Masters, they immediately looked at each other and used their trump cards. Unfortunately, their attacks were completely useless against Yi Xian. If the attack were to land on the Sword Immortal Avatar, it would be able to repel it. However, if it were to land on Yixian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, it would instantly dissipate. In a short while, the 5 Dao Masters, including the Golden Lion Dao Master, were all dead and turned into eerie white bones. Then, Yixian devoured all of their Dao seeds. The Devouring Dao Seed, the Blazing Dao Seed, and the others were all raised to the early stage of lesser mastery. Yixian had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Flying Star Cave abode. If he did not have a bit of integrity, he would have earned so much for nothing. However, since he had received Dao Lord Flying Star's favor, he naturally had to fulfill Dao Lord Flying Star's last wish, which was to bring the corpse and the Death Sword back to the spiritual Light Sword City. According to Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, the spiritual Light Sword City was in the northeast of this area, and the city lord's mansion was the Jiang family. It was said that the city lord, Jiang Lingguang, was a Dao Lord expert and was very powerful. The next part of the journey took Yixian a lot of time, a full month. After countless teleportations, he finally arrived at the spiritual Light Sword City. However, as soon as Yixian entered the spiritual Light Sword City, he heard that the spiritual Light Sword City was holding a sword competition. The reward was very generous. It was actually a sword Dao seed. As expected of the spiritual Light Sword City. How generous. They're giving out a sword Dao seed as a reward. Yixian raised his eyebrows. Previously, those dojos fought over a sword Dao seed, but they were all killed by him in the end. Now, the spiritual Light Sword City actually gave out a sword Dao seed as a reward for a random competition. It was already very impressive. Dao Lord Flying Star was one of the geniuses of the Jiang family. He was young, but he had already condensed a sword Dao seed. However, this did not mean that no one else in the Jiang family had condensed one. On the contrary, there were quite a few. The reward is actually a sword Dao seed at the middle stage of greater mastery. Not bad, not bad. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly, and then followed the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the big arena in the center of the spiritual Light Sword City. At this time, thousands of people had gathered here, and most of them were half-step Dao Lords. In the arena, there was a group of experts wearing the uniform of the spiritual Light Sword City's City Lord Mansion. Their realms were at least 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. This time, the City Lord Mansion has put in a lot of effort in order to recruit geniuses. As long as you can defeat 3 of the City Lord Mansion's geniuses, you can get a reward. This is a sword competition, so you can't use Saint Power and Dao. If you can win 7 consecutive rounds, you can get a sword Dao seed and might even be accepted as a disciple by the City Lord Mansion's experts. What a joke. It's not that easy to win 7 consecutive rounds. Do you see that? That's Jiang Tianchen. He's already a 7th grade half-step Dao Lord. It's said that he's almost able to condense a sword Dao seed. It's not that easy to defeat him. Look, that's the Jiang family's deputy patriarch, Xianxia. It's said that he's already a 9th grade half-step Dao Lord and is only 1 step away from becoming a Dao Lord. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who was rushing over. Yixian knew this person. From Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, he knew that this Xianxia was his grandfather. Everyone, the competition is about to begin. Anyone can go on stage to compete. The requirement is that you're a sword cultivator and you can't use Saint Power or Dao. As long as you can defeat 3 people in a row, you can get a reward. The more consecutive victories, the more generous the reward. Xianxia said loudly. Immediately, many people went on stage and began to compete with the youths one after another. These 7 youths of the Jiang family were all sword geniuses. It was not that easy to defeat one of them. However, if one lost in sword techniques, one could rely on one's physique to make up for it. The first 4 youths of the Jiang family were all 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. As long as the challengers were 6th grade half-step Dao Lords, they would have an advantage in terms of physique. Begin. At Jiangxi's command, the 2 figures in the arena began to move. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. This 6th rank half-step Dao Lord challenger was actually defeated in less than 10 moves by the first genius of the Jiang clan. Although his cultivation level was higher than his opponents, the Jiang clan's genius sword techniques were truly impressive. It wasn't that easy to win the first round. Moreover, the 7 geniuses of the Jiang clan were ranked according to their strength. Next, the second challenger entered the arena and continued his challenge. For people of this level, battles were extremely fast. In just a short while, over 100 challengers had been defeated. Among them, only one person won 3 rounds in a row. Sigh. There aren't any good seedlings in this sword competition. Xianxia shook his head as he muttered to himself. But at this moment, a youth walked into the arena. This youth was Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out his sure-kill sword and looked at the first youth. Xianxia no longer called for the battle to begin. Once a challenger attacked, the battle would begin. Thus, Yi Xian had to attack first. However, Yi Xian, a 4th-rank half-step Downlord, wasn't favored by anyone. Ta! Yi Xian took a single step forward. In the next instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he actually arrived in front of the first genius of the Jiang clan. This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In the previous battles, Yi Xian had used the Tao of the Inferno and the Tao of the Gale to increase his speed. Now, he was completely relying on his physique. Thus, he activated the slaughter state. Before the genius of the Jiang clan, who was a 5th-grade half-step Tao Lord, could react, Yi Xian's sure-kill sword was already pressed against his neck. He won. The entire arena was silent. Oh? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to challenge a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. Next up was another 5th-rank half-step Downlord sword genius. However, he was still insta-killed by Yi Xian. Not only that, but the remaining 2 5th-rank half-step Downlords also met the same fate. Yi Xian won 4 matches in a row. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yi Xian. But now, they were all craning their necks to see how many sword Tao geniuses Yi Xian could defeat. However, the first 4 were all 5th-rank half-step Downlords, while the 5th and 6th were all 6th-rank half-step Downlords. Could Yi Xian still win? This kid is not bad. He can openly enter the Jiang clan. Xianxia thought to himself. At this moment, the 5th battle had already begun. Slaughter mode. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately activated his ultimate move. However, as he could not use his Saint energy, no one could see any changes in him. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian, a mere 4th-rank Downlord, was actually able to fight against a 6th-rank Downlord, a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian's sword technique was even more powerful than the 5th Jiang clan genius. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The 5th Jiang clan genius Quasi-Daolord soldier suddenly broke. Then, Yi Xian pointed his longsword and pressed it against his opponent's neck. This attack surprised Yi Xian because it triggered the one-hit kill effect. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a while. Challenger, 5 victories! Xianxia shouted. At the same time, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. He nodded slightly to express his appreciation. Yi Xian had won 5 battles. If he won one more battle, he could challenge the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqin. As expected, Yi Xian still won the 6th battle. Although he spent a lot of time, it was still a very good result. What a bunch of trash. They can't even deal with a 4th-rank half-step Downlord. The number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqin, snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian had won 6 battles. If he won one more battle, he would be able to obtain a sword Tao seed left behind by a deceased ancestor of the Jiang clan. One had to know that the sword competition had been held countless times, but no one had been able to obtain a sword Tao seed yet. Perhaps it would be born today? 7th battle. Xianxia shouted. Then, Jiang Tianqin went up. Speaking of which, Jiang Tianqin was the younger cousin of Tao Lord Flying Star, Jiang Tianqing. Of course, Jiang Tianqing's talent was much better than Jiang Tianqin's because Jiang Tianqin had yet to condense a sword Tao seed, but Jiang Tianqing had. Yi Xian thought that as long as he obtained this sword Tao seed, his sword Tao seed should be able to improve. Then, his realm would increase as well. However, it would not be that easy to defeat the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan. Even if the 6 of them attacked together, they would not be a match for Jiang Tianchen alone. Kid, don't think that you're qualified to fight me just because you defeated the 6 of them. You'd better go down obediently, Jiang Tianchen said to Yi Xian. Oh? I'm not qualified. Could it be that the rules have changed and you're the 8th person and not the 7th? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tianchen narrowed his eyes, knowing that he had said something wrong. Therefore, he did not waste any more time and waited for Yi Xian to attack. Excuse me. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen was the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, so his strength was very impressive. In addition, he had been cultivating for countless years, so his sword skills were also unprecedented. There was almost no one in the same generation who could compete with him in sword skills. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword immortal in his body. Moreover, he also had a sword Dao seed. Although he could not use Dao attacks here, his sword skills were still superior to Jiang Tianchen's. The battle between the two was very intense, but the outcome was not beyond Jiangxing's expectations. This kid's constitution is superior to Tianchen's. Could it be that he has comprehended a Dao related to strength? Jiangxing narrowed his eyes. There were a total of 100,000 minor Daos, and many of them were Daos that improved one's physique. Although those who had comprehended these Daos could not use Dao attacks, they still had an advantage in this competition. However, Jiangxing could also see that Yi Xian's sword skills were superior to Jiang Tianchen's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already defeated Jiang Tianchen's quasi-Dao soldier and placed his one-hit kill sword on Jiang Tianchen's neck. The battle only lasted for 5 seconds, but it was very long for people of this realm. The challenger wins. When this announcement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. After so many years, there was finally a challenger with 7 consecutive victories in the sword competition. However, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was an actor hired by the Jiang clan. However, there was no need to register for the challenge, and there was no fee. What was the use of hiring an actor? Jiang Tianchen was stunned when he heard this. He could not believe that he, the top genius of the Jiang clan, was defeated by a 4th-grade half-step Dao lord. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tianchen shouted angrily and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you? Seeing this, Jiangxing immediately flashed in front of Yi Xian and sent Jiang Tianchen flying with a slap. Jiang Tianchen was his grandson, but Yi Xian had one. If he was killed by Jiang Tianchen, what would people think of the Jiang clan? After being slapped away by his grandfather, Jiang Tianchen calmed down and glared at Yi Xian. If he fought with his full strength, he could kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Unfortunately, this was a sword fight and he could not use his saint power or Dao. Young man, what's your name? Jiangxing asked. I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Very good. Here's your reward. Jiangxing did not waste time and took out a sword-type Dao seed from his interspatial ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the sword-type Dao seed. The sword-type Dao seed was one of the best among the 9 sacred Dao seeds. Even if it was only at the early stage of the initial condensation realm, it was enough to defeat a late-stage initial condensation realm cultivator. Yi Xian took the sword-type Dao seed and studied it carefully. This sword-type Dao seed was at the mid-stage of greater mastery, which meant that its owner was an 8th-grade half-step Dao lord when he was alive. Yi Xian estimated that if he devoured the sword-type Dao seed, he would be able to break through at least once or twice. At this moment, Jiangxing said, Yi Xian, are you willing to be my disciple? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Jiangxing was the vice-patriarch of the Jiang clan, which meant that he was the vice-city lord. Being his disciple would be a meteoric rise. After hearing this, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. Jiang Feixing was Jiangxing's grandson. If he could get in touch with him, it would be much easier to fulfill Jiang Feixing's wish. Greetings, master. Yi Xian cupped his fists without hesitation. Good, very good. Jiangxing nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tianchen's. If he was nurtured, his battle prowess would not be low. Jiang Tianchen was gritting his teeth in anger. He was Jiangxing's grandson, and Yi Xian was now Jiangxing's disciple. This meant that Yi Xian was one generation above him. Henceforth, when he saw Yi Xian, wouldn't he have to salute him? No. Jiang Tianchen bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Jiangxing turned his head strangely and asked, "Why not?" "Grandpa, I thought you never accepted disciples?" Jiang Tianchen immediately asked. "With such a good seedling, why can't we break the rules? You, on the other hand, should learn how to behave properly." Jiangxing's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Tianchen was his grandson and the one with the best aptitude, the former's character was really not good, so he didn't like Jiang Tianchen very much. "Old thing, how dare you criticize me in front of so many people? Am I still your grandson?" Jiang Tianchen cursed in his heart. The sword competition was over, and the Jiang family had another genius, Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian left with Jiangxing and went to the city lord mansion. "Yi Xian, you will live here from now on. Go and comprehend the sword Dao seed. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me," Jiangxing said to Yi Xian. "Yes, master." Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not he should tell Jiangxing about Jiang Feixing. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Then, Jiangxing left. After he left, Yi Xian randomly found a servant of the Jiang family and forcefully searched his soul. "I see. The matter of Jiang Feixing stealing the death sword is a big taboo in the Jiang family. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Jiang Feixing's father died early, and after Jiang Feixing stole the death sword, his mother committed suicide as an apology. Now, she is buried outside spiritual light sword city." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. In that case, it would be better to bury Jiang Feixing's body with his mother first. Yi Xian immediately left the city lord mansion and went out of the city. Previously, Jiang Feixing's last wish was to be buried with his mother's body. However, because he stole the death sword, his mother's body was not placed in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to bury Jiang Feixing's body first, and let the Jiang family move their bodies back in the future. As for how to make the Jiang family do that, it was needless to say. It was to use force. However, when Yi Xian left the city lord mansion, someone suddenly followed him. He asked Wei Zhentian to look back and found that it was actually Jiangxing's grandson, Jiang Tianchen. "This guy followed me after losing to me. Is he trying to teach me a lesson or kill me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. However, he did not turn his head and continued to hurry on his way. After a while, Jiang Tianchen caught up with him. "Stop right there!" Jiang Tianchen shouted angrily. Yi Xian stopped when he heard that. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Jiang Tianchen went straight to the point and said, "Put away that face of yours and hand over the sword path seed. Then, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "So, you're here for the sword Dao seed? Why? Is everyone in the Jiang family a sore loser?" Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. "Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the sword Dao seed. Otherwise, die." Jiang Tianchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Is that so?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and said, "Come and get it yourself if you can. How dare you provoke me as a mere rank 4 half-step Dao lord? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're better than me in swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better than you." As soon as Jiang Tianchen finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Yi Xian. "Who said I'm a rank 4 half-step Dao lord?" Yi Xian sneered. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. A rank 4 half-step Dao lord? No, Yi Xian's aura was already that of a rank 6 half-step Dao lord. This was because he had devoured the mid-mastery sword Dao seed and raised it to late minor mastery. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian's right hand stabbed out 9 times in an instant. It was a combination of various Dao attacks. Its power was truly terrifying, and it easily defeated Jiang Tianchen's attack before piercing through his head. "Pooh!" A muffled sound rang out. Then, Jiang Tianchen's body fell to the ground. He was dead. "I'm not the one who overestimated myself. Yi Xian shook his head and hurriedly collected Jiang Tianqin's corpse. Then, Yi Xian swallowed Jiang Tianqin's corpse with the mask of illusion and turned into Jiang Tianqin. He then read Jiang Tianqin's memories. However, Yi Xian was shocked the next moment because he learned a secret. There's a Tao seed of death inside the death sword? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. The Tao of death was not ranked lower than the Tao of sword among the 9 sacred Taos. If one could comprehend the Tao of death, one's combat strength would increase greatly. The death sword was made from a Tao seed. No wonder it was so powerful. That was not the point was that there was another Tao weapon made from a Tao seed called the life sword. The life sword and the death sword were a pair called the life and death sword. They were the Jiang family's heirloom, but the life sword was lost in an accident. The life sword has the ability to bring people back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. The Tao seed in the life sword was called the life Tao seed. The life Tao was also one of the top Taos among the 9 sacred Taos. The Jiang family had once used the life sword to bring people back to life. The Tao of life and the Tao of death are too terrifying. Yi Xian shivered. At this moment, he was thinking, if he obtained the life sword, then wouldn't he be able to revive Tao Lord Flying Star and his mother? Not only that, but he could also revive many people. Although the life sword is lost, the Jiang family has a sword-searching technique. As long as I use the death sword, I can find the life sword. At that thought, Yi Xian immediately set off and arrived at the burial place of Jiang Feixing's mother in a short while. Then, he simply put away the corpse of Jiang Feixing's mother. At this level, it was easy to prevent the body from decaying. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that Jiang Feixing's mother could be revived. Then, he turned into Jiang Tianqin and returned to the Jiang family. There was a sword-searching technique in the Jiang family's martial arts library, so Yi Xian immediately went in. As the grandson of the deputy patriarch and the number 1 genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianqin had the authority to do so. Yi Xian went straight to the top floor and searched for a while. As expected, he found the sword-searching technique and copied it down. Then, he left the city lord mansion again. Now that I have the sword-searching technique and I have the death sword, I should be able to find my way. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and took out the death sword. Whoosh! After Yi Xian used the sword-seeking technique, the death sword pointed to the north. In the north? Yi Xian muttered as he immediately returned to the spiritual light sword city and teleported to a city in the north. Following that, he used it again, but the death sword tip was still pointing towards the north. Even further north. Yi Xian continued the teleportation. He was. After Yi Xian's phone. This meant that his teleportation had surpassed the location of the life sword, however, this was already several days later. Yi Xian cursed angrily. Fortunately, he was about to find it. Between these 2 cities, there are 4 more cities. I need to narrow down the range. Yi Xian continued the teleportation and finally locked onto the 2 cities. The life sword was somewhere in the middle of these 2 cities. He left immediately and traveled on his own. However, with his realm, it took him more than 10 days to finally lock onto a place. This place was a large forest. There were huge trees inside, and from time to time, there would be rich life energy floating out. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian sent the Sword Immortal clone, the old tree, and Black Horn in to check. The level of this area was not low. He had already passed by several cities with Tao Lord experts. With his strength, he might be in danger. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in together. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. This forest looked a little strange. What Yi Xian did not know was that this forest full of life energy was called the Forest of Death. None of those who entered would leave alive. Yi Xian entered. At first, nothing happened, but soon, he heard several system notifications. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is dead. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is dead. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is resurrected. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is resurrected. By the time he reacted, he saw the Sword Immortal avatar in the darkness. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, a bloody mouth suddenly opened and directly swallowed him. The sword immortal clone was swallowed because he was paying attention to his surroundings. However, this time, he saw that the thing that swallowed him was a huge flower. The piranha flower. At this moment, Xian was already in the mouth of the piranha flower. The corrosive liquid dripped down and penetrated the void spirit divine armor. F***ck. Xian was shocked and quickly attacked. However, the piranha flower's defense was so strong that his attack could not break it. I don't believe it. He widened his eyes, took out the death sword, and slashed fiercely. This time, it broke, the aura of death spread, and the piranha flower immediately decayed. It turned out that this was the danger of this forest. Humph, watch me burn all of you. Xian widened his eyes, held the death sword, and began to attack crazily. The level of these piranha flowers was probably not low. Although they were not at the Tao Lord level, they were only at the 8th or 9th grade half-step Tao Lord level. However, those who were attacked by the death sword all decayed. Xian began to sweep crazily. Wherever he passed, all the flowers and trees withered. During this time, Xian even used the sword-seeking technique to check the location of the life sword, and then killed his way over. However, this forest was boundless. He killed for a full 3 days, but he still did not reach the end. At this moment. What a big tree, Xian was shocked. This tree was probably tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely thick. This was not the main point. The main point was that this tree was emitting a strong aura of life. Xian stood there, feeling that he was in high spirits and that his lifespan had increased. However, at this moment, there were black shadows swimming around the tree. He took a closer look and realized that they were mosquitoes. This group of mosquitoes is absorbing the life essence of this tree. Xian secretly said in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. He just quietly went around. However, after he went around the tree for a while, he realized that the death sword's direction had deviated. After some thought, Xian decided to send out the 3 sword immortal clones. As expected, the moment they approached, they were attacked by the large mosquitoes. 9-layer heaven devouring flames. Old Tree used his ultimate move and burned the large group of mosquitoes to ashes. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes to count. There was no way to kill them all. Hence, Blackhorn and Old Tree were exhausted to death. Fortunately, the sword immortal clones did not disappoint Xian and were still standing strong. These mosquitoes could not hurt him at all. Eh? At this moment, Xian suddenly realized something. After the mosquitoes were killed, the life aura in their bodies would gather and flow into the distance. Xian frowned and sent the sword immortal clones to check it out. When the sword immortal clones arrived, they saw a huge altar. On the altar, there was a crystal bottle. The life aura was flowing into the crystal bottle. The sword immortal clones went over to take a look. Just as he was about to put away the crystal bottle, an aura suddenly descended. Who is it? A shout made the sword immortal clone stop. He turned around and saw a long-haired youth standing in the air, looking down at him. This long-haired youth was wearing a green robe and was a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Who are you? The sword immortal clones asked. However, the other party did not answer the question. Instead, he attacked. Boom! The sword immortal clones attacked at the same time. The two energies collided and were evenly matched. You're courting death. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and immediately fought the sword immortal clones. Immediately, Xian hurriedly rushed over as well, resulting in a 4 versus 1 situation. In a one-on-one situation, the sword immortal clones could not do anything to the long-haired youth. However, in a 4-on-1 situation, it was more than enough to deal with him. Bastard! The long-haired youth cursed. However, in the next moment, his chest was pierced by Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Xian's mind. Xian quickly collected the corpse and began to search its soul. It turned out that this long-haired youth was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. He was the one who created this area. His purpose was to attract others to enter, and then let those man-eating flowers devour the flesh and blood, and then transfer the essence to the giant tree of life. Then, the large mosquitoes absorbed the life essence into the bottle. These life essences would ultimately be absorbed by the long-haired youth. What? He actually has a Tao seed of life in his body? Yi Xian was shocked. This life Tao seed was formed by the long-haired youth devouring a large amount of life essence. Now, he was using the life essence to improve his life Tao seed. The seed of life was even more precious than the sword way. It was ranked higher among the 99 saintly paths. Who would have thought that this Jimu dojo actually had a way? How amazing. However, this method was somewhat inhumane. After all, this life Tao seed was formed from the accumulation of countless human lives. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly devoured this Tao seed of life. Then, he used his devouring Tao seed to devour the other Tao seeds of the young man. However, he could not break through. However, Yi Xian found something useful from his memories. The long-haired youth had obtained the life sword by chance and planted it on the ground. Simply put, the life sword was under the giant tree of life. Yi Xian hurried over and had Wei Zhentian transform into the beast god Bell to suppress it. Then, he killed all the mosquitoes. He now had a Tao seed of life. He placed his hand on the giant tree of life and began to absorb the life essence. This giant tree of life was the root of the entire forest. Simply put, the entire forest was actually a single entity. Yi Xian continued to absorb the life essence. The Tao seed of life that he had just obtained began to improve from the early stage of small success to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The Tao seed of life has improved to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently a 7th rank half-step Tao Lord. By the time the 2 system notifications rang out, the entire forest had already withered. Originally, the long-haired youth had used this forest to lure others in and then turned it into life essence for himself to absorb. This was supposed to be an endless cycle. However, Yi Xian had absorbed all of the giant tree of life's essence, so he could not continue. Then, Yi Xian began to dig and retrieve the life sword that was hidden underground. The life sword of life and death was finally gathered. Originally, creating a forest like this would require a large amount of natural treasures. However, the long-haired youth just happened to obtain the life sword, so he saved a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself and took out the death sword. These 2 Tao weapons were formed from Tao seeds. If he destroyed these 2 Tao weapons, he would obtain a Tao seed of life and a Tao seed of death. However, Tao weapons were Tao Lord level weapons. How could he destroy them now? Given my current realm, I should be able to revive Xianxia and his mother. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what he did not know was that the news of the long-haired youth's death had already spread to the Great Wood Dojo. He immediately took out Xianxia's corpse and used the death sword to absorb the death qi. Then, he used the life sword to inject the life sword with life qi. After a while, the originally dead Xianxia came back to life. Xianxia opened his eyes. He had been constantly using the death sword to fight, so he was contaminated with the death qi. In the end, he could only build his own tomb. How did he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he was refined into a vicious battle corpse or puppet? Senior, we meet again. Yi Xian said with a smile. You are? Xianxia was confused. After all, he had died long ago. Previously, it was his remnant soul that communicated with Yi Xian, so it was normal that he did not recognize Yi Xian. Yi Xian told him what had happened. After listening to him, Xianxia was dumbfounded. You found the life sword? Xianxia was shocked. One had to know that the Jiang family's patriarch had gone to find the life sword and came to this forest of death. However, he could not enter, so he could only give up. He did not expect that Yi Xian, a half-step Tao Lord, could do it. However, Yi Xian was able to enter thanks to the sword immortal clone, the death sword, and the void spirit divine armor. Of course, there was also the time reversal. After entering this forest of death, he had been constantly using time reversal to find low-risk places. Senior, your mother's corpse is also with me. I can also revive her. Yi Xian said. What? Xianxia was shocked again and hurriedly said, Quick, revive my mother. Okay. Yi Xian said nothing and took out Xianxia's mother's corpse. It just so happened that Yi Xian was already a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord, so he could revive Jiang Feiyue's mother, who was also a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The Death Sword extracted death energy, and the Life Sword injected life energy. Before long, Jiang Feiyue's mother opened her eyes. "Mother," Jiang Feixing couldn't help but shout. Not long after he stole the Death Sword and left, he heard that his mother had committed suicide. He was so heartbroken that he even thought of suicide several times. However, later on, he heard that the Life Sword had the ability to revive the dead, so he wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, he used the Death Sword too much and was tainted with death energy, which led to her death. Yi Xian had actually been tainted by the aura of death, but the bloodline in his body could suppress it. Moreover, after obtaining the Life Dao Seed, the aura of death had completely disappeared. Jiang Feixing's mother was shocked. Then, Yi Xian directly put the two of them into the Devouring space so that they could be reunited. As for him, he prepared to return to spiritual Light Sword City. "Yi Xian, my father died in a great battle. Can you?" Jiang Tianqing suddenly asked. 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. "With my current realm, I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I break through again, it should be possible," Yi Xian replied. "Thank you in advance." Jiang Tianqing thanked him. After a person died, their soul would gradually dissipate, but it was only an illusory soul that dissipated. In a person's brain, there was a physical soul. Yi Xian used the Life Sword and the Death Sword to revive the two of them. In fact, he used the Death Sword to absorb the death energy, and used the Life Sword to revive the soul in the brain, giving birth to a new soul. Therefore, the Life Sword alone couldn't revive people unless it could remove the death energy. Speaking of which, on the way here, Yi Xian kept leaving void tracking points, so it was very easy for him to return to spiritual Light Sword City. After a while, he returned. Then, he directly went to find Jiangxing. According to Jiang Tianqing, his grandfather Jiangxing was very good to him. Back then, he stole the Death Sword, so he felt very guilty toward Jiangxing. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the city lord's mansion. "Master, are you there?" Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to Jiangxing. "Come here." In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared outside Jiangxing's mansion. "What's the matter?" Jiangxing turned to look at Yi Xian. "Master, I have something to tell you next. I hope you won't be too surprised," Yi Xian said. "Haha, this old man is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves. There aren't many things that can surprise this old man." Jiangxing laughed loudly. But in the next moment, his said Jiang's right was that Jiang Xian's master's master, Jiang Feixing, is here. And Jiang Feixing was Jiang. Dao Lord. When Jiangxing heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he saw two very familiar people. Said Yifang Jiang was Jiang Yi Zhang's grandson. Said Kuden Jiang Yi S he. Teacher of Avavt, S of Tion S, Two's long TSTs committed a families of AAA of course of. How did she come back to life? Grandpa, mother, and I were both dead, but Yi Xian found the Life Sword and brought us back to life, said Jiang Feixing. When he heard this, Jiangxing was shocked again. The Life Sword, how was that possible? One must know that the place where the Life Sword was located was an extremely dangerous place. Jiangxing's father, the old master of the Jiang family, had led a team there, but half of them died in the end. Now, Jiang Feixing said that the Life Sword was found by Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord. How was that possible? Yi Xian took out the Life Sword and Death Sword and told Jiangxing what had happened. Disciple, thank you. Thank you for bringing the Life Sword back. Jiangxing shed tears of gratitude. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Master, you misunderstand. I didn't find it for you. I need it for myself. This, Jiangxing was stunned. Also, I only joined the Jiang family to investigate some things. So, from now on, I am no longer your disciple. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. With his strength, Jiangxing was not qualified to be his master. Yi Xian, this, Jiang Feixing suddenly spoke, but he did not know how to continue. Previously, he had given the Death Sword to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could bring his body and the Death Sword back to the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian said that he needed the death sword. What should he do? After all, Yi Xian had found the life sword and brought him and his mother back to life. If he asked Yi Xian to return the life sword, he would be ungrateful. Don't worry. I'm just borrowing the life sword. I'll return it in the future. However, I can bring the dead Jiang family members back to life, but I need some Dao seeds as a reward. Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. Jiangxing hesitated. In fact, he wanted to hide Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. After all, Jiang Feixing was a sinner of the Jiang family. However, Yi Xian had brought back the death sword and the life sword. If Yi Xian could return the life sword to the Jiang family, then Jiang Feixing would have redeemed himself. It would be a happy ending. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to return the life sword. What kind of Dao seed do you need? Jiangxing asked. It's best if it's a high-grade Inferno Dao seed. Of course, I don't care about anything else. However, I want a large amount. Yi Xian said. This request of his made the three of them somewhat puzzled. He only needed one Dao seed to comprehend. Why did he need so many Dao seeds? One had to know that the more Dao seeds one condensed, the harder it was to condense them. In the half-step Dao Lord realm, condensing 2 Dao seeds was already good enough. It was rare to see 3. I'll use the life sword to bring your family members back to life. I only want Dao seeds as a reward. This isn't too much, right? Yi Xian asked again. Indeed, it's not too much. However, I have to discuss this with the others. Jiangxing said. He was only the deputy patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch was his brother. In addition, his father was also in charge. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed. All right, no problem. Yi Xian nodded and put away the life sword. Then, Jiangxing quickly left with Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. The Jiang family members did not know that Jiang Feixing had died once. However, many of them had seen Wen Kuang's corpse with their own eyes. Now that Wen Kuang had been resurrected and Jiangxing had seen it with his own eyes, it should not be difficult to convince the Jiang family members. Sure enough, a large group of people soon arrived. Old ancestor? Oh my god, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here, and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Jiang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in Jiangxing's courtyard, saw the group of Jiang family's upper echelons. Summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Jiang Tianqin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Lingguang. Jiang Lingguang was a half-step Dao Lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly. How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Jiang family. How can you just borrow it? Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Jiang family's patriarch and Jiangxing's elder brother, Jiang Yong. Both Jiang Lingguang and Jiang Yong had more power than Jiangxing, so Jiangxing could do nothing. Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death, Jiangxing said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Jiang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine, then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Jiang family sword of life and death. Jiang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way, the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There was no need to talk nonsense. Big brother. Seeing this, Jiangxing wanted to make a move but was stopped by Jiang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Jiang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How is that possible? Jiang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord? Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned. What a joke, the one who had come to the Jiang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Jiang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him, yet he wanted to capture him. Jiang Yong refused to believe it as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the Sword Immortal Avatar's hand. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the Sword of Life and Death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yong no longer dared to move. If the Cosmos Ring was broken, the Sword of Life and Death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. Stop. Jiang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. Senior, do you have something to say? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation. Jiang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, then let's both take a step back. Return the Sword of Life and Death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Jiang Fei stole the Sword of Life and Death never happened. What do you think? Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the Sword of Life and Death. Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. Jiang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the Sword of Life and Death would really be gone. Hee hee, I heard that Senior brought people into the Forest of Death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire Forest of Death and bring back the Sword of Life and Death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Jiang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. No matter who you are, as long as you return the Sword of Life and Death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the Sword of Life and Death. Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death. After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait. Jiang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, we'll talk about it in 3 days. Alright, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows, I might return the Sword of Life and Death to you in 3 days. Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Dao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence, otherwise, how could a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Dao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Jiang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Jiang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Jiang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later. Senior, how's the preparation? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first. Jiang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. No way. Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Jiang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads had been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Jiang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside, while others were collected. Then, the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the Sword of Life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul in the head of the deceased. Then, the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Jiang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the Sword of Life and Death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the Sword of Life and Death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord," Yi Xian said. Dao Lord, when this word spread, everyone was shocked. Who the **CK are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord? Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment, they suddenly remembered. When Yi Xian had won first place in the tournament, he had been a mere 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. But now, he was already an 8th-rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? Alright, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you. Jiang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the Devouring Dao Seed and Life Dao Seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Jiang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are? Jiang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him, then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. You killed my younger brother? Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the Great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother and also a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At the same time, he was already a Dao Lord. So what? Yi Xian didn't play dumb and asked directly. Then, you deserve to die. The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yi Xian. Swish, a flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yi Xian was unharmed. You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. Eye of assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam, the man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yi Xian's hand, he couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread, but the man in green also had a Dao Seed of Life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Dao Soldier of Death? The man in green was shocked. A Tao soldier of death was a Tao soldier made from a Tao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Tao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Tao Lord. However, the life Tao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Tao level to the great Tao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yi Xian wasn't alone. The old tree and Black Horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived wearing the Void Spirit divine armor. Now, it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian really did have the strength to fight against a Tao Lord. However, Jiang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yi Xian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the Sword of Life and Death. However, what if the other party was like Yi Xian and didn't hand over the Sword of Life and Death? Stop. Jiang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up, or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Jiang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Jiang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Tao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Jiang Lingguang to have comprehended the Tao of the sword and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Tao of life was above the Tao of the sword, in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Tao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Jiang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Jiang Lingguang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. Eye of Assassination. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With the combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Jiang Lingguang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Tao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Qian Kuan ring to improve his devouring Tao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Tao Lord like Jiang Lingguang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Jiang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence, he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Jiang family members. If not for Jiang Feixing, he would have destroyed the Jiang family long ago. However, destroying the Jiang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time, he had already searched the soul of Wan Peng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wan Peng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wan Peng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time, Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Tao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the Forest of Death through the teleportation formation. Then, he used a bead in Wan Peng's Qian Kuan ring to easily avoid the man-eating flowers and other plants. Eh? Senior Brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment, Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Downlord, a 9th-rank half-step Downlord, instantly perished. After that, Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Dao seed. Then, he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the Forest of Death disappeared. The Dao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Downlord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next Forest of Death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining Forests of Death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Dao seed of life to the Great Dao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Jumu dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore, there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the Death Forest one by one. In the end, he finally upgraded the Dao seed of life to the Great Dao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-rank Downlord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Dao of Life was not high, but the Dao of Devouring and the Dao of Raging Inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the Great Dao level soon. Destroying the Forests of Death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Downlord of the Great Wood Dojo was a 4th-rank Downlord expert, and he had nearly 100 Downlords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Dao of Rotten Wood or the Dao of Life. After more than a month of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the 3rd heaven, but in the 4th heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Downlord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders, and the protectors. Yi Xian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yi Xian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wan Peng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo, there were some disciples on the periphery. Yi Xian used the identity of Wan Peng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciple saw Wan Peng, he ignored him because he thought Wan Peng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wan Peng came to kill him. I have assassination. Yi Xian instantly killed the disciple, who was a 1st-grade Dao Lord. With Yi Xian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then, he devoured the Dao seed and the essence of life, and the Forest of Death withered. Then, he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the Forest of Death withered completely. Yi Xian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. Huh? What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh! Whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the Sword of Life. The other was the Sword of Death. Coupled with Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead, the protector, who was a 2nd-grade Dao Lord, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time, he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a 2nd-grade Dao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There was also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire Forest of Death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. However, unbeknownst to Tao Lord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the Sword Immortal clone who had killed the Guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Xianxia's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine Armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Xian a lot of convenience. Tao Lord Juggernaut, a 4th grade Tao Lord, has been lured away by the Sword Immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Xian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Tao Lord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the Sword Immortal clone acting as bait. "Hey, dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death." All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Tao Lord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Xian to make his move. Pfft. With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Tao seed of life in Xian's body. Xian's understanding of the Tao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble. Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the Sword Immortal clone was fighting with Tao Lord Juggernaut. No, to be more precise, he was being ravaged by Tao Lord Juggernaut. Tao Lord Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th grade Tao Lords. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Sword Immortal avatar. "Bastard, let's see how you block this move of mine." Tao Lord Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the Sword Immortal clone with vines. Then, wisps of black aura, the Sword Immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Tao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Tao of death from the Tao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Tao Lord has already comprehended the Tao of life and the Tao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Taos and comprehend the Tao of life and death. The Tao of Samsara, this is the most powerful Tao which a Tao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the Sword Immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How is that possible? Tao Lord was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the Great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? TSK, TSK, TSK. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The Sword Immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Tao Lord did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Tao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death, but the Sword Immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Tao Lord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys, watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him. Now that it had lost so much of its life essence, how could he not sense it? Don't forget, Xian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Tao Lord arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out. Tao Lord Greatwood shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish. Immediately, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens, he actually discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. Who are you? Downlord Greatwood shouted loudly. Just a nameless junior. Farewell. Yi Xian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Downlord Greatwood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Downlord Greatwood Dojo. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from outside. Downlord Greatwood's expression changed. Now, he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the two elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then, he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the two elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Downlord Greatwood narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Downlord Greatwood Dojo, however, there was someone near him. Downlord Greatwood, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Yi Xian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Downlord Greatwood. However, at this moment, his aura was already that of a second-grade Downlord. Previously, when Downlord Greatwood returned, he was only a first-grade Downlord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Dao Lord Protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Dao Lord realm. Then, he would kill those elders, therefore, Downlord Greatwood was the only one left in Downlord Greatwood Dojo. Who are you? Downlord Greatwood asked with a gloomy expression. You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Downlord Greatwood. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal clone, the Old Tree, and Black Horn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Downlord realm, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of Downlord Greatwood. This was because he knew that Downlord Greatwood had comprehended the Tao of Rotten Wood, the Tao of Life, and the Tao of Death. He did not have the Taos that could break through the Void Spirit godly armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Downlord Greatwood, he would be able to obtain the Tao Seed of Death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. I have Assassination. 9-layer Heaven Devouring Flames. Devouring Dragon Roar. Yi Xian and the others used their trump cards, and the battle was very intense. Let's go. Downlord Daelord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Yi Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Dao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Downlord Daelord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant wood Downlord had already been put away by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has devoured a Death Dao Seed. Another Death Dao Seed appeared in Yi Xian's body. Now, he had a few Dao Seeds that had not been devoured by the Devouring Dao Seed a second time. They were the Blazing Flame Dao Seed, Death Dao Seed, Life Dao Seed, Thunder Dao Seed, Gale Dao Seed, and Rottenwood Dao Seed. It was said that the Rottenwood Dao Seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the Life Dao Seed or the Death Dao Seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment. Ding. The Life Dao Seed can fuse with the Death Dao Seed. Ding. Unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, two system notifications caught Yi Xian's attention. The Life Dao Seed can fuse with the Death Dao Seed? What's going on? Yi Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system's soul. It turned out that those who had the Life Dao Seed and the Death Dao Seed could use it to comprehend the Life and Death Dao Seed. This was the strongest Dao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Yi Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson Gold Dao Seed, Black Ice Dao Seed, Red Flame Dao Seed, and Violent Earth Dao Seed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the life Tao seed and the death Tao seed, he needed the 5 elements Tao seed. The 5 elements Tao was relatively common, such as the frost Tao and the blazing flame Tao. They could also be extended into other Taos, such as the black ice Tao and the red flame Tao. Daolord's rotten wood Tao seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 elements Tao seed to balance. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the rotten wood Tao seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Tao seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately, he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Daolord Giant would have absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Yi Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a 3rd-ranked Daolord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Yi Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Tao seeds. Spirit Monkey City Lord possesses the rare Crimson Gold Tao seed. This was the news that Yi Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Daolord. He wasn't much of a threat to Yi Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Daolord Giant would because he comprehended the Crimson Gold Tao seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City Lord mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord mansion? The experts in the City Lord mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment, they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Daolord Giant Wood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City Lord had also discovered Yi Xian. What do you want? The Spirit Monkey City Lord asked. I want to borrow something from you. Yi Xian said directly. What is it? The Spirit Monkey City Lord was a little surprised. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Your Crimson Gold Tao seed. After he finished speaking, he attacked again. You're courting death. The Spirit Monkey City Lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his Crimson Gold Tao seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yi Xian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yi Xian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City Lord who had the Crimson Gold Tao seed. Then, he got Black Horn and the Old Tree to use the Double Devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City Lord and the others. As a 2nd stage Tao Lord, it was still possible to suppress a 4th stage Tao Lord with the Devour skill. Previously, the Devour skill was damaged because Yi Xian was only at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Tao Lord. After subduing this group of people, Yi Xian used the Immortal Grade Devour skill to forcefully extract the Tao seeds from their bodies. In this way, these people would not die. Yi Xian had shown mercy. I've got the Crimson Gold Tao seed. I'm still missing the Black Ice Tao seed, Red Flame Tao seed, and Violent Earth Tao seed. After Yi Xian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Black Horn and the Old Tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the Devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the Devour skill, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The 6th round of the Sect Chain mission is completed. Reward, 3 Devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yi Xian directly received 3 Devour points. However, the 7th round of the Sect Chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Tao Lord realm. What a joke. Yi Xian was not even a Samsara Tao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore, this mission was directly ignored by Yi Xian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Tao seeds. After a search, there was indeed one. This piece of information was the Violent Earth Tao seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. Occasionally, when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the Devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yi Xian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 elemental Dao seeds. Now, only the Black Ice Dao seed was left. It is said that there is a Black Ice abyss. There is a Dao Lord Black Ice there. He condensed the Black Ice Dao seed. However, he is a 7th rank Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao seed. Yi Xian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm was the Devour Dao seed. Therefore, his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th rank Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his Sword Immortal clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yi Xian would not need to attack Dao Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the 2nd day after Yi Xian entered the Black Ice Abyss. Roar! Suddenly, a roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this Black Ice Dragon was created by Dao Lord Black Ice and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yi Xian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the Black Ice Dragon. No, this Black Ice Dragon charged straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already entered its attack range. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted and summoned the old tree and the other 2. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere Black Ice Dragon to him? Yi Xian's Devouring Dao Seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the Black Ice Dragon. It's at least a 6th grade Dao Lord. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the Black Ice Dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a Black Frost Dao Seed in the Black Ice Dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. That Black Ice Dao Seed was the Black Ice Dao Seed. No wonder this Black Ice Dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the Black Ice Dao Seed as its core. This meant that if Yi Xian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao Seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the Black Ice Dragon. Then, he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power and death chi, otherwise, it would not be able to break through. Roar! The Black Ice Dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this Black Ice Dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yi Xian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine Armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The Black Ice Dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then, the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Black Horn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the Black Ice Dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the Black Ice Dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal descends, first Sword Immortal Ascension, he turned into a stream of light and stabbed the Black Ice Dragon with the first sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this Black Ice Dragon was still a product of Tao. If he wanted to fight against Tao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this Black Ice Dragon. If the first sword Immortal Ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this Black Ice Dao Seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon, he charged in again and used the first sword Immortal Ascension on the Black Ice Dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Again. Yi Xian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. The Black Ice Dragon's ice crystals began to fall, and then the Black Ice Dao Seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the Black Ice Dao Seed. Ding. Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao Seed. Will you fuse the Dao Seed of Life and the Dao Seed of Death? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Ding. Host has obtained the Samsara Dao Seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the Black Ice Dao Seed. The Samsara Dao Seed was formed. The 3 realms of half-step Dao Lord, and Dao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Dao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Dao Seed of Life and Death. It was just that the Dao Seed of Life and Death was the most powerful Dao that one could comprehend in these 3 realms. Yi Xian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a Black Ice Dragon. However, at this moment. Changes in the world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment, he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses, and beast corpses. However, without exception, they all came back to life. Yi Xian had fused with the Samsara Dao Seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn, I'm a skeleton now. Roar. These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life, they would be very weak. This was because the Dao Seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yi Xian released Black Horn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the Black Ice Abyss. Before Yi Xian could leave, several figures flew over. 3 5th-ranked Dao Lords and a 6th-ranked Dao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Daos he could comprehend at his current level and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon just now was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Dao Seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black-robed youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yi Xian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yi Xian wasn't with them. You're the one who condensed the Samsara Dao Seed, the leading youth asked. That's right. Are you jealous? Yi Xian smiled. They thought that Yi Xian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Dao Seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Dao Lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yi Xian, they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? Go, capture him and let Master deal with him. The leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-ranked Dao Lords, while Yi Xian was only a 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. However, Yi Xian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. You're courting death. Yi Xian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. What? The leading youth was shocked. A moment later, Yi Xian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Dao seed was the product of the fusion of the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha! 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second black ice dragon was killed by Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar. Another Dao seed of black ice, however, this was of no use to Yi Xian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. Dao Lord Blackfrost, eh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. My disciples are all dead, and I even lost 2 black ice dragons. Are you the one who did it? Dao Lord Blackfrost looked at Yi Xian. Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Blackfrost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yi Xian had condensed a Samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment, his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. Die. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar instantly flashed behind Dao Lord Blackfrost and slashed down. Bam! Before Dao Lord Blackfrost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. Oh no! His expression changed, and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. Not bad, you're quite capable. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Dao Lord Blackfrost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment, Dao Lord Blackfrost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Dao Lord Blackfrost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the black ice dragon. However, this helped Yi Xian instead. I have assassination. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of black ice defense. Although this black ice defense was formed by the Dao seed of black ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, it would be his death. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out. The black ice giant's attack was not weak, and the entire black ice abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large black ice giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the black ice giant had shrunk by a size, and Yi Xian was not injured at all. Damn it! Dao Lord Blackfrost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yi Xian and ran towards the depths of the black ice abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Dao Lord Blackfrost returned to the black ice abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yi Xian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Dao Lord Blackfrost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Dao Lord Blackfrost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die. Yi Xian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the black ice giant had shrunk again. Swish! At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the black ice giant. In the next moment, Dao Lord Blackfrost's layer of black ice armor instantly collapsed. One hit kill, He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Xian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Lord Black Frost could react, Xian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art, 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. Poof. Poof, 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Lord Black Frost's head was turned into a sieve. Then, Xian quickly put away Lord Black Frost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th grade Lord, or even a 9th grade Lord. Bastard! The old man cursed angrily and attacked Xian. He was so fast that even Xian could not dodge. Pfft! The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Xian was unscathed. Xian has never courted death. Crack! For the first time, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was shattered. Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine Armor and Xian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a 3rd time. I don't believe I can't kill you. Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Black Horn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Xian. However, Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then, he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment, he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Black Horn and the Old Tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Black Horn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Xian had already used the Sword Immortal avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal Avatar also reached this realm. Now, they were a threat to those rank 8 Downlords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Downlords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Downlords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, the 3 rank 8 Downlords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now, Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. "You did this?" Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly. "That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, die." Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Daolord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the Life and Death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint Power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint Power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other 3. Die. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with the devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus, however, that devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Daolord level. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yi Xian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast. Yi Xian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao Seed of Life and Death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the Sword Immortal Avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the Sword Immortal avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the Sword Immortal avatar an opportunity. The scales of the Devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The Sword Immortal avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the Devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Xian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, it was not bad. He had earned another Devourer point. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the Devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then, the Sword Immortal avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding. Host has devoured the corpse of a super Devourer beast. The reward is 1 Devourer source. The system notification rang in Xian's mind. After hearing it, Xian was stunned. Super Devourer beast? Previously, he had encountered a low-level Devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now, he had encountered a super Devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not Devourer points but Devourer source. This time, it was awesome. Holy shit. The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now, there's another one. Doesn't that mean, thinking of this, Xian's eyes lit up. At this time, the system prompted again, ding. The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Xian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding. The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Xian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst, he could just rest for a while. Next, he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding. The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Xian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding. The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body, so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Xian answered immediately. Ding. Bloodline fusions begin. Ding. Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline? Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword bloodline once. However, there was a Void God bloodline behind the Divine Sword bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword bloodline now was the real Divine Sword bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword bloodline. Xian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword bloodline. Demigod bloodline? Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding. The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Sword bloodline, it would be called the Unparalleled Divine Sword bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Battle bloodline, it would be called the Supreme Battle God. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the two bloodlines. Ding. Divine Sword Bloodline Fusion. Ding. Divine Battle Bloodline Fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy Bloodline, and the Spacetime Bloodline. The Divine Battle Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline, the Immortal A Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the two bloodlines. They were too powerful, although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword Bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the Sword Explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the Sword God Bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a Sword God clone, which was the Sword Immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the Immortal Sword Servant, 100 Beast Sword Servant, Shadowless Sword Servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the Immortal Sword Servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the Immortal Sword Servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the Sword God Bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the Sword God Bloodline was the product of the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Imperial Divine Envoy Bloodline, and the Spacetime Bloodline. The advancement paths of the Imperial Divine Envoy Bloodline and the Spacetime Bloodline did not seem to stand out in the Sword God Bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the Sword Immortal Bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone, and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the Sword God Bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then, Yi Xian continued reading the Battle God Bloodline. The Battle God Bloodline was the fusion of the Immortal Slayer Bloodline, the Immortal A Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the War God Tyrant Body had 3 effects. First, the Divine War Physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the War God Bloodline, the War God Tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the War God Mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the War God Domain. This was also a skill. Once the War God Domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yixian. Within this domain, Yixian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yixian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the War God bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yixian's strength had increased. One had to know that these two bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The Sword God bloodline and the War God bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yixian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yixian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment, he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yixian thought of the sect system. Didn't that system only activate at the end, however, right at this moment? Ding. The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yixian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then, he summoned the Sword God Clone, Black Horn, and the Old Tree to set up a defense around him. Now, Yixian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world, and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment, he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yixian and said with narrowed eyes. Are you looking for me? Yixian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yixian. Bang! The flaming sword chi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the Sword God clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the Sword God clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the Divine Sword Seal. Bang! The sword chi of the Sword God clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the Sword God clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yixian after fusing with the Sword God bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the sword god clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare to fight with me? You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the sword god's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Xianxia could only summon one unicorn at most. Now, this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Dowlord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Xianxia. Come out, my mount. Xianxia muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Xianxia glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The War God Mount skill could summon a Golden Celestial Dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a Golden Celestial Dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the Golden Celestial Dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the Golden Celestial Dragon. Not only that, the Golden Celestial Dragon's scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this Golden Celestial Dragon. Let's go. The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. You want to run? It's too late. Xianxia shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art, a divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword's secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Xianxia made use of the God-tier Devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then, it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Xianxia was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Xianxia to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Xianxia had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao Lord. Xianxia, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao Lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then, he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Xianxia thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Yi Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the fourth bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the fourth bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up, Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao Lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao Lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day? I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus, he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, 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 a series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed 2 groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members, and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted. The Tan clan? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange, no matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yixian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yixian, including the people from the Dai family. Then, Yixian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yixian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment. I heard that you were in the purple gold mine. Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong? Yixian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you. The Dai family patriarch said. What's going on? Yixian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, in the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family. Top-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, Yixian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold ore. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yixian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason, we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed. The Dai family patriarch said. But, even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Yixian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level samsara Dao lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Yixian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks, however, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yixian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold ore. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold ore immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yixian. Soon, Yixian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some samsara Dao lords. Yixian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom. 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 Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding the supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Xian thought to himself. If such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. Who's there? A loud roar came. Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme-grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die. The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme-grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go. The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom, a wave of energy swept out, and Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange. Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao Lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme-grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme-grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme-grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now, he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme-grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Downlords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme-grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme-grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme-grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Downlord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme-grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme-grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Downlord dying in the supreme-grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan, but before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Downlord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Downlord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn, and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Downlords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th-ranked Downlord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Downlord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yi Xian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yi Xian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yi Xian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yi Xian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme-grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme-grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme-grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yi Xian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme-grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yi Xian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme-grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme-grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time, there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon, the auction began, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This time, there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality. Of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme-grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Tao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Tao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Tao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now, it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme-grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme-grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome. Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Tao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his samsara Dao seed. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding. His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding. His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently, and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. Bastard! The others cursed and charged at Yi Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word, kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared, the first and second times. Yi Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yi Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yi Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Yi Xian, who had the Samsara Dao Lord and the Devouring Dao Lord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom, the thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then, the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yixian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yixian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yixian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Downlord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Downlord, couldn't resist Yixian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yixian's side. Then, he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yixian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then, he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Downlord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today, he came to another big city, but this time, it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Downlord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yixian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Downlord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Yixian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the divine sword art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Downlord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yixian narrowed his eyes and said, it's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yixian said. Alright, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yixian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Downlord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yixian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yixian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion, the real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split-open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed, rank 9 Samsara Downlord. No, at this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yixian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Downlord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise. A Samsara Downlord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only one step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a Grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong, so strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak 4th heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God Avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God Avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the Sword God's doppelganger. Really? The Sword God Avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City Governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City Lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yi Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, I would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The City Lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step Imperial Emperor. In an instant, he charged over and beat Yi Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step Imperial Emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City Lord, are we not fighting anymore? The sword god's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, "If not, I'm leaving." "Wait." The city lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Xian. "What's wrong?" The sword god's doppelganger turned around. "Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal." The city lord of Jade Tripod City said, "I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores." "Oh, okay." The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings." The city lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. "I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first." Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, "You're giving it to me just like that? Haha, you can run away, but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City?" Yi Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th grade Samsara Dao Lord. "You broke through?" The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now, Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on, however, he did not care because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. "Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores?" the city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. "Here they are." Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation." "You." The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. "City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it." The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just 1 was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. "Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed?" "That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm." "What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord?" "A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city." "What? Half-step Imperial Emperor?" "That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the 5th heaven? He must be." This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. "I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took the city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding. The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now, the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme grade purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment, in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the 5th layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation, they were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao Lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao Lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores?" "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. "Alright, these things are yours." The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, now Samsara Dao Lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate. Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. "Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores?" The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be one supreme-grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yi Xian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew, there might be more inside. However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City Lord? Yi Xian asked. That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him, the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, that means that the supreme-grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands? That's right. Why? The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. You may not know, but that supreme-grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it. Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme-grade purple gold ore. Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the Sword God's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The Sword God's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Dao exists before the Dao. You actually used the Dao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all used the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore, this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree, Black Horn, and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the Sword God's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsmen, they could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The Sword God's clone kept summoning the old tree and Black Horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision. Of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao Lords could compare to. Fortunately, the Void Spirit divine armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, War God Tyrant Body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The War God Tyrant Body of the War God had 2 effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today, he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way, he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Xianxia's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the sword god's clone. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword light flashed, and Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a Samsara Tao Lord. This time, Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks? The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three sword god's clones. The sword god's clone, the old tree, and Black Horn. One was invincible, while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Xian. You came just in time. Die. Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art, a divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time, Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique, Divine Sword Art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This Divine Sword Art was clearly stronger than his full power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th stage Samsara Tao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the divine sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The Divine Sword Art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Xian used the Divine Sword Art, he had to use his own sword to hack. The Divine Sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City's city lord, all fell into Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. There were a total of 99 ranks in the heavenly fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the 1st grade to the 33rd rank heavenly fate realm, they were all half-step imperial emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank heavenly fate realm, they were true imperial emperors. If one had the 67th rank heavenly fate realm, they would enter the eternal emperor realm. Xian quickly devoured the ball of heavenly fate realm. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has devoured the third-grade Heavenly Fate realm, breaking through to the first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yi Xian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yi Xian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the Heavenly Fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yi Xian obtained the 99th rank Heavenly Fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme-grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor. The supreme-grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme-grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yi Xian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yi Xian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yi Xian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then, he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest, while the 9th was the largest. Yi Xian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, he flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yi Xian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yi Xian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme-grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were 2 lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the two purple gold beasts. Rumble. Immediately, the two purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Xian estimated that the strength of these two purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these two types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme-grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these two purple gold beasts. Right now, Xian only had supreme-grade purple gold ores and not supreme-grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then, he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor, appear. Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walked to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these two purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time, they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the four tunnels. However, before long, Xian heard two system notifications in his mind. Ding! Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the two of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the Devour skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was one level higher than the youth Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Downlord, Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then, it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Dao seed had turned into a Dao fruit, Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade heavens mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 heavens mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 heavens mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 heavens mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade heavens mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade heavens mandate cultivators. It could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 heavens mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade heavens mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Xian naturally wouldn't use his heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi! The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar! The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Zhentian to follow him. This way, he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple gold battle beast. In the end, Xian benefited from it. Xian used the supreme-grade purple gold ores produced by the purple gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a heaven's will of fate of over 30. With the support of heaven's will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then, the ceiling suddenly opened, and a purple gold battle beast fell down. This purple gold battle beast charged towards the purple gold sword servant without saying anything. What's going on? Xian was a little confused. The purple gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple gold sword servant to counterattack. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver grade mount was not as powerful as a gold grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and black horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the void spirit divine armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble. A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple gold ruins. They had to kill this purple gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Black Horn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor. When the system notification sounded, the sword god's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the sword god's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple gold battle beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then, the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme-grade purple gold stone in this purple gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple gold battle beast. That purple gold battle beast also had a supreme-grade purple gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding! The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation, yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was an ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold Oregon. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-Emperor artifact and a quasi-Emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step Sovereign Emperor and a Sovereign Emperor. An Emperor weapon was a weapon at the Imperial Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins? Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the sword god's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time, the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least 3rd stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Then, he continued to advance. Black Horn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore, he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to travel. This day lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time, he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today, he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together, but they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card, Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke! The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. "Hello." When the voice entered Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. "You are?" Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. "I'm Monarch Zijin, the owner of this ruin," the young man said. "Oh, so it's Senior." Xian quickly cupped his fists. "There's no need to be so polite. I have a request," Monarch Zijin said. "Senior, please tell me." Monarch Zijin paused and said, "To be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape." "What?" Hearing this, Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zijin was already dead and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zijin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zijin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zijin escape. Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. "How do I break the seal?" Xian asked. "It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal." "It's that simple?" Xian raised his eyebrows. "Simple?" The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, "Originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you." Xian shook his head. "Don't be anxious. Let me finish." Emperor Zijin shook his head and said, "Back then, I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then, I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours." After hearing this, Xian was a little surprised. He asked, "Condensed black gold stones?" "That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most, I can condense black gold stones." Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme grade black gold stones? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, how many black gold stones do you have? Wait. After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qianquan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qianquan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years. Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qianquan ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yi Xian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yi Xian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons and then restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now, Yi Xian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. Senior, please let me pass, Yi Xian said to Monarch Zijin. Now? Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and said, don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there. Puppet? Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yi Xian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. Alright, then go ahead and try. Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom! At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step imperial emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step imperial emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. I don't care anymore. Slash. Yi Xian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom, the divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step imperial lord level black golden giant, even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme grade black gold stone? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Xian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yi Xian understood that this must be Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe, so he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while, the seal was broken, and Yi Xian finally saw Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe. However, Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe's situation was much worse than he had imagined. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime. As soon as Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the Imperial Emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the purple gold beast and black gold beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. "Senior, you're too kind." Yi Xian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. "I've been sealed for many years, and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength," Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he said, "I happen to have a place here." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Black Horn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into the beast god Bel and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. End of chapter 2049. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.